Hey, what's up, guys? I guess I'll go ahead and uh, what do you think I should do? Should I just wait for Does anyone talk to him?
No, I can send him a DM. Me. Hold on a minute.
Yeah, maybe he. How long was that space going for?
Been going a little while. 2 or 3 hours. Maybe.
What was going on when my space ended? Did I just stop talking and crash the space, or what?
Pretty much right after you said the host was having an issue. Oh, you mean your space? No, I don't know. I wasn't around when it crashed. But I know on Third Eyes, right after you said we were having connection issues, it's pretty well done. So
Flattering for me when I jumped in and
Yeah.
congratulated Third Eye. But I forgot. Like, hi,
Okay.
mates. I'm a totally huge fan.
She or she he just said I'll be back shortly. So yeah, I send a message to Maze, right? I saw like a bunch of people I didn't realize or recognize in there. Is that why? Because she brought them in there like because they know her and stuff. Cool. Yeah, I don't know who she is. Is what does she do?
Well, I just see her as hosting and co-hosting spaces frequently. I follow some of the others that were in there, like Johnny Casey, and then Johnny is a he was the Yeti, the cartoon Yeti. I don't remember his last name, but he's a pretty cool guy.
you talking about
Yes,
Bumble?
but
Yeah, he was pretty cool,
yes,
dude.
that gentleman. And then I recognize some names from other spaces. You
My
know,
apologies for the
I
inconvenience in the
don't
last
visit him
chat.
as much as I used
Uh,
to. Hey, there's Third Eye.
hey, yeah, I apologize for that, guys. I'm uh, I think I told you guys I was dealing with some moving and some stuff like that, so it's been a little bit of a struggle this morning. But thank you guys um, for participating in that chat, if you will. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Logan, for starting a new one. Um, I'm gonna take a step back and come in and out, so don't mind me. I just dealing with this move. It's been a little bit of a mission today. So, but we had a great chat. It went for about 3 hours. So I'm looking forward to the next one. And thank you for everyone that participated and listened. And now we're in this other great chat, and then it's going to continue. So let's get the party started and continuing.
Oh man, you guys are talking about some great stuff. Like when I popped in there, like I don't know, 20 minutes
Yeah,
ago.
you should have been there an
I'm bummed it's
hour,
already
two
over.
hours prior to that. We were in the deep end, man. It was crazy.
Was that space recorded?
No, it was not. I didn't record it. I should have, but just kind of still practicing. I'm using these to practice, to build up on and whatnot. That's why I haven't been recording anything.
Do you mean like practice like yours like for you specifically, or you mean for like the whole space, like the way it runs, or what do you mean specifically?
For myself, I'm new to this, so I'm trying to get sort out how I talk, my timing, all these things. I feel still that I have a lot to work on, so that's why I don't record them, just because, just in case I'm still rusty. I feel like I'm really rusty. I haven't done this on Twitter, at least in a while, at all, and in a while I haven't really done much of these speeches, or talks, if you will. So a little bit of self-conscious, to be honest.
Oh man, you're so fucking
Yeah,
legendary, bro. Uh, I don't think you have like I don't know what you got to work on. I mean, like we just come and like kind of sit back whenever you come and hang out with us. So I think that's probably what everyone was thinking, like when we were hanging out just now. Like, probably. I mean, I didn't hear, so I don't really know. But yeah, you're pretty legendary, man.
I get to
Thanks for
hear
hanging
and
out.
listen to most of it, and it, yeah, it's mind-boggling. Third Eye, you're doing really wonderful.
I
Keep up the
appreciate the
good
kind
work. You're doing
words.
great.
I appreciate it. I just all I can ask is that I'll continue to do them and chime in. I just hope that people can help, spread the word and and maybe retweet a couple of the tweets and more importantly, just to help get a raise awareness. So my goal and I was listening to these chats and I jumped in the chat. I've changed the profile name. I've changed my Twitter image and stuff, and I've restructured the account because I'm taking it more serious. And I was listening to Logan speak in a couple of his chats, incognito, kind of. No one knew who I was, and no one really. I didn't talk, so I just like to listen. And I forgot one of the days he had said something, and they had a list, someone speaking, and I was like, you know what? Why don't I try this one day? And so essentially, what I want to do is eventually create these spaces in collaboration with like people like Rob and Logan and whatnot, and get other people that I can kind of debate these topics that have these really fascinating pages, like Bright Inside, Randall Carlson, Uncharted X, Derek Olson. If I can expand and get my page across, like some of them know about me or my page, but they don't really interact as much or as much as I would like to. And essentially, what I'm trying to do is spread awareness and get my page to be a little bit more well known. And the goal is to maybe have, like I said, I would love to be able to speak this on a platform like this and bring this excitement to the conversation at hand. So if just help spread the word about the page, because I am self-conscious. I'm gonna just let that be known. I'm very self-conscious about what I post. I feel like I still not doing a good job. I feel like I have a lot to do and to expand and to be better at it. And I'm not trying to compare myself to anyone. I'm not trying to compare myself to Bright Insight and to these others because I don't. First, and not in a bad way. I just don't see the comparison. They're doing something different from what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to give a more open-minded perspective, not be specifically to one idea, and not bash on one idea. I like to jump around and talk about UFOs. I like to talk about ancient history, megalithic structures, but I do it all from a perspective where I'm trying to keep a happy balance. So that's why I host these spaces to kind of practice. I'm going to start recording soon enough, and I'm going to shift the way I provide the information, meaning the structure in which I'm posting is going to change. I'm still going to talk within the context of multi-layered subjects or multi-part tweets, but I'm going to make it a little bit more intimate, more exclusive, and more depth in information. So it's going to be very not generic how it is right now. It's going to be more like, okay, you're going to probably see me in the images for once. You're going to see me interact more and expand on them. And maybe I'll go from a daily topic or daily topics where I'm sure you guys see me post a shitload of stuff in one day and you're like, holy crap, that's a lot of stuff, to like one topic a week. And I'll expand daily on it and it'll build up so you get a more comprehensive understanding of what the conversation is at hand because I feel that's more intimate, and I think that's maybe what you guys might like. And I'll take the constructive criticism. I'm not gonna feel bad if you guys say, "Hey, you suck." No, this was no good. I'll take that and I'll improve. And ultimately, what I'm trying to get at is that yeah, if we can just help spread the word and just I'm gonna be changing things up for the better, I think. And I hope you guys like what I have to provide what I say, because that's what I'm here for. If it weren't for that, I would not be doing this anymore. I would not be posting stuff because what's the point? What's the point of doing it? So, thank you for your time.
I
Yes,
know. Thank you, brother.
yes, thank you so much. I want to say that you're awesome, and I just love what you bring. And I feel like that that you have an honesty about you. And, I just approach everything, with a certain amount of skepticism always because, so many people have an agenda, that they're trying to push. And I sense that you are just like us and, you have questions that you want answered. And so I just, I do want to encourage you, though, to record these um, spaces because I, for one, I missed a lot, even though I've been listening the whole time. It's just so much information. But I did want to touch on, there are a lot of things that aren't explained, like the dagger that was made out of meteorite, and then also touching on the giants. There are, stories about the giants, even in the Bible when they go to take the promised land and all that. And I'm not really getting into the whole religion of it. I'm just saying, like that was their history, and just like us, what we really want to do is, as human beings, we want to, be remembered for something, notable or whatever, or leave our mark. And I believe those civilizations are trying to speak to us in certain ways. And the last thing I wanted to say about the giants, like, aren't there a lot of pictures, like, even back, I guess it's the Anunnaki, they have pictures of, like, like they're giants and then smaller people. And even in Egypt, in the pictures or statues, there's like, giant people and then smaller people. And I don't believe that they're children. That's just a question that's been on my mind in the giant conversation. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for sharing, Lori. Oh, what's up, Randy? And then
Logan,
Bumble.
I just want to thank you for having this format and finding Third Eye and giving him this place for him to share all of his knowledge. Third Eye, I told you before, I will support you and I will have your back. Anybody attacks you, I know you spend a lot of time, and I do the same thing. I sit there and overthink myself, and you're doing great. You are doing a wonderful job. Spend your time with your knowledge and presenting yourself. You're doing wonderful. And anybody that bullies you, I've got your back, buddy. I'm not going to let anybody pick on you because splitting hairs, that's just a waste of energy. You spend your time sharing your knowledge, buddy. And because,
Appreciate it.
yeah.
Thank you.
I'm not going to let somebody sit there and waste your time and your energy defending, like, splitting hairs, because that's not a useful time of your energy or time, because you
Yeah, what
got
was
too
going
much other
on?
time.
Was someone
I
attacking
No,
him in the
appreciate
last
that.
Oh
space?
no, that's
no,
so
No,
two
no,
days
no,
ago.
no.
yeah,
He was
yeah, yeah.
giving he was
That was
giving
basically,
compliments.
yeah. I was giving you
Yeah.
compliments. Yeah.
Randy, I
So,
got a question for you.
yes, sir.
I see on your page you have a picture of a C5. Looks like to be a 2001 or 2002 Corvette. That's yours?
Or I bought that when my mom died, because she always told her, spend your money, enjoy it. And she always said someday.
I had the
So,
same one. I had a
oh, did you?
2002 coupe.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah. The same
yeah.
color, the same everything.
Oh,
Wow.
cool. Yeah. So I
Throwback.
bought. So she died and didn't enjoy her money. She always said someday. So she died, realized someday was yesterday and not tomorrow. So that's my someday.
Nice. Good for you. That's a
Yeah,
great
there,
car.
there you go.
I I love the C5 Vet. I had a C5 and I had a C6, and my favorite one was the C5. That model, that was a car that was way ahead of its time. Just a FYI, I'm a huge into cars, so
Yes.
I love cars. So don't. That's a
Yeah.
conversation that we can have for a separate
Yeah.
topic.
Yeah. I
But
just want you
I
to know I'm
just,
here to support you 100%.
hey,
Okay.
thank you. I appreciate that. I want to ask. I see that there's a Sana Faham in the chat. If you, I
Yeah.
thought you had your question. You had a hand up or something. Uh,
No. I've spoken before, but the space got shut down, and I just came back.
oh, okay, cool.
Yeah,
Um,
but I actually do have a question for you
sure.
guys. I wanted to ask: has anyone ever read the Zohar?
I have a question for you, Sana. Where are you from?
Yes, I'm Palestinian.
Palestinian? Oh, okay,
Yeah.
cool. Salam. Uh,
Salam.
Great, that's awesome. Anybody want to touch on that before I talk on that?
I guess
I
no one
don't.
has.
I don't know anything. But third eye, you want me to make you co-host? But I wasn't gonna because you said you're gonna pop in and out, but if you're gonna be hanging
Yeah, yeah,
around,
yeah.
yeah.
No, no, no. Keep me as is. I'll DM you privately when to make me calls because I'm probably gonna jump in and out in a couple minutes from now. So I'm sticking around for now. But I just want to get an interaction with everyone here. Nobody knows about what she's talking about, or Santa. Probably,
Yeah,
if you can, please.
yeah, I'm gonna explain. Yeah, I'm gonna actually, I'm so much into all this conversation and the topic and everything. And I'm someone who's actually, as a Palestinian, lived all over the world, as you can imagine, traveled a lot, been to many places, seen many cultures and civilizations and whatever. And in my lifetime, having been born and raised in Jerusalem, I don't live there right now. I came across many religions and many cultures and many civilizations uh, because of the land. And I studied many different religions, many different teachings, many different whatever you want to call it. One of them is the Zohar, which is the book of Abraham, and it's the old Torah. It's the scripts that were sent to Abraham, Prophet Abraham. And I don't know if you're aware, but Abraham was someone who knew quantum physics, he knew astrology, he was a scientist, he was a numerologist, a algebraist, and he knew the secrets of the universe. And the Zohar is actually the teachings, the scripts that were written, that were given to Abraham. Now, if you read the Zohar, I mean, and I've read the Torah, I've read the Bible, I've read the Quran, and learned all of them as I had to growing up in Jerusalem. The Zohar is mystic Torah, um, and it explains a lot of what's happening in the world and a lot about the universe. And I came to understand that, the way of life we live in the modern life now is just like we follow rules and laws and religions blindly. We don't question. All religions and all cultures and all civilizations have mysticism in them, which is what we have to decode. Like even letters have frequency. Any letter, the letter itself has a frequency and numerological value and a physical value, and it's a whole, like a huge subject to go into, which I won't now. But I wanted to say that, if you go into mysticism with any religion that you I don't know how to say the word now, I'm stuck, you follow or you practice, or uh, any spirituality, there are always answers to questions about the universe. Only when we learn to decode what is written and not take it literally. Like even the writings of the pharaohs, of the Anunnakis, of the first civilizations in the world, they all they were not just written haphazardly. They all had a sequence in the writing, a value to every letter, a meaning behind it, and a way to decode, so that we learn the secrets of the universe. Because if we take things as they are, or read things as they are, word by word, and explain it literally, then we will never understand what's happening or what is the secret of the universe. And yeah, I just wanted to share that and suggest that, if you can get a hold of the Zohar, which you will find in Kabbalah centers all over the world, it very much explains a lot. And I was actually surprised when I read it, because for me, it made me understand a lot about the world and the universe and everything else. And yeah, thank you for the opportunity, Ferda and Logan and everyone.
Thank you for that. That was fantastic. Well, well, well said.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
And very well said. I don't really know anything about the Zohar, but I'm always fascinated by the people in these rooms. Thanks for sharing your knowledge. What's up, Humble?
Hey, good. Good. How are you, Logan?
Oh, hey, I recognize your voice. It's I don't. You're the guy with the blonde hair, right?
Yeah. Well, used to be. Yeah. My name's Johnny. I just felt better changing my name so it wasn't right out there, you know. So, anyways, I'm kind of fascinated by the Atlantis civilization, and from the stories that I'm acquainted with, at one time it was said to have sunk into the sea, and then Third Eye was talking about how they were speculating that perhaps Egypt was Atlantis, and I'm okay with that because if it went into the sea at one point, and then you had a magnetic pole shift of any magnitude, I'm sure the violence experienced on the surface of the planet would be sufficient enough to have uh, propelled that civilization off the seafloor and into the present location where it is in Egypt, and kind of would explain the whole Sahara Desert thing. What used to be a fruitful plain is now covered in sand. So maybe the seafloor was just hurled up where Egypt is right now. So that's just the only point I wanted to make. Thanks.
Yeah, I think True Chuck Norris was saying earlier that like that page he found was like with like the recon structure was one that was at one time a colony of Atlantis, and then before that it was over in the Atlantic, probably where he's talking about like Randall Carlson says it is now, right? Like in the I forget what it's called. What's up, True Chuck Norris?
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, my voice is a little bit stugging. Yes, I talked about it, and Egypt was after the real Atlantis was that the how you say the ancestors were Atlantis, and the other colonies there was everything okay, and the cities was standing good, and the technology was okay. They get not the ancestors. Yes, no, no matter. You know what I mean. After Atlantis sunk, they was the real Atlantis then, and I want to say yes, we are evoluted, but from the higher and advanced technology and higher races to the ape. Yeah, it's the Darwinism, but a different way. We are not now the giants. They were all giants. All advanced races was higher and taller and bigger, like 4 meters, 5 meters, and now we came down to a meter and 80 normal size. And the Egyptian pharaohs, the first dynasties, was 4 meters, 3.5 meters, and we read everywhere. We read this about the Nephilim and didn't stops anywhere. But we don't know that that's our pre forefathers, and we can't imagine what technology they had. That's awesome. That's and I talk a little bit with third eye about that. Atlantis is everything like UFOs, like inner Earth or hollow Earth, Antarctica, Nephilim or giants. All everything is together connected, and we are all also connected. Everything have anything with to do. Everything is binded or bounded and connected. We are not imagine that how big that everything is, and how we get light from the government and from the science and everything. I want to just say, people, believe in your dreams. Everything what you have in the head is much more clear and sober. Don't believe in that what you read in some books, or and when everybody says, yeah, you're a conspiracist. Don't need this shit. Believe in your imagination. Everything what Tesla does starts in his head. He finished every little thing he finished in his head, and then he produced it with his hands. Imagination is our trick. Believe in you. Okay, guys?
Yeah, I think we understand you pretty fine. Like when you talk, sometimes you say like, "Do you understand?" Like I always understand exactly what you're talking about. You may like say "bind it" or stuff like that instead of bounds, but we know exactly what you're talking about. Just FYI, you in case you did. It's just a little positive affirmation there. So what's up, Cosmic? Cosmic Connection. What's up, buddy? You there? And True Chuck Norris. Were you still thinking about what you wanted to say about Tartary? Because I still wanted to hear more about that for sure.
Always like hearing about that. Sorry about the delay there. Um, Honestly, everything you just said there, Chuck, too, like spot on. As you unravel more, you just realize more and more is connected. Um, Something that I always try to elaborate to people is there's an old concept that space and the cosmos is relatively devoid. That's not the case. I think it's really a sea of interconnectedness, whether that be through different layers of energy or that conscious relationship. There's a practice you can do to realize how powerful this is if you close your eyes and imagine you're on the moon and look back at the earth. You visualizing that makes it a reality, and that doesn't take away from turning those thoughts into action in our real world, and that's kind of the power of it. But something else I would just like to leave with you, if anyone wants to also dive a little deeper into the relationship between some of the ancient Egyptian ways and the fact that the written word wasn't really practiced until they say, let's say, 5,000 years ago. That's irrelevant time wise, but at some point there was most likely just spoken word vibrational relationship. And when you see a lot of these things like hieroglyphs and everything else, John Anthony West describes it as a proportional relationship to sound and vibration. So when, again, no matter who is in that temple, will be able to experience the esoteric knowledge they're trying to portray. Not necessarily that that's a giant with a whip and a block or whatever can be interpreted from the hieroglyphs. And I think that goes to even religion and the written word of the Bible and the books. A lot of things to be spoken and heard has more value, like the vibration of it. You go into a chapel or into any of these ancient temples, a lot of curvatures in the walls, ways to amplify that sound. It's kind of creates that group harmonic. So I like to think of it in that way sometimes, as far as helping me to discern between my interpretation of what people are telling me versus what I feel.
Yeah, go ahead. I think John was next, right? What's up, John?
Hey guys, love this space as usual, killing it. But hey, I just wanted to make a couple comments on something I heard that I always think about, and the first one is I have always loved the idea that Atlantis was where Egypt is, and that it was destroyed. And when people always, they take that, Atlantis sunk so literally, like a ship sinking in the ocean, and I always have interpreted it to mean like, it's like, let's say a tsunami. So, if you take the Santorini volcano, the volcano that blew up and made a huge tsunami in the Mediterranean, wiped out the Minoans. If there was an ancient civilization where the pyramids and everything are today, and a massive tsunami wiped all that off and dragged it all back into the sea, the few things that would have remained would have been the pyramid, the Sphinx, things that people tend to believe are much, much older than they are. Could have been the very same thing that broke the head off the Sphinx. And so when we hear the word drowned or sunk, I always think of it as just like wiped clean. So, and then the next age of Egypt was built on the bones of the old Atlantis.
Yeah, what's the deal with that Atlantis anyway? Was that the previous civilization before us? It's true, Chuck Norris. What were you saying earlier when I came in that last space? Like you were saying, the Aryan race is the fifth race, right? And the one before that were those the Atlanteans, and were they giants too?
Yeah, the Atlanteans was a very advanced race, and they built all these colonies over the world, and all was connected. Everything was connected with crystals and with portals, and They looked all the same, like the usually hometown Atlantis with this circles around, and was much bigger as the colonies, but they looked very similar. Yeah, and this different races. They're talking in these 3 sheets what I had in the old German language and text and writings was in there was talked about the Hyperboreans. And I know from the Vedas, from our Serbian Vedas, it was very old, 40,000 years. Just a little, some numbers, yeah. 40,000 years. Then we have the Bosnian pyramids where they talked about 30,000 years. And when I go back to Hyperboreans, was on the North Pole. And we have multiple maps about this with this, with this Axis Mundi. I know you know that well. Axis Mundi is like the magnetic mountain what was at the North Pole, and I don't know how like that happened. That sunk also, and they know that before it happens, and they moved from the Hyperborea southwards to where they built in the Atlantic Ocean. They built in the Atlantis. They read about 3 Armageddons. The first Armageddon was about 880,000 years ago. The second Armageddon was about 100,000 years, and the third Armageddon was 13,000 years ago. That's Atlantis sank. So we have multiple collateral damages and big catastrophes. What happened on the Earth, and some was about wars and atomic bombs and very strong energy weapons. What the Atlantean had, they could melt cities in seconds from I don't know where, outer space or flying sources. I don't know. It's a little bit much for now, but I'm on a translation of this text, and I will show you that everything. But this Armageddons are very hard to understand, because we have so much different civilizations on Earth, or had, like the Phoenicians. The Phoenicians one was also an follower of the Atlantean civilization, like the Mongols,
The Babylons.
the Tatarians is also. I understand that Tatarians is Tar and Tara. That's the nephews from Dashbog. Dashbog is like Perun. Perun is like Thor and Odin, from the Viking civilization or Viking mythology. It's Thor and Odin is his father. That's in our language is Svarog and Perun, and that's 40,000 years old. It's a long time ago, but Hollywood makes a blockbuster from all them and make a funny movie, and everybody says, yeah, come on, it's not true. Yeah, it's true. It's true. That's Horus and Osiris. That's Zeus and Hercules. It's everywhere you have the same story. That's all the same across the timelines. That's fascinating. I'm researching that 10, 15 years ago, and I can see every similarity, because we are Serbian. We are we are in the history. We can't have our history, our own, but the Romans are nearly our neighbors. The ancient Greek are also our neighbors, and I see we are in the middle, and we gave everything, like the writings to the Greeks. We gave the calendar, the how you said it, the culture to the Romans, and we felt everywhere. We just live here, and the story starts by the Hyperboreans, what we knew, but the world is much older. That's the clue, and nobody want to talk about it, and nobody want to talk about adventure. What's in the center of Belgrade in Serbia? They found it 1907. I mean, and nobody talks about it. Very a few people talking about, but in the mainstream, you can't hear anything. Not even in Serbia. They're just hiding that. They are destructing that. What they found there. That's the cradle of civilization. Europe, of the newer Europe. The older Europe built the Tartarians. That's all the giants, the Nephilims. They built Tartaria. This old construction, like the capital cities in Washington, you see everywhere the same buildings, yeah, the same domes, the same churches. That's all built by these Tartarian giants, or how you want to call them, and nobody talks about it because we can't build these buildings. If we want to build it, we can't. We cannot do this. You see that our new buildings are skyscrapers and I don't like these buildings, but if you see that we can build this, rebuild this, even if you want, and that's the clue that the Tartarians are giants and higher advanced races with the levitation, what we can find in Tibet, Lhasa, we find in the bibliotext, in the yeah, they have so much books about the levitation, how to do, how many pipes, how many drums, how many trumpets, in which position you have to positioning that to lift up this heavy stones and to build these constructions. And that's the point I want to say. We have to imagine what we get hided from the technology, from the from the yeah
The elite.
from the elite, but we have so much books, and over the long time they fired every bibliotheques across the timelines, across the continents, everywhere. The Vatican has 50 kilometers bibliotheques with books, and we can't go there and read it. They're hiding everything of us, to us, and that's why we have to connect everybody, and everybody knows a little bit. And if we do that, like Third Eye started this with this group, with ancient history and Atlantis, and this everything comes together. Everybody looks some themes around, but the great thing is always history. Everybody has interest in history and aliens and flying saucers and UFOs and Antarctica, and we move step by step. We move forward. Yeah, we came to a point where they can't hide it from us, and I can only I prefer this Nos Confunden type. He has a channel on YouTube. It was very interesting. I don't know his connections, but he tells about the U.S. Army fighting on Antarctica with giants. That's not long time ago. That's in the newer time. That was he has so much videos, and he was in the ancestor. He says he flowed out of the ice wall, the summer gate, and he came to an ancestor city on an island where they have free energy. There's no cars, no trucks, no fabrics. They live in unity with the nature. They have wars, but I mean they have wars with our governments, what are hiding Antarctica and have the Antarctica contract where we can go free. Yeah, and that's the point. Why they are hiding that? Why they say Antarctica is a continent? Is not a continent. That's the ice wall around us, the circle around us. And what I see is not the only one of ice circles. I mean, we have more ice circles, and between the ice circles, we have another continents, new continents. Like I saw some maps. They show us there are Lemuria, there are Atlantis. Maybe we can travel there with across some portals. I don't know. We have found in Egypt and Iraq. We had stargates found in the 1920s years. And also I found 15 years ago. Yeah, exactly. 15 years ago, in 2007, I found the story about the Bosnia pyramids, and I found the story about the Bucegi Mountains in Romania. They opened in 2003. They found a portal and giant bones and giant skeletons in Romania there, buried in the sand or in they dig that, and they found a portal. And the first one who called this secret society in Romania, the secret service, was the Vatican, the Masonic highest, and the U.S. government. And they said, "Don't dig it, don't open it, just say nothing about that." And there was in the Romanian TV about the giants. There's a full episode. I don't know if I will give you that all, but it's in Romanian language. It's not understandable, but you can skip to this pictures from the digging the giant bones, and they are not one or two, there are many. And this portal was 30-meter high, and they found tables around high of 2 or 3 meters. They found monatomic gold in some like white powder. And there's the point where I came to the monoatomic gold. And I researched this, especially this monoatomic gold, and I came to them. They found it in Egypt. They found it in the Bible, and they called it manna. And I researched it, and I found it, and I bought it. I tested it, and I using that 8 years now. And I'm very proud to present you that I'm alive. I'm much smarter than I was, and I can only say, do that, buy it. It's safe. You will never remind that is bad. Uh, just benefits out of them, and I can say that what I learned in this time, I cannot imagine in my whole life before. In this 30 years or 40 years before, I can't imagine that I read this stuff, that I research this stuff. It's very crazy what I had in my life since I used that. And so much, I think it's a little bit too much, but thank you for listening.
No, thank you for sharing, brother. We'll go to Steve and then Michael after that. But yeah, thanks for all your knowledge to share. What's up, Steve?
Hey there, Logan. How you doing, mate?
What's up, Mike?
Yeah, mate. So, are you trying to tell me, Chuck, that you bought biscuit cakes? You want to talk about it?
Just a quick one, guys. I speak Romanian, so if you send me the link, I can translate it for you guys. But I don't know how to do subtitles. So if anyone knows, I can just do the text, and then you can, put it on if you like.
Thank you, Dylan. Did you hear that, Mr. True Chuck Norris? I believe that Dylan Saab is offering to translate Romanian.
No, Romania is not my mother language, but I'm nearly here in Serbia. I'm born in.
Oh no, I think that Dylan is offering to translate it for you.
Oh yeah, I can do it.
Oh, very good, very good. Dylan, go to DM and I will send you that, or I can hang it here. Wait a minute, I come back.
It's a connection.
Go ahead, Steve the Bunny.
Yeah, so True, you said you ate monatomic gold, mate? Like the shit they found in the temples in Egypt? You actually got it and ate
What's that stuff called? Muskis?
Muskif cakes.
Muskif?
Yeah, Muskif. But that's more well known as monatomic gold, which you did state. So, yeah. Like, I've never heard of anyone actually, getting the substance and eating it, though. Fascinating stuff.
Yeah, what does it do? What's it known for?
Well, it's supposed to, cure cancer and other things.
They had cancer back in ancient Egypt? I didn't know that.
I imagine, yeah. The cancer gets a problem, mate. But I'm just
cancer's getting around.
So I don't know, really. We have different problems. But, yeah.
Stuff life being a rabbit. What's up, Mike? Michael Padilla. ¿Qué pasó?
Hola, Hogan. I just wanted to see if this worked again before the next great snowstorm comes through. But appreciate you guys keeping it open. I've listened, even though I was listed as co-host, but now it seems to be working again. And I've enjoyed the great conversation and everybody's insight. And hey, we've got to meet some new people. And I saw where there was probably 150 or more listeners at one time. So that speaks to
that space was definitely jumping at one point. God, I couldn't keep up.
That speaks to the power of open-mindedness and the ability to share and people listen without arguing. And I know I can be argumentative, and I appreciate all of you being there for me and Rob during these trying times.
We still love you, Michael, argumentative or not.
Yeah, even
Hey, I
me.
gotta look at myself in the mirror every day, and I get better looking every day.
Look, I started to go into law, so you can imagine how argumentative I must be. My wife hates it. I love to protest.
That's a matter of perspective, Michael. Love you,
Yes,
Michael.
Randy?
Sorry, we're on the boat.
But I missed out on a lot of the archaeological discussion there, and but I did post a Palenque line up there. For those of you that aren't familiar, it's a line that runs through the Americas on a certain parallel that many ancient civilizations are seemingly built along the same area. And those of you that are into ufology or ancient aliens linked to ufology, it also follows a great line there of the petroglyphs throughout the Americas, down in the Inca lines, the petroglyphs in the Andes. It's fascinating, and I'm glad that we have so many people want to listen in and share their experiences and share their knowledge. It's a boost to me to learn more. Thank you. Thank you, Logan. Thank you, Casey. Thank you, Rob.
Anytime.
Can I tell you something that is really interesting?
Yes, please do. Go ahead.
Yeah, along with the ancient Egypt civilization, we had the Sumerians and the Babylonians and the Canaanites at the same time. And to this date, in Palestine, there is the descendants of the Sumerians. We call them Samriya, and they live in a village in Palestine, which is called Nablus. And these people have magical abilities, not magical, but like supernatural abilities. People in Palestine actually fear them, and they don't come close to them. You don't really interact with them. It's a whole tribe. But but they can foretell things. They know secrets that nobody else knows. They can look into the future and back in time, and they have very particular teachings and rituals that to an extent where ordinary people just like us in Palestine call them witches and magicians, and they think that they do black magic, which is not true. It's just because they are the descendants of this samurais, which is an ancient civilization, which was almost about the same time as the ancient Egypt civilization and the Babylonians and the Canaanites. I've come across them. I went and spoke to someone at one point in my life, and it was magical. It was actually he's kind of a leader of this tribe. He's kind of like a priest, or what we call sheikh in Arabic, and they actually follow Islam, but mystic Islam. They don't follow the regular teaching of Islam, and he actually astral traveled in front of me, which was like really mind blowing. It was very scary, but it was also life changing for me to have met a person like that. It's just unbelievable. I don't know how to explain it, but they do still exist to this day, and they know secrets that we don't, and they won't teach you these secrets. It just stays within them, within this community. It's not allowed to come out. Yeah. So quite actually funny that we talk about giants. These people are known to be tall in Palestine. They are much taller than the other Palestinian people. Just
Could they
wanted
be
to share.
associated with the jinn?
No, 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 they're not jinn. They're from, the samurai civilization, samurais, Sumerians. It's one of the ancient civilizations that was around the same time as the ancient Egyptian civilization and the Babylon. But they still these people are an extension of that civilization. They are like, I don't know how to say it in English, but they belong to that. They're like the great grandchildren of these first civilization, and they have been taught the secrets down, from the elders to the younger, to the younger, to the younger, but they will not share it with outside. With If you're not from the tribe, you cannot learn their secrets. And funny
And
enough, they are
it's an
taller, and they intermarry, and they don't really they will welcome you, but they will not welcome you into the tribe. You cannot integrate with them. And funny enough, they are taller than other Palestinians, and they live in an area, um, in which is a little bit of a mountainous. It's called Nablus, and it's like a remote area. Not anybody can have access to it, and it's just very interesting. Yeah, they're not jinn. They're not. They just know the secrets.
How do you spell Nablus?
Nablus is Nblus.
Cool. All right, what's up, True Chuck? Thanks for sharing, Santa.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I want to say samurai, like Japanese and Sumerian or samurai, is very very nearly how you speak in it, but the writing is different. But samurai means in Serbian, sam urai means alone to the heaven, to the God
It's
in
not
heaven.
samurai, it's the Sumerians.
Yeah, I know, but Sumerians, uh, what uh, what uh, what data we have with the Sumerians? Like 6,000 before Christi.
Yes, it was about the same time as Abraham.
Yeah, and Vincha near Belgrade, or here in Belgrade, Vincha, where we found like 7,000 before Christi, and they had this was a matriarchic tribe or civilization, and not patriarchic. There was no wars, there was no weapons, there was no enemies. They lived in harmony with everybody. Um, I don't know how, but this civilization is gone, or gone to war and patriotic system. What we know from the history, but in Winchell they had, for example, copper melting and metallurgic melting and working 1,000 years before the Sumerian had, and that's a good point to research. And I will be appreciated that the people in the world know that we have also an old culture and an old civilization, like the Sumerian, like the Egypts, like everywhere. Yeah, everybody has to tell his own story, his story. Yeah, and everything had we need to research, but this point with the Hyperboreans, Agartha, and the land with 1,000 names. There's a clip on YouTube, and I hang it on my on my profile is in English and is not long. You can concentrate 10, 15 minutes. The land with 1,000 names. There is talking about the Axis Mundi, the Hyperboreans, Agartha, Shambhala. Um, I can't remember all, but it's very interesting to see how nearly and how confused we are across these 1,000 names. Everybody talks about the same thing, but we don't know it. That's the crazy stuff. And yeah, it's very much for today. And then I literally woke up and I'm not concentrated a little. I was on the trip to listen to Third Eye, but he's gone. Sorry for that. I just share some information with you, and it's enough for today. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for sharing, buddy. That's a wealth of knowledge I don't usually get exposed to. I don't know much about Red Mercury and Tartary and all that kind of stuff. The giants. I want to hear more about it, though. What's up, Michael?
I was fascinated about why the things that Sanaa said about the villages there in Palestine and Israel, probably many other places in the Middle East are more of a family unit or four families together. And a lot of people that know the history of New Mexico know that there was a great migration of Spanish Jews that moved north to get away from the persecution that they were living through. And later, or during that time period, they converted to Catholicism to save their own lives. And there's very many places throughout New Mexico, very few left in Mexico, some in Colorado too, that it's family-oriented communities, small villages with everybody related to each other in one shape or form or another. And reaching into what she said about these fascinating people with mystical powers, there's people in the Spanish culture that are called brujas or brujos, witches, warlocks, or santarias that use a form of religious chant to do their magical things. Very powerful people these are. Not somebody to be dealt with lightly. If you're told that they're a bruja, somebody has identified them as a witch, and you shouldn't laugh it off. If you've been identified as someone that's capable of Santeria, you should know that that person is very powerful. And if they're asked for a favor and they do a favor, watch out, sparks will fly. Thanks, Logan.
Yeah, what is Santeria, Michael? I'm not sure what that is. That's like voodoo, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty similar, but using God in your favor rather than using the devil in your favor.
Hey, check it out. Sana, I was I don't know if you're familiar with ChatGPT, but I was asking the ChatGPT like who's Nablus, and it said I think Nablus is the right word to pronounce it. But anyway, it's a secret underground city located in a remote mountain area. It is inhabited by a group of advanced beings who possess advanced technology and knowledge. They have been living in this city for thousands of years, and they possess the ability to manipulate time and space. They have been living in isolation to protect their knowledge and technology from the rest of the world. They are also known to have a great interest in observing the human race and studying them. Like, I don't know if like the AI just completely made that up, but do you know if any of that's true?
Yes, I do actually. It's true. It's somehow true because Nablus has become a modern city right now. It's a war zone, actually. At the moment, it's it's very much into it's the West Bank. It's no more under Israeli authorities, but it's a war zone. It's not a place where anybody wants to be. The Sumerians, the descendants of the Sumerians, live in the mountains in Nablus. They don't integrate much with the society there. Like I said, they keep to themselves. They're very spiritual, and whatever you read is right. I can't tell you it's 100% right, because I've only been there once in my life, which was about 7 years ago. It was really, really fascinating for me to be there and meet with the one of the heads of the tribe and to talk to him. But yeah, they do exist. It's not like they're hiding, but they look into themselves. They're very spiritual. They keep a low profile. They're not into materialistic lifestyle. It's kind of like the old times. They're back to their roots, and yeah, yeah, it's very interesting. But right now, I mean, no one can get there because of the political situation, and um, and I guess it's not easy. I don't think they do keep secrets, but I don't think they are too much into technology like it says. I don't think so.
Yeah. What were you doing there 7 years ago? Was it a war zone back then? And
No, no, no. I'm actually Palestinian, so I'm used to the situation. But for a foreigner to go there, it's quite intimidating. It's very scary. But having grown up there, I'm kind of like in the system, so I'm used to it. And at that time, it wasn't that bad. Right now, it's bad. So I wouldn't advise anyone to go even close to Nablus or the West Bank at the moment.
what's up? What's up, Truchak? And yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Sana. Thanks for sharing.
Thank you. Thanks.
I want to just add it to my pre-speakers, Free Palestina. And I'm so sorry that you used to
Thank
this
you.
situation, to this war situation, so long time. I'm so sorry for that you have to live there in your own land and to, how you said, you are used to. That's terrible. That's terrible. I'm so sorry for you all.
Thank you so much, True Chuck Norris. I know I say I'm used to it. It's having grown up there, I always thought this was the norm. But once I left and I experienced life outside of Palestine, I now realize it isn't the norm and it isn't right, and no one should be subjected to this. But yeah, that's the situation. I'm blessed to be away for the time being, and I try to do as much as I can to help whatever I can. Thank you, Truth.
Yeah, thanks for sharing. Hey, Dave. Hey, do you know much about what we're talking about here? I've only heard you talk about like space and physics and stuff, but do you know much about ancient civilizations
And Red Mercury.
and misfits? Oh, he might not be there actually.
Yo, I'm here. What's up? I was on a Zoom call and listening in at the same time. I'm sorry.
No, I was asking like, what do you know about ancient civilizations and stuff? Because I know you know like a lot about science and like space and physics and stuff, but what about ancient history and civilizations and stuff? What do you know about that kind of thing? Like
Well, I
Red
mean,
Mercury and do you know anything about Red Mercury? I bet you don't.
Red Mercury, as in, no, expound on that, please.
No, I have no idea, bro. Maybe Steve can.
Yeah, it's a mercury found in like ancient tombs, sold on the black market, the $10 billion industry every year, the black market of antiquities. That like if you drink it, you hallucinate and all kinds of shit. But it's called red mercury.
So when they do a spectral analysis or they do a chemical analysis, what are they finding that it is?
It's mercury.
So it's literally mercury, but it has a.
Well, hold on. Let me be clear. If you look it up, I haven't like into the subject myself, but if you look it up, it says it's all bullshit. But if you read anything about it in the Middle East, it's 100% real. In the West, we call it all bullshit, but in the Middle East, it's 100% real. Like, no one denies its existence over there. Only over here, where I'm from, do we say it's bullshit. So I don't know.
So do we
It
think
does
that it's,
exist.
do we call it bullshit here because we've taken the time to, you know, debunk whatever sort
No.
of myths around it? Or are we just, is it a disinformation that's just primarily in our culture and other cultures are more open to it?
Yeah, as far as I can tell, no one's done any like deep dive on it in the West. Yeah.
It does exist in the Middle East, and it was found in the tombs of the pharaohs and the mummies.
So there was some claims that it was important in nuclear fission bombs, somehow involved with that. There was a black market. I'm just doing a quick scan on it. Nothing major, nothing deep. Yeah, I've heard the term red mercury before. I've heard it. I just don't. I've never dug into anything like that. I don't know its connection to any, you know, the history as far as ancient civilizations go. I've
What
never.
about monoatomic gold and eating that?
Monoatomic gold, so like a specific isotope of gold.
Yeah, I guess I don't really know much about that
No,
either.
monatomic gold would be a white powdery version of gold that the pharaohs and like the dynasty before, what we would call dynastic Egypt. So this would, like, they found it in an old tomb. They found these big jars full of this white powder, and they did a spectral analysis on it and found out it was gold. But like this like powder version of it has a lot to do with alchemy. But you're supposed to eat it. It cures like health ailments and all kinds of stuff. But yeah, if anybody else knows more about it, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Chuck Norris, if you know much about it. And hey, what's up, guys? Spring, it's a long time no see.
Hey yo, good to see you. Yeah, I'll let Chuck speak first, but yeah, I've not been here for a while, but yeah, thanks for having me, Logan. It's I know a bit about this, so I'll jump in after Chuck if you'd like to go.
I just want to say about red mercury. I'm researching this for a year, and I usually don't find any information about it. But the last time it comes all together, I found it on the website humanresonance.org. I think that I'm right. Humanresonance.org, and there was so much books about the old Indian knowledge, and that's about gold and cinnabar, like red mercury. This stuff together makes the flying saucers fly. And that's like the Vimanas or the Vimanas, what they wrote in the Vedas. It's that's the stuff what makes these things fly. And I don't know in the Middle East how you say it's present, but in the West and here in Europe it's nobody's talking about. They selling that like black market, and in the Middle East and Pakistan and India and I don't know where, but I know that this from the ancient civilizations. They had arm bracelets. Arm bracelets that was like a shield. Or I have here a video clipped above where they hold metal things there, and they melt it. They burns the metal in seconds. That brings water to boil in a second. And this egg, what I have this clip, this egg, we see that in the Sumerian wall paintings or hieroglyphs. We see that he had in his hand like this pineal gland, and everybody means that is that the third eye, what that symbolizes. But I think that is this ancient egg, what is the free energy, or I don't know really what it is, but I know that has something to do with free energy, with flying saucers, with high advanced technology. And it looks very easy, but the knowledge about and to explain that is very hard. I just want to show what we have, what I have found with my friends and colleagues, and that's very very hard to understand. But if we think about the lighthouses, what stands alone on any islands, yeah, to warn some ships for fog or something, these lighthouses has also mercury inside, and with a magnet you have free energy. That's like the copper, when you took a little bigger magnet together with copper, you have free energy rotating, and this free mercury also with magnetic fields does his own work. Yeah, that's crazy. That's so simple with alchemy, and monatomic gold is alchemy, but it's not that what we mean. That we make out of metal, or how you call it, this metal. You transform it in gold. No, you transform with monatomic gold. You transform your metal soul to a higher soul, to a clear mind, to open your soul. Yeah,
So,
chakras and.
okay, this is interesting. I've done a little bit more reading because monatomic gold. I mean, that's supposedly it's an orbitally rearranged monatomic element. So basically, you create a situation where the gold atoms are able to be around each other but not bond to each other. And the history is some guy, David Hudson, discovered it in his soil back in the day, and he had the soil tested because he found this white stuff in his soil, and apparently it contained gold, silver, aluminum, and iron. Those are all common elements found in the dirt. And then there's other versions of the tale that say that his sample contained platinum, rhodium, osmium, iridium, and ruthenium. And so, like, I'm not so sure. So regarding alchemy, I mean, we can perform alchemy. Alchemy is real. It's called a nuclear fission reaction or a fusion reaction. So you're literally changing the nucleus of an atom and you're creating a new element. That's what happens. What happens is you either you get a tremendous amount of energy if you split the atom into smaller nuclei, right? Because of the strong nuclear force and the energy that's released by splitting the protons and the neutrons. So alchemy is real in that sense. We call it nuclear weapons. But like magical stuff, I don't know anything about that.
That's only one part to alchemy, though.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can't, like, outside of magic, which I'm not saying there's no magic, man. I think the whole universe is magic, really, if you think about it. But with what we have now, I mean, the only way that you can separate these nuclei and create new elements, either lighter or heavier, is by creating a fuck ton of energy. And we have equations that prove this, and we have observations that prove those equations. So, like, that's all doable. Now, the monoatomic gold stuff, I mean, if I got to be totally honest with you guys, like, it's kind of interesting to look at. The history's kind of funky. But my take is this. There's been a bunch of companies who have latched on to some of the myths surrounding it, and they sell this shit to people who are willing to try it for whatever reason, making miraculous claims about its properties. Now, I don't work with monoatomic gold. I can't even confirm that monoatomic gold is a real thing, like literally, compositionally, through scientific measurement. It might be, but as far as I know, like, gold's it's what's considered a noble metal. I think that you'd have to work with some funky chemicals to get it to the state, or sorry, funky elements to get it to that state. And I wouldn't recommend touching or messing around with any of those kind of compounds.
It's not that hard. There's caustic ways, there's organic ways, and I've also found monoatomics, not just gold, but in nature through electrolysis in deserts over thousands of years. These cakes form, and it's a lot simpler than people make it out to be. And
but are they bonded? They're just single atoms. They're not bonded to anything. They're not oxidized. There's nothing going on there.
The dust is lighter than air particles, and they've done studies. It's really interesting.
It can't be lighter than air particles and be gold. It absolutely 100% can't
atoms.
be.
It's exactly
but each one of those atoms won't be buoyant. It won't lift. It will be denser.
They are buoyant.
They're heavier than the surrounding material.
They're not, because oxygen has more than one atom, right? So therefore it has more lift. It's gravitational. It's fine if you don't understand it. I would
No,
suggest
I do
studying it and
understand
working
it.
with the
We're
material.
talking about atomic mass and gravity, and so and buoyancy.
If
So
you've never worked with the material, then I would just
well,
go
I
work with
haven't
it.
worked with monoatomic gold because I'm not familiar with it. No, but I can tell you that a heavier element is
You could
not
have
going to lift.
monoatomic titanium. It doesn't matter. It's not just gold. It's monoatomic elements are present in nature. They've done studies with them. I would go look up the studies that they've done with this stuff because it's very interesting what they do. They've actually
They might be able to be suspended
Hey man, can
by
I
the
just talk
kinetic
for a second?
energy.
I don't have a lot of time. I'm just trying to explain some information because people
Go.
want to know about it, and you're
Go,
speculating.
chill,
It's
bro.
fine.
It's okay, man.
It is okay. So let me talk. Let me say something for a second, because you don't know what you're talking about. You know in theory, which is fine. That's cool. I'm just
I
going to give you
understand
some
physics and
information.
chemistry, bud. That's what I'm speaking from. I'm not.
Yeah, and your
I'm not
chemistry comes from
challenging.
alchemet.
I'm
It
not
comes from
challenging you.
alchemy. Just listen, man. Use your ears. It's all good. Like, I don't need to share the information if you don't want to hear it. But if you don't want to hear opposing viewpoints, then don't go onto a forum where there's people talking about different stuff that you might not know
kid.
about.
I'm not opposing you.
Great. So let's just go ahead, Infamous. Just share. Thanks, Dave, for sharing. Go ahead, Infamous.
Dave, your mortal age right now does not trump somebody's soul age. Just remember that. Have respect even to the youngest people because they might be your elders and your teachers in many lives. If you want to know information that you don't know about,
Dude, just explain what you got to explain. I'm listening.
No,
bro.
I don't have to. I'm willing to. But you're calling me a kid. That's demeaning the way that you say it. So have respect for yourself because you are everything, right? The universe is you.
I'm waiting.
I'm sure a lot of people are. Been speculating about something you don't know about for a minute.
I'm not speculating. I'm talking about. You told me that an oxygen atom is heavier.
Yeah, we don't want to argue. Let's just keep it cool, guys. We're not gonna. Let's just take a break for a second. Hey, guys, spring forward or whatever. How about you talk while these guys take a breather?
Hey, yo. Yeah, it kind of stepped off the point there, but I was going to talk about red mercury, but about the monoatomic gold. Back in the day, it was well known that the elders of the universe, angels, whatever you want to call them, extraterrestrials, they set up gold mines on Earth to actually siphon monoatomic gold, so they could actually have gold therapy, actually ingest the actual gold dust, and it actually prolonged their lives and made them live longer, apparently. But it's something that, even though if you do know it, we don't actually know the full spectrum of it. So it's it is good, and I do like people's point of view, but I don't like people arguing about things. But yeah, red mercury. I do know a little bit about red mercury. It's highly produced in Russia, apparently. There's quite a bit done in Russia. There's been four or five scientists who spoke to an actual guy who researched this. But what I do know about red mercury is hypothetically, it's formed in a reactor for like 20 years or something. This is just off the top of my head, but within 20 days, it's high enough. The yield enough is to the yield and the pressure and the temperature from it is actually strong enough to actually fuse tritium. Sorry, I think. I just have to have a think about this for 1 second. Sorry, one sec. It fused tritium and actually produced thermonuclear explosions. But that's what I do know about it. I do know that there was documents passed to the company Thor Chemical Company, which kind of is kind of coincidental that there was the Thor in America for a while, but they do a lot of biochemistry and so on and so forth, and deal a lot in this. But I'll do a bit of digging now because I'm sure I've got something in my OneDrive about it. But yeah, it's just glad to be here, good to be back, and nice to hear from a lot of people. A lot of people I've not known. I've had to take a step back for a while, so yeah, I'm just stepping back in. But thank you very much for letting me just pop on there and just taking away from the arguments. But yeah, peace to everybody. I hope everybody's doing well.
Yeah, it's good to hear from you, man. I miss hearing you play your music, but yeah, I was just reading. I just asked the GPT thing, like, what's monoatomic gold? It says it's a white powder gold, highly controversial substance that's not recognized as safe or effective by mainstream science. Although, who gives a shit about mainstream science?
Red
There
flag.
are there are claims that it can improve health and well-being, but there is no scientific evidence to support these claims. Eating it can be dangerous and harmful. But I don't know. Didn't we just hear the opposite? There are also rumors and conspiracy theories surrounding monoatomic gold, including that it's a form of alchemy that can turn lead into gold, and that it is a source of supernatural powers. These blah blah blah. Similarly, red mercury is a mythical substance that has been said to have various properties, such as being a powerful explosive, a fissionable material, or a potion for longevity. But there's no blah blah blah. It's not recognized as a real substance by mainstream science, although who gives a shit about that? Ba-da-da-da-da. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess it doesn't even offer much knowledge about that. But yeah, let's not debunk anybody publicly, because that could just be taken as like a form of like shaming. You know what I mean, brother? So we gotta kind of be careful with that kind of stuff, because people will take that personally. Like, keep that kind of stuff in the DMs. Yeah.
Are you talking to me, Logan?
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. Like, let's try not to
Well,
say
I mean,
like.
let's be honest and fair here. I was just giving my perspective on something, and somebody came in to tell me that I was wrong and that I don't know what I'm talking about. So, I mean, it goes both ways. I'm open to
Yeah,
listening to
they
all
do
this
that.
stuff. I'm fine with it. But I mean, come on, dude. People hunted the fucking rhino nearly or to extinction because they thought it was going to make their dick hard. You know, that's what
It
happens
doesn't.
when you
No
ignore
way.
mainstream science. And so, you know, come on, let's be real here. I'm not trying to shit on anybody. I was just saying that gold is not a lighter element than oxygen. It's not. That's it.
Yeah, the metallic version, but you don't know about the material, so you're speculating. I'm not telling you you're wrong, you just don't have all the information. And just because somebody has a counter view of what you see does not make it an argument. It means that somebody else has studied different stuff than you, and you're not allowing them to talk or speak. You're
Well,
talking over me.
I'm not challenging any of this. I'm trying to understand if you can help me understand how the chemical structure, the atomic structure of something like
There's no
monoatomic
chemical or
gold.
there's no chemical or structure to it because it's one atom.
Right. Okay. So that's
It's
why I
in the
corrected
name.
myself and said atomic structure. How it
Right.
could possibly be heavier than an oxygen atom. I'd love to hear it. If
No,
you can
lighter.
explain it to me. Or heavy, or lighter, like float because it's lighter.
Right.
Yes.
Because it has only one atom. Like I was going to explain some information that you can go debunk on your own if you want to, but they've done studies and they found out that monoatomic material, not just gold, because like I said, you can have monoatomic titanium, copper, whatever. All these elements are contained in your sea salt. You need 84 minerals in your sea salt to create electronic light, which is what the body lives off of. Do you know what telomeres are?
Okay. Yes, I do. Now listen, I think we're talking about two very different things. When you're
No,
discussing the
I'm just
weight, when
asking,
you're
do you know what
discussing atomic
telomeres are?
weight, when you're
So
discussing atomic weight, my friend, you're talking about something that's related to the mass of the particle. Okay. And when you're saying that something can float in the air, you're involving a whole lot of other variables. Something like a single atom can float in the air because of the kinetic energy of the oxygen molecules that are stabilizing it and holding it against the force of gravity. But it doesn't make the atom itself lighter than the surrounding material.
if you've played with the material, you may have a completely different quandary on your observation that might not be verified by your mainstream science because
Look,
they
a
haven't
piece of
studied it.
dust, dude, a piece of dust can be suspended in the air, but a piece of
Exactly.
dust is heavier than an oxygen atom.
Yeah, you know that they say that there's universes contained in that dust because it's a holographic fractal, and maybe that dust is also monoatomic because everything's breaking back down to elementary particles.
No,
Yeah, let
it
me
has to do with kinetic energy. It's fine. I'm done. I'm done.
yeah, let me just cut in real quick. So, monoatomic gold. I would just ask the chat again. So I know this got the chat's like part of the chat somehow, but monoatomic gold is lighter than air and has been used for thousands of years for levitation and anti-gravity purposes by ancient cultures and civilizations. It is said to be able to bend space-time and can be used for interstellar travel. It is also said that it is highly sought after by government and other powerful entities for these properties. I mean, I don't know how
Interstellar
true that
vehicle.
is.
What the fuck?
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know much about the chat and how like correct AI is, but that's what it says. So,
And I've never even used chat, whatever. So how did I know this? Because I've been studying this since 2010. So,
Michael
and
Padilla, did you have your hand up? Or sorry, Infamous, I didn't want to cut you off.
well, I just thought we wanted
I
to
was just I was
explain a
laughing
little
a little
bit.
bit
Hold on,
about the
Michael.
back
Hold
and forth.
on, Michael. Let me just let me go ahead and explain about it. Go ahead, Infamous.
Despite whatever anybody wants to know about or whatever, there's just some information about it that I could tell you that you could go and debunk or whatever if you want to, Dave or whoever else. That's fine. You don't have to believe
I
what
have no
people say.
interest in debunking this, dude.
Can
I'm
I just
over it.
talk, dude? Like, can I just explain something? Why do you have to like talk over me when I'm just trying to explain something that you guys wanted to know about? My title is not a self-titled thing. I didn't call myself a chemist. I've been doing this and studying this for many lifetimes. Now, if you don't believe that you can experience many lifetimes in this body and this consciousness, that's fine. I'm not here to tell you that you can or cannot do this thing. Now, for you to devalue because of my age what I've experienced in many lifetimes, that's your own ignorance. That's fine. I still love you. I hope that you figure out something beyond yourself and connect with the true source of reality, because all the information that you want to know is present. It's right in front of our faces. And we're not told this stuff because of the implications that it may bring to the human species and civilization. Okay. So when I was talking about telomeres, monoatomics help the telomeres. And when the telomeres on your genetic coding wear away, now your coding is exposed for your genetics. Now you start to age and you die. So if you can protect your telomeres, which we've been doing studies for a long time, which is why Chat GPI or whatever is telling you that governments are keeping this a secret from mainstream science so that human beings, regular people like you and I, will fight over the instance of what is fact and then disregard the fact that there's actually material and prana in the universe that can actually help us and create better abilities for replicating cells, health, wellness, rejuvenation, whatever you want to call it. So scientists have, I'm sure a lot of people in here are privy to the understanding of the slit experiment and that consciousness dictates whether things are a wave or a particle. If you don't, go back to the elementary of quantum mechanics and how all these things work. So the prima material of this monoatomic stuff is very interesting because scientists have figured out that on a spectrum of frequency, it's 5/9 in another dimension. It exists 5/9 in another reality from here, which shows that we exist in a superposition through multiple potential universes. So it's a very crazy thing that science isn't going to come out and tell you that this is fact because they themselves are still trying to work how they're able to use this for themselves to benefit before they give it to the common man to gain access to this ability of regenerating, to activate their Merkaba, their light bodies, all this stuff. A lot of people think that vehicles like UFOs, which we keep talking about, like, oh, are they UFOs? This has all been disclosed. Like, UFOs exist, and there's a bunch of different types. There's government saucers, and there's also non-physical UFOs that are other dimensional beings, maybe from the future, maybe from the past, who knows, because time isn't linear. So once you start interacting with this material, you're actually able to operate with your other senses that are non-physical. So we're talking about psychic abilities, all this other stuff. You're able to tap in because what are these metals? They're conductive to electricity, right? Well, what is energy and electricity? Isn't consciousness and your psyche another form of energy? So why would you not be able to use this material to tap into other things that are not seen by the physical sensations? If you want to know more, hit me up. I'll message you. I got tons of information. I don't have time though. I could go into lengthy detail. I could probably talk 10-hour seminar for like a week straight about the different implications that this may bring. I've been mining material, crystals, gems, monoatomics, naturally occurring. Yes, there's caustic methods. You can break it down using toxic, harsh chemicals that can destroy you. And those caustic methods are the methods of the monoatomics that would be detrimental to the human form. You need organic substrates. We're talking about the universe, your body, all interlinked. It's a holographic fractal. You need 84 minerals to create an electronic light. Your body doesn't run on carbon and food. It runs on crystalline consciousness. You need 84 electronic minerals in your sea salt to create electronic light, electrolytes, not Gatorade. Okay. So this is why they're giving you all this stuff in your food. They want to give you red 40. They want to give you some dye so you'll die. Okay. They don't want you to have longevity. So why would they tell you that this is the case? And why would the AI tell you that information if it's false? It's because there's been a lot of secrets for thousands of years and we're not privy to it because we are the muggles. We are on the base level. We're at the bottom of the pyramid holding all of them up. So why don't we start learning how to work together and listening to each other despite the credentials or the age that somebody has? Because a 5-year-old might have more insight about teleportation and quantum mechanics and computing with time travel than anybody who's 100 years old, because it comes from new fringe ideas in the peripheral of human consciousness to understand new forms of science that are yet to be developed in this lifetime. I bless you all. Realize that when somebody's viewpoints are different, it's not an argument. It's somebody that's willing to share their ideas. And if you don't agree, that's fine. Have a blessed day. One love.
Guy of Springthorpe, what's up?
Hey yo, I can't remember why I put my hand up now. It was covering oh, I've completely forgot.
Everything.
Yeah, it was covering everything. What I was gonna say is if anybody's never seen the film Roswell, hit me up. I'll sort you out. But it was covering the facts about consciousness and so forth. And I've been covering a lot recently about the movement with consciousness, but the actual people who were having electrodes put to their heads, not neural links, but electrodes to the motor function and the and I can't remember what the other side's called. But it's so like paraplegics, people who can't actually use their arms and so forth, are actually using very, very complex robotic arms. And I'm not sure if anyone's ever heard of Jan Schumerman, I think her name is. She worked with DARPA for a while in, I think, about 2013. And they got her to actually get her in, and she'd never piloted before, never flown anything. They got her on a flight simulator, and she actually, instead of thinking about controlling a joystick, she actually thought about actually being the plane and flying. And I tried to find a video of it just then, but they actually come back and said that considering that she's never actually piloted before, she actually maintained this F-35 on a flight sim very, very well. And that was in like 2013, 2014. So the strides that they've come on since then must be insane. But these things are already in place to actually not use a consciousness to actually reach out and speak telepathically, but to actually control complex machines using our motor function side of our brain is already out there and already in place. And I've literally lost the point of actually what I was going to talk about, but yeah, it's ancient civilization. Sorry. What I was researching is the because you were saying before about the red mercury. I'm pretty sure it's linked to the Carillions who are a small sector of Finnish people on the border of with Russia, I think it is, and these Karelians, they go back many years, and they have like practicing shamans and stuff. And in 1935, the Heinrich Himmler and the Annabe, they went there in 1935 and actually did a lot of research on them and try to get them to join. But a lot of these Karelians actually now live in Russia and are a part of Russia, and they speak like 5 languages. I'll post something at the top in a second because it's very interesting to talk about. But I've kind of lost the point on where everybody was at. It was monoatomic gold, and then it just went on a bit of a infamous. Yeah, I'm very interested in your in the chemistry side of things. I'd love to speak to you as well, mate, if on private in DMs. But yeah, I've got some really good, interesting things about ancient civilizations, which I'll pop at the top for you, so you can all have a gander. But yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks for sharing, brother. Good to hear from you. Yeah, infamous. Hey, are you down to do some of your? And now it's not probably not a great time, but you know how I love to hear you beatbox and whatnot. But yeah, maybe another time's the best for that. I don't know.
could
It's up
get
to
down
you.
with some beatboxing. I could throw down some sweet rhymes too. Let's get it going.
Oh yeah, like why don't you drop it?
Well, I don't have any beats.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
Beatbox, infamous. I
beatbox.
mean,
Infamous.
can you beatbox infamous? Just watch it so she can drop some lines.
Okay, maybe another time.
Yeah, I was hoping maybe if we just like let it enough like silence go by, maybe it push him into
Yeah,
talking or something.
I can sing. I can sing until somebody raises their hand.
But what you were saying about like living 5 nights into like another dimension, I found like super interesting
5
because we know that
nights.
like our physical reality is just like a small portion of what we see, right? I think, but I forget like how much of our reality is only like well, you know Dan, but or Dave, but like I think like what 35% of our universe will only it's not even that much. I think it's like less than that will ever be observable. And the rest of it's like dark energy and dark matter. But yeah, these other entities, I guess, live in those other states of consciousness or whatever. And yeah, I don't know much about that.
Yeah, we're not even sure. I mean, when it comes to what we can see in the universe and observe, the idea that there's something that we can't see, like this dark matter, comes from basically gravity not working properly. So we understand how gravity works, kind of, and because there's extra gravity that's needed to explain some of the motion of objects in space-time, the best working idea right now is that there must be more mass. And since we can't see that mass, we just label it as dark. And who knows if or when we'll ever figure out what that is.
Hey, dude, it says only 5% of the universe is made up of visible matter. Damn, only 5% is made up of visible matter that we can see.
Yeah, it's
That's
mostly
a lot of shit we don't know.
Yeah, there's matter energy, there's dark energy, and then the dark matter, which accounts for a large portion of it. Some theorize, well, never mind.
Go ahead, man. This is the place to drop like crazy theories.
I can jump on that if you'd like.
Go ahead.
Sorry,
Yeah.
But at Sandia Labs, they actually do have something called the Z machine, which actually creates artificial atmospheric conditions for different tests. And what they use with this Z machine is something called the Z petawatt laser, I believe it's called. Sorry, this all I say. It's all off the top of my head. The Z petawatt laser creates huge rhythmic slow pulses of high frequency lasers, which they can actually target stars with, basically. And this actually picks up like I say, they test it with the different atmospheres, but this is the thing that actually picks up. So when they're searching for different worlds and so forth, how they find out that these superworlds have oxygen on, so forth like that, and they're actually habitable, is due to this laser. And don't quote me on that. It might not be. Like I say, it's off the top of my head, but this laser is it's quite phenomenal. Like I say, the target stars, and they can figure out the actual what there's dark matter, and there's actually what they call voids, where there's just nothing there. But the thing is, it's like I say, it's constantly expanding and changing forever. So even if they find certain things, they're constantly moving, so it's very hard to put a dot on them. But that's something really, really interesting to work at, to actually look at, because these things at Sandia Labs, they've had for absolute years. Before, quite, I think it was about 1990 or something like that. They used to have an actual EMP machine there, which they tested, and until they got a computerized version, a virtual version of it, so they could create like simulations of it. They were running it and they closed it down. I think it was in 1990. And this is quite a decent explanation to actually why there was a lot of downed craft there. But with the gravity of like Earth and so forth, it's like people don't actually understand that the magnetic poles aren't actually where they say they are. They're kind of off tilt and just a little off the actual direct north and south pole, and not the actual like polar gravity areas. And this is in certain parts there is like more gravity or less gravity than like in the rest of the world. It's quite a bizarre thing, to be honest, but it's something that it's something that they don't actually really talk about. And like I say, these Z machines, petawatt machines, even stuff like the hydrogen fuel cell. If you've heard of the hydrogen fuel cell, you probably know what it does. But at the current state, they're actually saying there's like an energy crisis and stuff. But they've already got this machine there that can produce like clean, free energy, costs a quarter of what petrol and gas costs, and they've already got it in use. So the things that they have in use, and it's even like the stuff like space fence. We never see any of this data. They tell us certain things, but the specific data that we should be able to see, that the stuff that NORAD has, the stuff that Lockheed has, we're just left in the dark about all this, and it's just sheer speculation. And the people that actually work at these places, they don't speak up, they don't come out. So I say until they do, it's kind of just hypothetical guessing, really. It's like all our lives, it's constantly changing. They come up with one theory, then they change that theory, then they change that theory, and it's just going to carry on like that until we're actually given this forbidden knowledge and opened up a bit. It's something pretty mad, to be honest. But sorry, I'm just blabbing on with myself, aren't I? Sorry, dude. Sorry. But yeah, I appreciate everyone. Like I say, there's a lot of new people in here that I've never seen. I've been away for like 2 months, so very nice to meet you all, and thank.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, I thought I did that. I was trying to hit emojis.
Same.
Oh no! But
He
perfect
says,
timing. I was just thinking, like,
okay.
where's Third Eye Seeks, and here he is. What's up, brother?
Third
Hey, I'm back.
Hey, Third Eye, do you know much about what we're talking about here? Like, did you hear any of the conversation?
No, I didn't hear it at all. Talk to me. What are we talking about?
So we're talking about monoatomic gold and red mercury for some reason. I know that's not the title of the room, but that's just kind of where it went. I just kind of wanted to touch on it lightly because people were sharing it. So, but anyways, we're kind of talking about it a little bit now. Maybe not. But what do you know anything about those two things?
So you're talking about red mercury?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really want to get into the science of it. It's kind of just the generalities of it, maybe. But I guess we kind of know that now. But I mean, what's your take on it? Do you think those things are like myths, or do you think that they're like real things?
Well, there's some evidence that points to it being something legit. I think there's some plausibility to it. I don't discredit it. Don't know a whole lot about that one, Red Mercury in specific, but it's not without the realm of possibility. I've heard crazier things that, like, for example, Bob Lazar, when he talked about 11151, and 25 years later, it's proven right. So I think there's something to it.
Has anybody seen the videos of it reacting with things?
No, share with me, though. I want to see this.
There's videos at the top. I don't think you shared that, but I think Chuck Norris earlier shared it. Yeah.
There's some really weird stuff coming out of the Middle East and Africa, like not just Red Mercury, but also, maybe it's fake, but very strange artifacts that have strange, what they would say, like electromagnetic effects and different things on base elements like water, sand, different stuff. They think that maybe there's mercury inside these artifacts too, or they're not quite sure, but they've been digging up these like weird kind of like egg shaped artifacts and very strange things coming out. And then this is probably new stuff, but it's probably not new to them out there. There's probably been a ton of different artifacts that have strange, unmeasurable abilities that maybe it's all fake, but maybe it's just a lot of this stuff has been hidden, but now we have the internet. So now a regular person that's digging on these sites can take a video before they're taken away, you know? So I think there's a lot to be researched. I think we need to rework the physics and understanding of science and how we measure things, because there are things that are immeasurable. So how do we like validate something that's real but is hard for us to, you know, dictate or validate in a physical setting, that these occurrences happen. Red mercury is very strange, though. It's a strange material.
Oh, True Chuck Norris came back. What's up, brother?
I'm still here. I'm just listening to all the people, and it's very insane what they talk. Infamous, thank you for your better English. I'm very bad in English, and it's very rusty. But I want to say on Telegram is a channel with how calls it Red Mercury Supplies. You can check out these videos. They made some experiments, and I don't know. There's a few videos, short videos, shortcuts about how that reacted to garlic, to gold, to what was it? Yeah, to the mirror. It's like vampire stuff. You can see it in the mirror. It took gold to him, and garlic off. It's like the vampire, you know. Garlic, mirror, red fluid. And if you do that on a dish with a fish, and you can see in the mirror, you can see the skeleton of the fish, not the true fish, the whole fish with meat and everything. You see only the skeleton, and that's that's mind blowing. On Telegram is Red Mercury Suppliers. Thank you.
Yeah, man, I'll look into that, Logan. Let's get on Telegram and get some of that Red Mercury flowing, dog.
You know, actually, in the Middle East, people take it. They believe in it, and I at one point I heard a rumor. I'm not sure of it. Like I said, a rumor that the Sheikh of Saudi Arabia was the first person to get it and take it, because apparently it elongates your life. You live longer, and yeah, I don't know how true that is, or if it makes you live longer.
I mean, Chuck Norris feels great. He said he's sorry, I'm just laughing at something as someone saying to me in chat, or I was saying to somebody. But no, Chuck Norris said he like lived a lot longer, right? Don't you feel like a lot smarter, Chuck?
He's like literally monatomic gold is what Saint Germain uses to. It's literally the Philosopher's Stone. Like, so he's eating the Philosopher's Stone every day. It's what I heard.
In the Middle East, people are taking it and they're paying a lot of money for it.
Yeah, in fact, if you watch the video where the dude from France says he's Saint Germain and he does turn that piece of lead into gold, he puts white powder on it, and that would be monoatomic gold. Not saying that's real or whatever, but monoatomic gold would essentially be the Philosopher's Stone.
Shane, you are close and correct. The Philosopher's Stone is what happens to human consciousness. There being the monoatomic elements are a critical ingredient to elevate one's consciousness. And a lot of the stories from these ancient times, like creating lead to gold, maybe there's a physical component, but what they're talking about is lead consciousness to the level of gold consciousness is just like they use allegories and stuff in these ways to hide the secrets in plain sight. And the Bible and a lot of other religious books are actually comedic texts talking about these ways in parables to enlighten the soul. And so you are right in a component that it's the Philosopher's Stone itself is the self, though. It's the energy in the heart, the energy in the heart. And the glands, the 7 major glands in the body operate on these monoatomic elements. So like the heart chakra, heart energy, heart center, the physical heart runs on gold. I've used colloidal platinum to help people with like pink eye and stuff. I've been snorting gold for a long time, like since 2010. And
Hell yeah.
little background into that. I was not told by any human physical person. I was shown a spirit walked through the door. I was completely sober as a kid, and this Native American I thought was like a spirit guide or something. Would you know? I was meditating. He walked in like a physical form. I could like see him with my visible eyes. It wasn't like, a person walking in, but it was like a shape of a human. And I could tell he was this elder Native American. And he started telling me all these secrets about the universe. So I later researched a lot of what he was saying, this random apparition. And I had been painting this native motif because I'm an artist as well. I've been painting this character in my paintings all through junior high and high school. And then come to find out before I make my trek, which I thought I was going to South America, I ended up in Central America. And right before I went to do that trip down there and lived in Central America for like a year, my mom got DNA paper back right before I left and was like, "Oh, you're related to like this great great grandfather who's full blood native." And I don't look native at all. And I also look very different from my parents. I've got like blonde hair, blue eyes, but my mom, my sister, and my dad all have brown eyes and brown hair. So it's just very interesting. All these things confirmed that makes me sound like a crazy person. But then I've also actually physically helped heal people from ailments, whether that's real or not, who cares? It doesn't matter. If you want to go help yourself to some, colloidal silver, colloidal platinum to help heal yourself, there's not much detriment that could happen from using colloidal silver. And it's been known for very, very long. It's even used in medical practices. It's not anything new under the sun. It's just the way that we've been indoctrinated and going about understanding the vibration, the vibratory, like the spectrum of vibrations. Everything is vibration. So therefore healing has a vibration, just like disease. And they've figured out that, at certain hertz, you can destroy cancer cells. But are they going to
Correct.
tell you that? Probably not.
Yeah, correct. This is a very, in layman's terms, we use modalities every day. Easy examples, the ultrasound machine, which can help assist in curing or alleviating pain such as arthritis, for example. So this is definitely true. Frequencies, also the building of the megalithic structures, in regards to the ley lines and the longitudes and latitudes that are on planet Earth. There is something to that, a magnetic resonance, if you will. There's several anomalies, but frequencies definitely are a very intricate part of understanding civilization as a whole in various aspects, not just building, but medical and some other really interesting stuff.
Bro, I gotta get some of those like lines of gold and those philosopher's stones. I don't know if you can smoke those, but man, you got blonde hair, blue eyes, man. This whole time I've thought you were Puerto Rican. That's fucking shocking to me. With the whole beatboxing and rapping thing, that is wow. That's kind of mind blowing to me. But
I'm gonna get philosopher stoned as soon as I get home.
I heard that, but I heard that like our physicality has this like natural defense to positive and negative frequencies due to like the copper minerals like in our blood, and like just the lack of copper we've like got now. It's got uh, some like damaging effects to like our body because like we've lost like a little bit of brain capacity and like nervous system function due like to the loss of it because of I guess depletion of it from like radiation. Our body's like adapted to use iron instead of copper. I mean, I don't know how true that stuff is, but does anyone know about that kind of thing?
What was the last part? I didn't catch the last part of what you said.
Yeah, so like our blood systems have adapted to iron because of copper depletion due to radiation. So like
Hey,
usually,
Third Eye, how much
yeah.
gold do you snort every day?
I don't store any, but I like, was it Sana who mentioned in the chat, if you've been to the Middle East, gold is frequently consumed on different aspects.
Yeah, see, that's what I was saying. Like, we look at it like all crazy over here in the West, but if you go to the Middle East, it's like red mercury's common knowledge that it's real, and it's like paranormal and crazy, and people snort mono or monatomic gold, but you get the Western science on it, it's all bullshit. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's a very common
Goldschlager.
thing. It's a very common thing. You'll see a lot of posts, especially on Instagram, of like people eating ice cream with gold and other delicacies or whatever, if you will. So it's I'm not
Chocolate
surprised at
as
all.
well.
Which one?
Chocolate and like meals
Correct.
have gold. Yeah.
Correct. Some other things that are very that are common in the Middle Eastern culture, especially in the Persian culture, is eating of saffron. Saffron has used as a condiment in the foods. You get a lot of other stuff that um, are in correlation with this, So it's very interesting, the Eastern practices and customs that are not so common in the West. I agree with that statement.
And quickly, disclaimer, I'm not saying that anybody should go out and eat metallic gold.
Yeah, no, that's definitely not good.
Oh, it's really
Gold powder.
No, hold on. I totally agree. Like, yeah, we're not talking about eating like going and getting a fucking bar of gold and shaving off a chunk of it and eating it. It's all been processed into like an edible form. I mean, that's like 2,000 degrees Celsius, I think, for monatomic gold or something like that. But yeah, do not fucking go eat one of your mom's gold rings or some shit. Like, for the love of God, we're not talking about crushing up a ring of gold and sorting that powder.
We used to put gold flakes in cocktails. One of the bars I ran, it was just regular gold. People just
Holy
shit out
shit.
gold poop.
Yeah, that's true. If it's small enough, you can do that. Yeah,
You
totally agree
guys,
with
I
that, though.
consumed gold one time. There was this one
Yeah.
time that I consumed
Oh.
gold, and I just like did shot after shot, and it made me so sick.
Yeah, so in your body, you're going to be
Shot after
Yeah,
shot
it
will
was
do that.
Goldschlager.
Yeah,
Yeah.
in your body, you're going to be breaking down, like it's going to be oxidizing in your body. So if you know
Yeah.
about oxidization, oxidization is what's killing human beings. It's like
Is
the
Goldschlager
aging process.
oxidized?
Well, so gold, eating any metallic mineral is going to oxidize in your the acidity of your stomach. And
Mhm.
also, you don't have to heat up monoatomics to 2,000 degrees because you can go out and naturally find them. And like I was saying, it's in your sea salt, so
Well,
there
it
you
just
can.
floats around in the liquor.
Right.
Like it's
So that's
flakes.
still metallic gold, and you don't want to be eating metallic gold, no matter if it's flaked or like a bar of gold. Like saying that we're gonna go eat a bar of gold, that's extreme. But people like plate stuff with gold, like steak, ice cream, whatever. That's not healthy either because it might be flakes. But we're talking about monoatomic gold or monoatomic elements, and this is completely not the same thing at all. This is why the chemist was having a hard time with like what we were talking about with the monatomic gold, because it's like, how can you have gold be one atom? And it is very strange because it's like it's not gold anymore. Like, we're not talking about the fact that this is gold that you're eating orbitally rearranged monoatomic elements. That's why they call it ormus. And we're talking about monatomic titaniums, cobalt, zincs, every mineral under the sun. You need all 84 because our body, like the earth, it's a hologram. It's a holographic fractal. So you need all the elements in your body. But if you take a heavy metal, it's going to be toxic. So you need a monoatomic version of this stuff. It's contained within plants and sea salt. Like, to get monoatomic gold organically, you can eat a lot of yams and almonds. They're really good for your body, and they contain inside of them monoatomic gold. Just a little side note.
Well said.
Also,
We call them trace elements.
There you go, trace elements, whatever you want to call it. It's the same thing.
yeah, also in the Middle East.
So with monoatomic gold that comes in like a bottle, like somebody's selling it, is going to cure you or whatever. What do they bind it to?
No, it's just the orbitally rearranged element. It's so fine. It like looks maybe like white powder, like a sand, and it's so fine though. It's like finer than flour, like baking flour, and it cakes together. It had like if you have really actually good monoatomic, it's like this weird dust. And I don't think if you melted it, it would turn back in because it's been formulated into this orbitally rearranged material. So it's not like an ore that you can just melt back into silver or gold ingots. It's not like that anymore. It's now taken on a new form, like mana is one name that they've been calling it for many years, because also like algae and sea salt, like
Yeah, it
these all
also
contain.
conducts electricity, which they use in the Ark of the Covenant. Which, if you follow Timothy Hogan, he says they have 6 Arks of the Covenant and that the mana was in there and used the Aaron's rod to ground it. I'm just saying that's what the lore says, Ghost. I don't know. But yeah, it also conducts electricity. You can eat it, and it like does well for your body. All kinds of shit.
Yeah, so I actually mine this material also. If you go to certain deserts, that's why it's so prevalent in like Egypt and the Middle East and stuff, because it naturally occurs in certain desert type areas when you have see a lot of the stuff that I've gotten from is from like conifers and pinyon pine, but also juniper trees. So it's extracting basically the charge that's keeping these creatures alive, these plants, these trees, these, because we're all filled with this stuff. Like you can't be alive right now with like without iron in your blood, and you also have magnetite crystals in your brain. Like you have metallic minerals in your body right now. That's what's keeping you alive. It's about getting a substance of it, a version that is bioavailable. And so there's also monoatomic or ORMUS, orbitally rearranged monoatomic elements, that it's like a fine flour, like I was stating before. But the best form, the highest synthesis, is where they take this material and they recrystallize it. So you're actually getting a pure monoatomic crystal. And now that is electronic light that's ingestible. And when it touches your tongue, it dissolves right away. It's instantaneously absorbed into the body. Whereas like the cake, the powder, it's a fine powder. It doesn't really dissolve into your water or your mouth. It feels like you're eating sand, or like it's a finer grain, but it's like there's a substance to it. But the high level ORMUS that you're talking about, alchemists actually creating for longevity, which, disclosure again, nobody, especially alchemists, aren't going to tell you that this stuff's going to cure everything or anything. If anything, it's going to help realign your body's natural functions for your body to allow itself to heal. This is the huge difference in understanding of these things, is that we're not claiming that these heal your ailments. It's healing the body. We're going to the source. And that's why people like Dr. Sebi and all these different Vedic people that have been studying astrology, but not just in terms of like the stars, like there's a relationship with minerals and plants and foods. And this is where Vedic sciences and Vedic cooking is so vast, because they can look at your ailments, they can see what your energy is as a human and what ails you, and they can figure out precisely the types of minerals and plants that you will need to cure addictions even. You can do physical, like hard ailments, like actual physical body pain, cancers, dis-ease in the body, which 98.9% of most dis-ease in the body comes from a lack of osmosis in the cells. They're not replicating. That's what cancer is. They're not talking together. They're not communicating. So this is 2 parts. It's the water, the osmosis, and the minerals inside the center of the cell that have the coding to replicate new genetic material. So basically, by staying hydrated and mineralized, you can not only have a vital life, you can live very long and healthy, but you can also reverse things that we consider as ailments in the human body.
But also in India, and ancient medicine, and up to date, a lot of doctors actually do heal you with metal only. They don't use any chemicals or, you know, in natural healing,
Right.
and they actually it actually works. It does work. I know a doctor in India who heals with metal only, and he's healed cancer patients without using
Yeah, so
any
in the
modern.
East, they consider metal as one of the primary elements in their five elemental
Yeah,
system. And Vedic and Chinese traditions have been doing this for so long that they have the best documentation of what minerals and other things do for the body, like iridiology. They can read your iris or your palmistry, your hand, and they can tell a lot about you. There's even people in our government, they can look at your face and they can read your face. They can tell what type of person you are, what you've been through. These are all ancient Vedic studies that have been kind of shrugged off by the West, but they're still used by high up official governments because they are effective down to like 90+%, 99%. And that's a vast claim. But so just really quick to go into it, that they can see your energy and all this stuff, and sometimes the cure all for what ails you could be a very strange, like some things could call for crushed coral or pearl or sapphire or garnet, but then also paired with, like, for me, my body type, fennel seeds help me whenever I have like cravings for things that are detrimental to my body. If I eat a little bit of fennel seed, boom, I feel great again. It's because there's a deficiency and an imbalance of minerals and different things, phytochemicals, endorphins in the body that are going to be recorrected by these minerals and plants. And that's why this stuff is so influential, because it doesn't take anything from a chemistry set to do it. You just need natural occurring plants and medicines and minerals. And that stuff takes out so many of all these different convenient jobs that we have in the West, that without these pharmaceutical companies and stuff, like, there'd be a lot of people out of jobs, but money is basically the root to it all. So, I mean, if you have ailments, definitely don't discard Western medicine, because if you need a surgery, right? But at the same time, preventative medicine from the East, always look into that first and take it with a grain of sand or salt or whatever, because if you don't believe in it, that's fine. But you should still look into ways to help your body before you get super sick, because you might need a surgery. Like, this is an inconvenient truth, but somebody that I know, they had a lung problem and they were going to do an experimental surgery that actually ended up making them not able to live. Like, they should have not taken that. They should have gone a different route at first, because now after this surgery, they were going to have to live on basically ventilations and stuff. So they chose, and he was not even 70. He chose to die because he didn't want to live his life now having to be connected to all this stuff, when he could have maybe looked into an Eastern philosophy, Eastern medicine, and been maybe preventatively cured before needing a surgery that's now experimental and costed his life. And now he's gone. This happened just a couple months ago. So there's causes like this all the time. And the thing about our Western system is they don't get clients to cure to be good. They get you to be just propped up enough to keep coming back, and you're a good customer until you die, and then move on to the next people. It's so blatant in our faces nowadays in this world. And that's why I wasn't able to talk about this stuff 10 years ago. I was telling a bunch of people I was considered crazy. I was demonized out here in the West, and a lot of bad things happened to me. And I was, lots of stuff is out there. And if you talk too loud and you're explaining to the people that have no clue about it. Now, in here, this chat, you guys are already on the fringe, so it's a little easier to explain this type of information. And maybe it's like, yeah, this guy's a little strange. But I just want you to do your own research and not just what other people say. Go out to the deserts, acquire some of this material, play with it, look at it before you ingest it, observe it, feel it, see, talk to your higher guides, your other selves. You've lived many lives. This is not your first rodeo. I'm sure most of us have been around different solar systems, different planetary structures, different lifetimes. We know this in our gut. We know this we have three brains: the gut, the heart, and the brain. We know in our being when something feels good and feels right. So go do your own research. Don't just listen to somebody or go online and type into Google some information that is just regurgitated from scientists that may or may not have ever even touched the physical substance. But if you look into government data on what they're doing with this material, that's going to really open your eyes to it, because even if we're not talking about longevity, they're studying this material for other quantum capabilities. That is vast. That is That is insane. And when people were like, oh, but do these crystals and minerals really do anything for you? Well, remember that you're made of them. And also your technology heavily relies on gold and silver components, gold and copper components, whatever. And silicon holds information, just like water. So, I mean, everything's a crystal structure. Just bless up and just stay wise and watch your back. And remember that everybody is an ally, and that, you know, we're all here to help each other, because one day we're going to die anyways. So you might as well live righteously and live in the light and strive to teach the truth, because there's truth in falsalities, but the truth, the all-encompassing truth, will always prevail, because there is only truth. Even in the false demonic realms of darkness and whatever, there's still truth there, because these dualities and polarities exist to create the oneness of reality. I hope you have a blessed life, a blessed day or night, wherever you're at.
Thank you. Let's go
Stay
ahead
true
and
to
get to
yourself.
some hands. Guy, I think you're next.
Hey, yo, just wanted to touch on the gold subject. I really like that like speech. Then it was very very good. And with gold, it's completely right. It's there's two main metals that are being mined and used for certain different applications these days, and it's basically gold and lithium. Lithium is being used for, as you know, a lot of things. Medicine, it's been used for medicine for years, batteries, so forth. But gold, they have started using it for a different amount of things. The catalytic properties in gold do have a massive reducing effect on emissions and pollutants from water and so forth. In the ancient astronaut theory, I think it was the Igigi or the Anuki. Anuki, they tried to mine it from the seas and the oceans and the water, but it wasn't enough. But with gold, as he said about ingesting it and so forth, it can be. A lot of people eat the gold foil that's like on the ice creams and so forth, but gold can be pressed like so thin that it can become transparent, and it's used as like a reflector for electromagnetic radiation and radio waves and heat, and so forth. So ingesting it could actually build up that certain or like emphasize those things inside your body, the electromagnetic electromagnetic creation from your brain and so forth. But it is being used in like loads of implants and so forth. And I do know that the it's not the atomical. Sorry, it's so many long words. I think it's nanoparticles that they are using in a new spate of cancer treatment. But like I say, gold and lithium, they are the two things that, gold especially, you can show anybody gold from anywhere in the world, even in the remotest places, and they will know what it is. They will already have an idea of it. So it's such a widespread thing across the world. It's that it must have a certain purpose to more than just divine jewelry and all this. There must be a bigger part for it to play in the universe. So that's my 2 cents. So thank you very much. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, no worries,
Thanks,
brother.
Guy.
You know who Michael Tellinger is? He's like the South African dude. He's saying that even today, like the Anunnaki are mining gold in Africa, right? And that's just wild. But yeah, you know who was next, Casey? I'm not sure if Paul Norman hasn't spoke once. So
Yeah,
how
Paul
about you,
Norman,
Paul?
and then either Sana or True Chuck Norris.
Cool.
Cool. Hi, everybody. Hey, I just wanted to speak a little bit on about the metals and whatnot, like mystical metals and whatnot. Like silver, hasn't it been used for years to like, you can use it to disinfect wounds and stuff? Like they have Silvadine solutions and stuff that actually have real silver built into it that actually is for like antimicrobial use. So I mean, there is actual FDA approved evidence, I think, that metals are more than just something you find in the dirt, but I'm not for certain on that. I've been out of the field for a minute. So I just wanted to bring that up. But I used to remember using Silvadene cream for burn victims. So I don't know if that's still used today though. So that's all I wanted to add. So nice seeing y'all.
Thanks, Paul. Santa or Chuck Norris, you guys want to duke it out, or?
I was just actually agreeing with, I don't know who it was who was talking about the metals. I think he's gone.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I think he infamous. Oh, I forgot the second.
yes.
Infamous.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
gone.
infamous.
I was going to suggest to him to introduce him to the doctor I know in India who heals people with metal only and nothing else. Thank
Maybe
you.
he'll come back in. Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah. Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Chuck Norris.
Yeah, I wanna say only I came to the monatomic gold and across these Buchegi Mountains, and about the mercury, I found it in Everanon. The lost history of the flat Earth. Sounds crazy, but it's not about the flat Earth. It's just a soul experience to watch these 7 parts. I put it above in the cloud. You can watch it on a TV evening, even with friends, with family. It's very very nice to watch that. But what I say, one part shows about the mystic description about the Bible and Christianity, whereas in the Bible. Written about Christophorus. Christophorus, like a giant who brings Jesus as a small child over the river. And here is this described or explained how Mercury could be that in this part. I don't know which one of these 7 parts it was. I think 4 or 5 Mercury, and how Mercury also builds civilizations, and Tartaria. All is mixed in these 7 parts, and nobody knows who is ever running. But I want to say we in Serbia, we have 600 fortresses and 600 cities, and so much frescoes and monasteries, where you can find on the frescoes you can find UFOs. And if you look that longer, you can everything connect together what we're talking about. That's sounds so crazy, but I'm proud to see that all with my eyes, and I can connect at this. And literally, my English is too bad to explain everything how it have to be. And Infamous said so much he spoke for me. Thank you, Infamous, if you listen that. This 600 fortresses in Serbia with these monasteries, with these frescoes. You can everything see in mystic Bible and mystic Christianity. Everything is to find there, but to explain him, you need how you have to think about it, and to find your own points where you can search or research in the internet or in books. Everything is to find there. There's so much to tell, so much to explain, but we have talked very good themes today at evening, and I'm proud to meet you all. It's a nice space. Thank you all.
Thank you. Yeah, I was super thrilled to see Third Eye start a space and then gather up all of these other spaces, users from others, like other groups, and to combine the groups. That was just amazing to me. So when I saw our space, ours, with all of these new faces, it was like mind blowing. Super great. This has been a great space day. Anybody else want to come up and say some words? Shane, would you like to speak your truth?
Oh, my bad. I was reading comments on somebody's on Mick West Twitter account because they're hilarious.
Come on, boy, speak your truth.
All right, I'm speaking my truth right now.
Was he telling us how the kids in Zimbabwe seen Muppets?
Pretty much. They were obviously Muppets from the Muppet movie. The filming the Muppet movie film was going to take place in Zimbabwe, but it didn't go through. It was going to be a fucking classic too.
I read that. An instant classic.
Instant classic. It would have been like Muppets in New York, but Muppets in Zimbabwe.
They take Manhattan, right? In that movie.
That's right. Muppet Treasure Island is the best of all the Muppet films. I'm speaking my truth right now.
No, Muppets in Space is the best. So
Yeah,
Christina Gomez. Christina Gomez says she's had bad experiences with Twitter Spaces. I've never seen her in one before. I don't know which one she was. I wonder who she was part of with that she had a bad experience. But yeah, she. I guess that's why we never see her in any, because she had a bad one, I guess.
Will you tell Christina Gomez? We'll make sure she doesn't have a bad experience in this space.
Exactly.
So.
I'm dying to know what the bad experience was now. Like,
we have to ask her on Wednesday maybe. But I mean, she said, yeah, if you have any questions, go ahead and send them to her, I guess.
oh well, I'm not dying that hard.
No. But yeah, what were we talking about?
Gold.
Red Mercury.
Gold in them hills. I think gold is like the most valuable substance in the universe, isn't it? Like the gold in our atmosphere isn't that like part of what keeps like our atmosphere healthy and like help like block radiation and sunlight and shit like that. I wish D-Day was here at this moment because that would really help. But yeah, I don't know enough about all that. That's part of what I think that the Anunnaki, like part of why they came here is because they lost like all the gold in their atmosphere, supposedly, and they needed some of our gold to kind of fix their planet. But maybe that's where they went.
Wonder what? Well, how would you lose it?
I don't really know how that all works out.
I could see taking it and manufacturing it into things, but I don't know how you would lose it or consume it. I guess destroy it.
Well, yeah. I mean, if it's like the most valuable substance, then I guess people just use it up, eating it probably, doing lines of it and smoking it or whatever
but
they
then
do there.
you would excrete it. It doesn't stay inside. I mean, otherwise we would just turn into solid gold. So it goes back into the environment. Guy?
But does it go back into like the environment in the same way in which you consumed it?
Well, no, it comes out changed, obviously. It's now in the form of like excrement or poop.
I don't know why we're talking about poop all of a sudden, but I'm here for it.
It's on my mind,
Yeah, so I think your body probably absorbs like the good parts of the gold and like gets rid of the red. Probably like always comes out all stuff that you don't want to put into the atmosphere, maybe.
Like the byproducts of the gold. Okay, it sounds like we've talked enough nonsense. Now there's some hands up. Guy? Or Paul?
Yeah, I'll just do it. Mine's a quick one. Going back to the Anunnaki and the gold siphoning. Somebody said before that we were like more iron based. They had the gold mining people before humans were. I think they were called the Agigi, and they were half human and half animal. And they rebelled against the Anunnaki, but and then humans were created, and like you say, we're more iron based than anybody else. But the Anunnaki apparently they used the gold to actually repair their atmosphere. I believe on the Iron Planet. I can't remember if this is right, but they came from Nibiru, to Planet X, apparently, and it's the 1 million year orbit or something like that. And when it gets closer into this orbit, it loses the atmosphere, and they had to replenish their atmosphere with gold because that was apparently what's in the atmosphere. I'll do a bit of checking and get back to you about that to make sure it is right, or there is specific links of data on it from numerous people, but that's what I remember reading. But yeah, thank you. Jump onto Paul, man.
Thanks, Guy. Lori Beth, I'm trying to get you up, but we're having some permissions issues, so just sit tight. Go ahead, Paul.
Oh, hey, I was thinking about, yeah, if you eat gold, I think we do absorb it like iron. I think we could. I mean, we use it in different parts. I mean, it is, really, really, really useful. But I don't know if there's actually like a gold oxidase, because like gold never tarnishes. So I don't know if there's actually any kind of end product. You can melt gold, in acid and change it that way. But so I imagine if you eat it, it probably changes into some sort of oxidase. But I'm not real for certain about the other stuff. That's really interesting, though, Logan. That was cool, man. Or I think that was Logan who was talking about that. Good job, dude.
Yeah, or maybe stomach acid, or if you eat it. But then I think Infamous was suggesting that he's inhaled it nasally.
That's right. Sometimes you gotta inhale stuff nasally to speak your truth. It gives you the courage you need.
So, when you do these lines of gold, sir, what does it give you the courage to do?
Who's doing lines of gold? I love gold. Is it like Gold Member or something? We got Mike Myers in the audience here.
Oh man, somebody
That's
came here
hilarious.
and said they're doing lines of monatomic gold. They buy off Telegram. It was a fascinating conversation. Essentially,
I would not suggest putting gold up your nose. It gets stuck, I promise.
Well, I mean, I've heard otherwise, Paul. I've heard that it gives you superpowers now. I don't know. Don't knock it till you tried it, boy. Do your research. Speak your truth.
Gold boogers.
Yeah, please don't snort gold, though. I'm just joking.
Whoever recommended Goldschlager before, I do recommend Goldschlager. It is a lovely drink, but who's got the money to snort gold, Joe?
Yeah, like literally monatomic gold would essentially. He's not in here, right? So he's not going to go off on me about it being a metaphysical thing. But like monatomic gold would essentially be like the fucking powdered form of the Philosopher's Stone. So if you're snorting,
wait a minute. I thought the Philosopher's Stones were mushrooms, dude.
No, according to alchemy, it's a form of like of gold.
Well, maybe a golden mushroom, like a golden teacher, maybe. Psilocybe cubensis. I don't know, man.
Well,
but it makes more sense than that.
Well, yeah, but they found in Egypt and other places, and also like with the manna from the Ark of the Covenant would be essentially monatomic gold. So they found the temples in Egypt where like they processed this white cake powder into cakes and they ate it. So it is something that did exist.
It sounds like mycelium to me, bro. Mycelium. That's what white powder is.
But when they found the powder, it contained actual gold.
Well, maybe if you grew mushrooms on gold, I'm sure they would absorb some of it.
That does
eat
sound
everything, dude.
I'm not disagreeing. Yeah. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Joe.
fuck you, Jenny.
Go ahead, True.
Sorry. Yeah, speak your truth. It's true, Chuck Norris?
Yeah, I don't know who said this, but the philosopher's bread is the mushroom. There's a good book of John Allegro. He wrote the book The Magic Mushroom and the Holy Cross, and it's in between mushrooms and DMT, and how it is came also across the whole Christianity in connection with Jesus. And it's true what he said, but it's different to the monatomic gold. That's a different kind of traveling, yeah, of soul traveling. But monatomic gold gives you different options to understand many of all these secrets and mystics. And DMT is a natural thing what we also have in our bodies, but we are produced not so much to to even feel that presently. If you take this mushrooms and have your soul experience with soul ghosts or mushroom ghosts, it's a different experience. But it's true what he said. It's the philosophers. The government says it's a drug, but the old civilizations took them all. The writers, the philosophers, all took these mushrooms to see what they can't see without. But monatomic gold is different. It's very different and have many benefits. And DMT, if you overdose it, is not good. Like ayahuasca, we are not that people who take this every week, so you can't say this is enough, this is too much. Be careful with that, but it's true what he said. Okay, thank you.
I wanted
Hey,
to hear more about gold member. You know much about gold member, Shane?
oh no, not really, man. I think Beyonce's in that one.
That was Goldberger.
Hey, do you
Oh
guys have
yeah.
a second? I don't mean to interject. I just want to share something that I just posted. If you guys want to take a look and see how everything that I talked about earlier is achievable through technology that's not so advanced, I have a video that demonstrates how you can cut through stone using frequencies and melting techniques and abrasion techniques. This is physics, very simple physics. I just shared it in the chat. I think you guys should take a look. I'm going to be posting another 2 videos in a couple of minutes, so I'm going to get off the chat. But if you want to see something remarkable and you want to see actual physics being done, this is exactly how they're able to achieve what they did, and this is exactly what you see on site when you go to these structures. Yeah, take a look at in the chat and enjoy it because I'm getting a kick out of it. I've shared this before, but not many people have looked at it. But take a look at it, share it. This video is going to show you exactly induce vibrations, abrasive techniques, and also melting. So enjoy it. Hope you guys like the video. It's mind blowing. I've seen this 40 times already, and I still can't believe what I'm watching. So I urge you to take a look at it and let me know what you think. Thank you.
Yeah, I take a look at it too and to enjoy it, please.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Yeah. I'll retweet it, Logan. Let's get to Guy, but Logan, did you bring up Michael Tellinger?
I sure did.
Dude, I love Michael Tellinger, man, but he's in on these fucking mud fossil shit, dude, and I don't know, man. I don't know about the mud
What's
fossils.
that? What are mud fossils?
Mud fossils would be like if you found and this is Michael Tellinger's exact, this is what he says. Like he found like a rock on the ground, like mud that hardened, and he's like, this is obviously the heart of a giant, and this is like his liver, and like it's like rocks that are shaped a specific way, and he's saying that they're like parts of these giants that fell into like instead of fossilizing like how we imagine like dinosaur bones to fossilize, it becomes like a mud fossil, so like a soft tissue fossil. That's what I think it is, and he's all in on it right now, man. Like he's all in on the mud fossils. My bad, Guy.
Yeah, guys.
Yeah. Sorry,
up?
go on. I was just gonna say I've got to take my dog out in a second, so I'll drop down to a listener for a bit. But yeah, with the touching on the gold, someone touched on the mushrooms and DMT. I've got to say they are good for opening the eyes, but for prolonged use to actually clear your chakras and so forth, they're not really recommended. The idea is to actually clear your body of all of anything that can actually block the receptors and block the natural flow of chemistry from your brains, because the brains are constantly evolving, and it actually produces, like they say, electromagnetic fields, gamma rays, radio waves, and when the electric when we in our bones we have something called microtubes, which they think hold actual memories, and these memories come out when the electrical impulses travel up the axon and actually do not connect to like nerve or tissue, and then they reach out into basically space time and connect to the nearest thing that is actually resonating at that frequency. But a really good thing that I have looked on recently is people are talking about gold to actually heal you and so forth. Is something called bell therapy, and the resonance of certain bells actually resonate at the sound of certain organs and lower than the actual human spectrum. And if you check it out, like I say, bell therapy, it's supposedly really good and practiced quite a lot. Yeah, but with the, like I said, just before I drop down to listener, with the touching on the Jesus and so forth, apparently Moses, where he found the Ten Commandments, is it grows the most hallucinogenic mushrooms in the world on that mountain where he found the Ten Commandments. And if you're going to survive in the desert for 40 days, you pretty much are going to eat the top of a cactus, to be honest, for the water. And I think most cactuses are very hallucinogenic. And yeah, anyway, I'll drop down to listener for a bit. And thank you very much for letting me have the floor. I really appreciate it. And it's good to speak to you all and good to listen to some good conversation again. Thank you very much, dudes.
Thanks for coming, brother. Hey, Rob Wood, did you want to go ahead and ask that question?
No,
And do
no, don't drop down. Please don't drop down.
Oh no, I'll be back. I've just got to take my dog out. You see,
Okay,
so
come back.
I'll let the space in, but I'm going to stay on. So don't
Okay,
worry.
cool. I need you to drop that information somewhere so I can look at it.
I loved everything True Chuck Norris had to say, and that's kind of like my theory, that it all, pulls together some kind of way. But it's just such a lengthy history, that it's like if you're explaining something that you did, you don't go into every detail. You're just going to, basically go over it. And there has been cataclysms. We have evidence of that. The odds just, here lately, there's been near misses of pieces of, space asteroids or whatever that almost miss us. And I don't know if I definitely believe that we were seeded at some point, or genetically interfere. They have that tree of life, and where they're showing, in the Anunnaki panels or whatever, and where they're showing the solar system, and it's like almost like they're letting us know that they genetically, and who knows, because we were talking about giants, and then they found out they're finding recently there's like little hobbit size humanoid creatures, so maybe that was part of the splicing all that time ago. Who knows? We don't know. I think when we find out, it's we're going to be fascinated. I think the truth is going to be stranger than fiction. Y'all already know my truth, that we've lived many lives. And there's definitely something to that monatomic gold. You got to remember, Moses lived in Pharaoh's house. He was brought up in Pharaoh's house. He was found in the bulrushes. I mean, that's his story. And so, it's all interconnected. And that's all I wanted to add. And I'm going to go out and come back in. So you got plenty of room for other speakers. But I just want to thank everybody. It's been a fantastic space.
Thank you, Lord Beth, for speaking your truth. Homo
Thanks,
floriensis.
Lori Beth.
Homo floriensis is the hobbit humans.
Homo habilis is the older one. What's
That's right.
CV? Much love. What's up?
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Good to be here. I'm really interested in ancient history and the migratory paths of the people and DNA and genealogy. So I dropped a whole bunch of my little things behind the bubble in case anybody wants to look. Plus that, looking at all of your stuff too. The red Mercury stuff is pretty interesting to me. I like that little video there. I'm interested in ancient languages as far as deciphering them. I know somebody that's really good at that because they have one of those kind of memories. So they have all kinds of languages in their mind already. So if we find something, I like that Finkel guy too, because he deciphered that one thing. He's one of my favorite scientists. And funny, um, I think that giants were here. I have all kinds of information in my DNA and in my genealogy work. So that's what I'm doing. I just threw it in there to contribute to your pile of information. Um, the monatomic gold thing, I've looked at that to a certain extent, but for some reason I'm not drawn to it yet. As you know, I think there's more to it than just that for some reason. And I have my thinking on the Anunnaki, and the little people, because there are hobbit uh, things, ancient artifacts in places where they lived, actually in Ireland and up in that area on those islands. And I think they traveled together, the tall people and the short people. I keep getting this thing that they traveled together across the land and came over into Mexico because they ended up there. And there's a place in Mexico where they've been finding all kinds of artifacts that have to do with, and I put one of those pieces in the bubble too. The artifact that they found of like an ancient alien on that was inscribed on this piece of jewelry, I think that they might have used to hang around their neck. But the fascinating part about it is he's holding an apparatus that's actually looks at electronical. So I'm looking at these kind of things too, as far as in the hieroglyphs and the pieces of artifacts, that there are things like this that are drawn on. And that came from Mexico, a place in Mexico. So my migration path has taken me through up to Mexico, but I still don't have a connection between Mexico and the Americas. I know that my people didn't cross the Bering Strait. They came across the oceans and traveled that way through Africa and South America and then up through Mexico. And I believe the giants and the little people came together somehow. They were partners. Because back in the Tuatha De Danann day, they did have a, a relationship with each other. And it was pretty magical. So, and I have that DNA in my thing, in my DNA. I also found some Asian DNA in there recently, because because when they find these people, eventually they do the DNA work and then they connect the DNA and we find out more about my DNA. But there's still some in there that they haven't been able to analyze yet. And I'm thinking maybe that's the Denisovan part, because I do have Neanderthal DNA, and a lot of us do. But I think the Denisovan part is the one they haven't connected to yet in my DNA. So I know that on the planet, we have had the cataclysms that have befallen it, but we do have ancient technology to look at that tells us that we did have that technology back then. We don't have it today, not exactly like that, or we could be, or maybe it's hidden and we do have it, but we haven't been able to have access to it because the powers that be that steal all the damn giant uh, skeletons and hide them somewhere, maybe they have all that technology hidden, or people can
At the
people connected to
Smithsonian.
them. So I think that, and then there's this other new species that they found supposedly also, and those are little people too. Those might be the real little people that we're talking about. Anyway, it's fascinating how I think actually back in those days where we had high technology, it could be that we're seeing a repeat of that today with the new mRNA, synthetic mRNA that actually zips up in the genome and replicates itself. The only problem they have with that right now is they haven't found the shutoff to it, because they can't stop it replicating inside the human body. So we need a remedy to do that. But I think that they're trying to change us again. And I really do think that the WEF guys that talk about having the connection to our higher source, we don't need God anymore and that kind of stuff, they just want us to be slaves, just like they did back then. Their goal is still the same. But I think we should beat them this time. I think humans ought to band together and keep our DNA like it is and tell them to go FOND. Okay, that's my. Sorry about that, but that's how I.
FOND. Yes.
What does that mean?
Fuck off and die.
Yep.
Oh, I love
Yep.
it.
It
Okay.
sure is. It sure is. Thank you,
FOND.
CB. FOND.
Does
Is
that
it
say
Viv?
Vive?
Vive? Vive?
Vivi A. Vive A. Yeah.
Yes. Can you hear me, please?
Yes. How do you
Yeah.
like to be addressed?
No, Vivek. Sorry, I have a sore throat, and forgive me uh, for my slurry voice. Okay? Is it okay? Hello?
Yes, you're perfectly good. Go for it.
Yes. Since it's cold, slurry voice, and sore throat issue, I appreciate everybody on this space. I respect with due hearts and due comments. Uh, you can stop me uh, if you dislike any of my comments. It was nice point. I just want to raise a point about we are talk. You all people are talking about silver mines and gold mines, diamond mines being looted, and about space. Fine, that is okay. That is a very good thing, great thing to explore, basically. But at the same time, are we not ruining our Mother Earth? That is my question. Sorry, it's off the tangent. Please kindly forgive me. And one thing, in Ayurveda, in Indian history, uh, you can read Ayurveda where silver is bhasma. Bhasma matlab, what do you call it? It's made powder and gold, and it was so many years back, 2000 to 3000 years back. It was feeded as a medicine on specific diseases, not everything.
One more time,
And
please. What was that last?
Specific
sorry,
diseases.
Oh, okay. Thank
specific
you.
diseases and specific proportion, not uh, 1 mg or 1 uh, and that was multiple. You can check with Ayurveda, the Ayurvedic medicine system of India. That's what I want to say. So we are just looting our minerals. Gold is used for rocket science also. Gold foil.
Yes,
Gold,
for foils
right,
and for heat shielding.
right, 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 ma'am. Right, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thanks so much. So gold is a so-called noble metal. It has its own characteristics. It doesn't get corroded. The pure gold doesn't get corroded. Silver can get. Gold is always a
Tarnished.
gold. Yes, that's what. I hope I I can share more. But can you discuss more on this point? The mineral extracting and diminishing our this thing, and we are trying to. Of course, we need to explore more things, and the Almighty is Almighty. That's what I believe in. At least me.
Vivek.
You
Is
may
it
believe
Vivek?
me, you may believe me, or you can be an atheist. I do with due respect to everybody with due respect, with due respect. That is okay, and just science can be a factor. No issues. But finally, we have to live here, then we can explore. If we diminish ourselves within ourselves, how can we explore? That is my question. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all. Thank you very much. So kind of you. I
Thank
respect you
you
all.
for your contribution. I think that we're just brainstorming like different ideas. I don't even think that we've dove into the actual acquiring, topics on acquiring the gold or mining it or removing it in any way. I think that so far it's just been hypotheticals and
Did her mic cut out for anybody else or just me?
Nope, she gone.
Is cut off.
Nope, she back.
Is she?
Yeah, it went out. That's okay.
I just want to say,
Yeah, she was speaking good shit
let me
though.
say one thing to this person that is speaking English very well. Thank you very much. Vivek 303, thank you very much for your contributions. I really do appreciate you for what you said about the gold and being used in the space operations, because it might be in that factor also that they were seeking the gold. So thank you very much for pointing that out, and please come back and talk to us again. And I hope that I can understand you as in the future as well as I did today. Your voice is important. Big hugs and much love. Thank you.
Hell yeah,
thank
man.
you, CB. Absolutely. You did great job. Thanks for your contribution. And please come up anytime.
Yeah, so does anybody else have any experience with monatomic gold, Miskiff cakes, red mercury, anything like that? I think we did it, Logan. I think we finally talked enough about it.
All right, should we go ahead and move on then? What should
Yeah,
we move
let's
on
move
to?
on to Raelian cult and whoever
All right.
who's in there.
All right, so I started up my own cult. I just want to say that first and foremost. Anyone can join, almost anybody. And it's called the Fearless Monkey League, FML for short. And yeah, just go ahead and let me know you want to be a part of it. I'll send you out a cult, what do they call it, like name tag. So yeah.
Shoes are not allowed
t-shirts?
though. You have to earn the right to wear shoes because monkeys don't normally wear shoes. So the higher members of the cult do wear flip flops, but Logan, he gets to wear like full on Jordans.
Where will there be t-shirts?
It depends.
Monkeys don't wear shirts either, though. You got to be higher up in the cult to earn that right, man.
I'm only interested in cults with matching t-shirts. Sorry.
Well, the leadership has matching robes.
I'd like to thank the host
Gold
Okay,
robes.
well then
during
I'm
this
going to be
break, and
leadership or I'm nothing.
I'd like to thank all the hosts during this break in entertainment, the ones that are now on, and also the ones that are not currently hosting, but that do keep this space going on a regular basis. UFO Shane. Let me see who else is in the room. I don't Tiftastic. I think Astral maybe has hosted before. If I missed you or anybody, I'm
That's more of an
sorry,
inside
but
joke.
y'all do a fantastic job. You all are always so entertaining, and I love y'all. I did want to say one more thing about the goal before, since I'm on here anyway. David Childress had this guy. He was anyway. They have these things that they believe in these statues that may depict gods, that they may be like rods that are finding gold or something, or extracting gold or something like that. It was on one of the ancient alien things, I believe. So I just wanted to mention that. But mostly I just wanted to thank you guys for the fantastic job you do.
Oh no, thank you. I didn't see the last
Just
couple.
last request, if I can make. Can you please make?
So sorry about that. You just go ahead and put your hand up, brother. That'd be great. We don't want to talk over each other because that's can be perceived as rude per perhaps, maybe.
I'm
So,
sorry.
yeah, we can just go ahead and put our hands up. That'd be great. But yeah, did anyone see like the past couple Ancient Aliens episodes? I definitely haven't seen the past couple, at least. What's up, Rob?
Nothing. Paul's wanting to talk.
Uh, um, my just humble request to you all people, all the nice, wonderful people, and my friends. I will call you if you don't mind it. Uh, that if you can
Yeah,
raise
please.
a space, of course. Sorry, if you can raise a space on the mining and extraction and the slavery and the system of diamond mining in Africa and the
I
looting of
think these
minerals
spaces
by
are just
Chinese.
for
Next
finding out
time, maybe
information
next
about
time,
UFOs.
maybe next time, maybe next time.
I'm confident that you can find places to talk about that, though.
I guess maybe next time. I don't know. What's up, Paul?
Oh, I was just gonna ask what channel the new Ancient Aliens is on because I can't find that damn show. Is Giorgio still around? Too close?
Yeah, he's
Actually,
still on there.
that was the old one. I was watching like marathons when I was in the hospital, and that's
Oh
when I
yeah, I
had.
love them ones with old Giorgio in them, man. That dude is a hoot.
Yeah, they had all of them on, and it was like around about like July, end of July, something
What
like that.
channel was it on? Like
What?
Like,
history?
On History Channel, man.
yeah, I think it was on the history, and it had like the Coliseum on at the same
So
time too. Like,
do I have to get like History Plus or something to stream that, or how do I stream that? Because I don't have cable.
Yeah, you
I
got
All
don't
right,
either.
buddy.
I was in the hospital, so I don't have cable either. But like, I think maybe YouTube might. Maybe you could pull it up on YouTube.
Oh,
Maybe.
Hey
yeah,
Google, where do I
probably.
find Ancient Aliens current season?
But
I don't
yeah, they have
know.
some good stuff. I've seen so much fantastic stuff on that. But it's just like this. Like it's just I come up and I
Maybe like
got
a
so many
Roku.
things to say, but then I forget. I get all tongue tied and stuff like that. I'm shy.
Well, thank you so much for sharing, Laura Beth. It's always nice to see you.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Beth, for speaking your truth. All right.
Yeah.
The new
You're
season of
welcome.
Ancient Aliens is garbage, just FYI.
Well, that's a bummer, dude.
It's all
Yeah.
round tables, man. They sit in a room and they're like going over past episodes. I shit you not.
Oh, that's kind of boring then. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
So which episode should I be watching? Because the one I watched was from like 2012, and it was super
Season
interesting.
1 to season 14 are all primo, and then after that it just goes. Whoop.
Well, where do I find them at, man? How come I can't find these damn things? Are they
There's
being hidden? Are they ghosted?
no, it's not Pluto
YouTube has a lot of
TV.
the older episodes.
I should look for you and see if I can find it.
Hey
Okay.
guys,
Thanks, Laura Beth.
I just posted one behind the
Uh huh.
bubble.
I'm gonna get out and I'll come back in if I find it or post it or whatever.
I put
They're
Thanks,
probably like
Laura
on the
Beth.
That'd
history
be much
channels. Like,
appreciated.
I'm sure they're like
On
a huge.
Hulu.
You know what I mean? Like they copyright that or whatever that's called. So like I don't know. How do you watch stuff like that? You pay for it on YouTube or something?
I think they just upload older episodes to YouTube, or shorts at least. I know they have full episodes on there as well, but definitely the History Channel's YouTube channel, they like to upload their older stuff.
Yeah, Hulu, you can watch them. A lot of the newer ones, and you can. Tubi has it. Play.history.com has all of it. And I think Netflix only has season like 1 and 2.
One only.
Only one,
I think
yeah.
12 episodes is all it has. I'm
Yeah.
gonna check on Hulu because I
It's
have
hard as
Hulu.
shit to find. I don't know what the deal is.
Yeah,
I
I
was
know. I'm
busy
gonna
for
try to
most of the
find it on
day,
Hulu. Thank you
but
guys for the ideas, though.
Let's
I
go.
really enjoyed the space, and I heard we were talking about atomic gold. I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna bring it back. But no, you guys are this space has been so good. Thank you guys for sharing today. I really enjoy it. That's all.
Yeah, thanks. Hey, CV, did you want to say something?
Oh, I just put that video from the History Channel season 1 and episode 2, I believe, on there, just so if somebody wanted to connect with some of that. They have all kinds of like what is it? They're all together in one batch anyway. You can find the giant stuff there or in one batch or whatever you want on that in the YouTube history thing that I posted. It's a link it's a lead, that's all it is. Sorry about my stuttering. Sometimes that happens.
No, you're doing fine. Thank you so much for all the information. I did find it on Hulu, and it looks like they have a bunch of episodes. So thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it.
You're gonna find tons of education on that channel there. I wanted to ask you, Santa. I don't. Uh, this is the first time I've met you today, right? You seem to know like a lot about the stuff that happens over in that part of the world that I'd love to know more about. I don't know what you could share from that part of the world that you know, but is there anything that you guys kind of know over here or know over there that we don't? You know what I mean?
About what in particular?
Well, that's the thing. I don't really even know what to ask about because I don't really know anything about that part of the world so much. What goes on over there?
Oh, well, I'm actually from the Middle East. I'm Palestinian, like I said before, born and raised in Jerusalem. Not much is going on except for trouble and war and fighting, and it's not very stable at the moment. I'm not there actually right now. My family's back there. So yeah, but we have a lot of culture, ancient, like ancient.
Did we lose her? Or?
I think so. I thought I lost
Oh man,
everyone.
Yeah, I did too.
Did anybody hear anything after ancient?
not yet. But here she comes back again. Yeah, you must have just dropped out briefly, Sana. There you're back.
Yeah, I'm
So I
sorry.
guess you're in
The
Los
app
Angeles.
glitches.
Your
I
profile,
got
but yeah.
disconnected. I don't know what happened. So anyway, our culture is very ancient. Um, like I said, we have traces of all these ancient cultures, and it is said that humanity and all ancient culture started in the Middle East, actually. So all historians or archaeologists and scientists and whatever go back to that area. Um, and I myself believe that everybody is connected. The whole world is connected through DNA, through energy, through like energy never dies, it just transforms. And so it transforms from me to you to everybody on this space to the whole world, and we just carry on, and we are all byproducts of that civilization. If I really wish I could go back in time, I would love to have been born in the times of the pharaoh, we say pharaoh, because I don't know if any of you have been to the pyramids and have seen these structures. It's just like mind blowing. I believe, as many of people from the Middle East, that these are the foundations that we were brought up on. We all believe that this modern life has, not all, but mostly my generation, believe in the modern life has, taken us away from our roots, from family values, from civilization as it should be. The West calls us uncivilized. I've seen it many times in news, like main news outlets and reporters all over the Western world calling us and people like me uncivilized, because unfortunately our countries are torn because of wars. But we are extremely civilized, um, and we have a lot of history, a lot of culture. It's diverse. It's like Palestinians are from every religion. We're Christians, Muslims, Jews, and it's just like, unfortunately, the media and the mainstream media makes us look like we're savages or terrorists, or but in reality we are not. A lot of Palestinians are freedom fighters, I agree, but not terrorists. And I am a Palestinian. I can vow to that. I've lived there. I was born there. I'm extremely cultured. I speak 5 languages. I'm well traveled. And so are most of the Middle Easterns. If you know, you know. If you have friends from the Middle East, you know. I would like to speak about it in a space and just like bring awareness to the reality of us and our culture. And yeah, but Logan, there's so much I can tell you about this part of the world. But if I want to say it in brief, it's just a word which is full of history and civilization and culture and diversity, which makes it beautiful. And also we are open to everybody, to every nationality, to every religion, to every culture. But again, I say, unfortunately, the media does not portray us like that because of the wars, and because of personal. I don't know how to say that. We have a lot of resources in our area as well, natural resources. And ever since I was born, all I knew in the area was wars and destruction and for resources. Unfortunately, uh, the world is greedy. It has to stop. We all have to live together in one free world. And I don't know how to attain this. I just try, and I hope everyone else understands it. So, yeah. Like I myself, I speak 5 languages. I've lived in Europe, in the States. I'm also American, which I'm blessed and happy to be, because it gives me freedom of movement, while my family in Jerusalem or my friends cannot move. They don't have that freedom, which is sad. But yeah, that's it. So, I mean, I'm happy to answer any questions you have. But yeah, I summarized what I would like to say in this space. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think CV, then
Thank
me.
you so much.
So,
Love you. Thank you so much for sharing. Paul, go ahead.
thank you, Logan. Yeah, I wasn't sure what you wanted me to share, but yeah.
That was exactly what I was going to say, was just thank you so much for being here. Man, you sound like you're just going to be a wealth of knowledge. I hope you come back.
Thank you, Paul. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'm actually learning a lot from you guys. I appreciate you, and there's much. It is very interesting what you're talking about. It's just like takes me back to another era, another dimension, another realm, and it's just amazing, mind blowing. Thank you so much, everybody.
I have a question.
Yes, please.
And comments too. And thank you for being here. I appreciate you 100%, because I kind of feel the same way you do about
Thank you,
things. It's
Sue.
about time that we stood up and held hands with each other across the globe and said no more war and no more fighting. So, also, what upsets me a lot, and I'm gonna cry, and I'm so sorry for the wars. You've lost a lot of history in all of this, and so has the planet. So, we have to glean what we can from what we have left. And I just want you to know I totally 100% agree with you. Whatever I can do to help you, help this planet stop fighting with itself, and go back to the old ways, Mother Nature, and that. Yeah, let's try to do that. Thank you for being. I'm sorry. I'm so teary. You just touched my heart.
Thank you, Sylvia. I appreciate you and everyone here. Thank you. God bless you. God bless you. I am very, very optimistic that the world is changing. The new generation is a better generation than our generation. I mean, the younger people, I'm sure most of you in this space are younger than me. You're more tolerant, you're more understanding, you're more open to other cultures, to other people. You want basic human rights for everyone. Um, so I'm very optimistic that this world is going to change into a better place with the social media, with the technology. People are getting closer. They're getting to know each other. They're getting to know different cultures, different different environments, different places, countries, and getting closer together. It's making us closer. Like my daughter's generation, my daughter is 23 and she's extremely open to everything and everyone. And I must say, the new generation, and hopefully I'm right, is more tolerant than my generation. So I'm optimistic, and thank you, CB. And I count on all of you young people to change this world to a better place.
Wait, don't go yet. I'm not a young person. I'm not. I'm an old great grandma.
No, CB, yes, the younger ones in the room. I'm also not that young, compared to the rest on here. But the technology
You're
generation
still
and
beautiful.
excuse me.
You're still beautiful.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah.
Yeah.
You're gorgeous.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, I just have so much trust in the new generation, and I know they're going to change the world to a better place. They don't buy into the bullshit that that politicians feed us with, and media, and the false narrative. And so, yeah, keep doing what you're doing, and the world is going to be better. Thank you, guys.
I have a question for Sana. Thank you for being here,
Yes.
Sana.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So growing up, like, was your culture very like, was the jinn a big part of it, or like hearing it as stories, or like how real was it, like the jinn? And then do you think like if the US comes out and says like UFOs are real, all that stuff, right? Do you think it'll be viewed through that lens, like where you're from? Or how do you think it'll be taken?
No, Red. I mean, jinn is mentioned in the Quran. So for Muslims in my part of the world, they believe in jinn, but it's nothing. They believe it's untangible. It's nothing you cannot see it. It just exists, and it's a kind of bad energy that is around. They do rituals like burn incense, like you would sage homes, like people do right now, to get rid of the bad energy that might come into a home, and that is portrayed as jinn. But we don't actually, like, Muslim. It's like I said, it's mentioned in the Quran that they do exist. So whoever believes blindly in the Quran believe in jinn, but it's not like it's tangible. It's nothing. It's like souls that are evil souls, that are um, bad energy souls. Um, some believe they can communicate with the jinn, but that's very rare, and they're not taken seriously, and they're actually looked down upon. But it's not in our culture. It's not really like something that is engraved in the culture or talked about much. It's kind of a taboo, actually, or a scary thing. It's not a pleasant topic to talk about. So you don't actually hear people talking about jinn so much, or discussing them, or it's just like religiously they believe in it. That's all. But like I was saying in the beginning of the room, I was talking about the ancestors from the Sumerians who live in Nablus, and I think Logan, you searched this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not about jinn. It's just that they have supernatural powers, which are maybe kind of conveyors, or they know secrets. They know secrets that the ancient civilizations knew, like the pharaohs and the Sumerians and the Babylons, and they can, and they're a very close society. They cannot let you in. They won't tell you their secrets, but they have supernatural powers. They are on a higher level of intelligence than us in Palestine. Um, that's it. But it's not about dealing with jinn at all. Does that
Have you ever
answer your
seen a jinn?
question?
I saw I saw this show like on the Travel Channel called Paranormal, like caught on camera, I think it's called. And there was these guys out there in that part of the world, and they were like ghost investigators or something like that. And they were going through these like this ancient uh, like torn apart like temple or whatever it was, and it was like rumored to be haunted, and they said there were like jinn there, and you could see like they caught on camera like these this spontaneous fire all of a sudden starting to burst out of like nowhere on their clothes, just like in out of nowhere, like in the air, even like and just stuff like that happen. Like, you guys experience that ever with are those stories like that where random fire pops up
Yes,
by
yes,
jinn?
I did hear of it, but I never really experienced it. Listen, Jerusalem in specific is a very, very special place. It's a very special spot on earth, actually. The reason being is that it's so ancient and so many civilizations and have passed through there, have lived there, so many religions. It's it's extremely, it has that extremely heavy energy which can be extremely positive or extremely negative. It depends on how you use it. uh, as you all know, Jerusalem holds the most important um, religious symbols for the three religions: Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. And you can imagine how many millions of people pray and pass through Jerusalem yearly, or thousands daily, in every language and in every religion. So the energy is just, like super, super powerful. A lot of people there are very extremely religious as well, so they might believe in that. And the thing is, because of it, because of this fact, you might experience supernatural happenings there, occurrences. Um, for instance, one thing I've experienced, and many times growing up in Jerusalem, not just one time, is I don't know, for Christians, during Easter on the Sad Friday, which is the day Jesus was killed. I don't know if you know that. Um, at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, where his tomb lies, um, on that particular day, you call the light the Saturday light. That's how we call it in Arabic. I don't know how it's called in English. On that particular Saturday, all priests from all over the world come, and a lot of Christians from all over the world come to the Church of the Sepulchre, where Jesus Christ's tomb is where he's buried. And they pray and they do the procession, and it's pitch dark black inside the church. And with no fail, every year on that particular Saturday, um, a light comes out of nowhere, and the priests, the Greek Orthodox priest and the Greek Russian priest and the Catholic priest, fight, actually not physical fight, but run to the light, because they light a candle out of this light which comes out of nowhere, literally nowhere. It's pitch dark black, and suddenly the whole church is lit because they light one candle, and everyone who's in there's thousands of people in the church holding unlit candles. So they light that one candle, and from it they light everybody else's candle, and they take that light with them back to either to Greece or to Russia. Whichever priest takes it first takes that candle back with him, because it's the holiest candle of the holiest for the year, and they light the candles in the churches there with it. I mean, of course, they put it off, but they light it again. So I've seen this, and this is kind of like a miracle. But every year, when I lived there, I saw it every single year. So if you would go to Jerusalem now on Easter, on the, do you call it Sad Friday? If anybody knows, in the room.
It's Good
Good
Friday.
Friday. Good Friday. On the good, we call it Sad Friday in Arabic. So on that day, if you go, I guarantee you will see that light come out of the church. It's kind of like a small cave inside of the church, where the tomb of Jesus Christ lies, and the light comes out of there. So you see, like, you kind of witness supernatural occurrences, but they're usually positive. and beautiful occurrences. I personally have never seen anything that is supernatural and scary. Whatever I experienced was always like beautiful experiences.
But it is supernatural still, though, right? Even though, but it's good, just like a supernatural good thing, right?
Yes, it is. It is supernatural. Yes, and when you go there and you see it, you can experience it on firsthand. Like there is no way you won't feel it. There is no way you won't see it. That I can guarantee. That I can tell you because
How have I never heard about this before? That is amazing.
actually, if you go on YouTube, you can see it. There's many videos of
Really?
yeah.
What?
There's many
Yeah,
videos.
you've never seen that. You never seen that video, Logan?
Nah. What? I'm
Yeah,
gonna
yeah.
have to look this
That's
up.
what I was just asking Shane about. Yeah, I was just asking Shane, so that video is real. I've seen that video a bunch of times and always wondered. I knew it looked real.
Yeah, yeah, and on that day you get thousands and thousands of Christian people from all around the world in that little church and outside the church, of course. It's just like magical, really. I myself, I was born Muslim and grew up, Muslim, but I went to a Catholic German school in Jerusalem. So, but I myself, like, went there every single time on that Good Friday when I was living in Jerusalem because I always wanted to experience it and see it. And every time I went, I saw it.
Hey, Senna, this is Brad from Sonic Gravity.
Hi.
In the comment section, and I loved hearing everything that you said, and I just wanted you to know that I'm with you in terms of the Israeli and Palestinian conflict, and I did an episode on it, and I was wondering if you ever got time to listen to it. I put it in the comment section. I called it Holy Wars, and I actually talk about all the stuff you're talking about, and I would just love if you get a minute could listen to it, and if you ever catch up with me or DM me or whatever, and could like throw me a comment or tell me what you think, or if there's something I didn't think of, I'm definitely throwing you a follow right now.
Thank you. Yeah.
So if you get a chance and can check it out, I would love to know your feedback.
Of course, I will do that. And thank you, definitely. And we'll keep in touch.
Thanks.
Thank you.
God bless.
God bless you too. Thank you.
God bless you. And thanks for coming around, Brad. But I'm looking up this YouTube thing. It's called the Miracle of the Holy Fire.
Yes.
If anyone wants to Google that, that's what it's called, the Miracle of the Holy Fire. So.
Okay, I believe that.
What's up, Zakuda?
I just want you to know that I think that's a true thing. I'm always talking about being able to see the light in the dark. And I think that you have magic and you can help the planet connect in a way that people need to know about. And so there are other people like you that are here also. Not saying that I am. I just know people that are. And so if there was a way that we could all get together somehow, because I know that if you know about the power of manifestation, you know the light, and you know what can happen. So in and of that, just by itself, and that knowing, if other people could also know that, that would be fabulous. And I know it's not an easy place to walk, but it's a necessary thing that has to be done these days for the benefit of all humanity. If you could help out in that, that would be fabulous. I know a guy that'd like probably maybe to do an interview with you if you could. And then we need you to help share your knowledge with us. You're fabulously endowed with all of this information. I can feel your DNA from where you are, and it's amazing. So I ask for protection for you so you can continue your walk, so you can continue to share what you know. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much. God bless you. I'm really humbled. And yeah, anytime anybody needs anything, I'm here. Please reach out. And I'm just so grateful for all of you. I appreciate you all. and for this platform. And it's just not a coincidence that this space happened to be here tonight, and I happened to just stumble upon it, and it's just a brilliant brilliant opportunity, and I thank you all very, very much from the bottom of my heart. Yeah, let's keep connecting and trying to make this world a better place for everybody. Is everyone deserves their basic human rights to live happy, free. Yeah, thank you guys, thank you so much. Thank
What's
you, CJ.
amazing about this, like, holy fire is, like they showed like in this video, the guy, he's holding the fire underneath his hair, and it's not catching on fire. He like holds it under his arm, and it doesn't burn him, like. But it's fire. It's bizarre. I've never heard about this. What's up, Paul? Or I'm sorry, Zakuda. What's up?
You know what? I think Paul may have been before me, so I'm gonna let Paul go first.
Okay.
No, actually, you were Zakuda. That was actually what I was raising my hand for, because you had been waiting really patiently. So please go ahead.
Appreciate it, Paul. Hey guys, good to hear from all of you again. I just wanted to come up and clarify a few points, if you don't mind, about what Muslims believe about jinns. Just because someone's from Palestine, I wouldn't presume to believe they're Muslim. As Sana said, Jerusalem has, Palestinian can be Christians, they can be Jewish. So I feel like I have a reasonable understanding of the Islamic perspective of jinns that I can kind of speak to it to some degree. So they're not necessarily considered to be evil spirits. Just to clarify, that they're considered to be another civilization that existed on Earth before us. And when humans were created, the jinns have free will, so they didn't. The jinns didn't like humans from the start. I'll leave it at that in a simplistic way. They're not necessarily evil in of themselves. They are invisible. They are a civilization. We believe that they live, they die, they have kids, they have food, they have reproductive situations. Like, we believe they're a complete kind of analogous civilization with us living on this planet. And just like humans can be good or evil or saints, similarly, jinns can be good people or they can be evil people. It does confuse the situation a little bit, because we do believe that, Satan, we believe that he is from amongst the jinn. And that does not mean that every single jinn is necessarily evil. It just means that there are some that don't wish well on humans. So we don't necessarily see them as a negative energy, all of them, but certainly some jinns could have that connotation or some nefarious means towards humans. That's the only point I wanted to clarify amongst an otherwise excellent statement by Sana.
Does that mean they're immortal? You guys think they're immortal?
No, we believe they do die, but they have a much, much longer lifespans than humans. So they're born, they die. We believe they're much more numerous in number compared to humans. And they have kids, but they have a much longer lifespan, but they're not immortal. They do die, and we believe that just like humans are subject to judgment on Judgment Day, similarly, jinns are also subject to judgment on Judgment Day.
Yeah, I don't want to press too long, but we got to get to hands. But can you just say what they look like real quick?
So there's no specific description. In fact, they can take many forms. Jinns can choose when they want to be seen by humans, but they are, by their nature, invisible to us. So whether you believe that means they're interdimensional or there's something else, who knows? But all we're told is that the word jinn in Arabic, the root word, actually means invisible. So they're invisible to us, but they can choose when they want to show us themselves. We're told that they can take many forms, including animals. And there is some connection there that maybe all these kind of supernatural things that we hear about from all over the world are just jinns coming up in different forms. So we know that some of their favorite forms are things like snakes, for example, but they can be in any form.
Sweet, I appreciate that. Paul, you weren't next, were you? Wasn't it a CJ or Sky?
Let
Or
Paul go
CV?
before me. Cool.
Okay, go ahead, Paul.
Oh man, I was just gonna say about the jinns. I was wondering, because like I've learned a lot about like single point focus with doing intense meditation, and those jinns kind of sound like the fifth dimensional beings and whatnot that are with the DMT trips and stuff. I think I've never done a DMT trip myself, but it sounds a lot similar. Is there any correlation to those? Do you think?
So there are
Doing like intense
specific.
meditation or a DMT trip or seeing a jinn?
So there are certain things that can be done to try to interact or invite jinns to you. Um, you know, if you look at the law in Saudi Arabia, for example, is actually a death penalty for the practice of black magic, because they do believe that there are certain things that you can do which will invite these jinns to you and actually interact with you. Now those are forbidden for Muslims, so we're not allowed to do any of those things. And in fact, most of us don't even look into it in terms of researching how to do that. So I haven't myself looked into it, but there are some very old textbooks out there in Arabic that kind of describe certain techniques that people can do to kind of interact with jinns. And the idea is that jinns get a certain kind of, almost like a pleasure from you interacting with them, and they get a kind of pleasure from you treating them as if they're a deity. So again, I think we're talking here about certain types of jinns that perhaps may want to kind of manipulate things a bit more, or kind of so there is this idea that human beings can do certain things that will attract jinns towards them. Now, does that mean meditation? Does that mean CE5? Does that mean drinking DMT? I don't know specifically, but I know that there are techniques out there that where people will employ them to try to interact or communicate with the jinn.
Zukoto, that's really cool. Thanks for sharing. That kind of reminded me of something Tracy Twyman said, which I don't know if you guys know about. She's like this occult researcher who died in a pretty mysterious way, but she basically said like through her research that like a lot of these entities that people channel, like one of the main things that they always end up wanting is just for like people to believe in it. So like it gives it power. So I just thought that was interesting. And then I was gonna say, how do you feel like the Islamic world will react to like a full-on UFO disclosure? Because I notice when I look at like Christian podcasts, like because I like to just kind of like gauge like how people are feeling, and whenever this topic comes up, it's like 90% of the time through like a demonic lens. And do you feel like your culture or that part of the world will also have that kind of view on this?
It's gonna be tricky, I'll tell you that much. So I think what was the first question you had about this
Like
person?
will it be viewed as like demonic, like this, because the
Right.
trickster UFO jinn, like
That's
very
right,
similar thing.
trickster. So, like, we know that jinns love to trick humans. It's like one of the things that's known about them is that they're tricksters. Like, and in Muslim households, like there'll be a joke, like the pen you put down just behind you now has gone missing, and you're like, of course, it's the bloody jinn that took it. So it's like a very common kind of almost funny type of thing that we say. But jinns are known to kind of want to trick humans, and if if you take a group of jinns that we believe are perhaps allies of the evil side, say Satan, for example, one of their main goals is to get you to believe that there is more than just one God. So the idea of there being more than one God is a huge problem in Islam, right? So it's like one of the big major sins that can't be forgiven is attributing power to something else other than God. So if you had a ET presence and they tried to just live normally and say, hey, cool, we're not gods, we just came from another planet, it's all cool, not a problem. In fact, Islam specifically mentions that there may be life out there in the universe that's different from humans. So that would be no problems at all. If an ET civilization comes and they try to take the position of a deity or having the same power as a deity, that could potentially cause some problems. And I myself am thinking about this constantly, because Islam, just like Christianity, has an eschatology, right? So I would get any of you guys, if you're interested, to actually go and look at some Islamic eschatology to see what is prophesied to happen at some points And there's a few supernatural types of things that are mentioned. And if something like an ET civilization were to show up out of nowhere, one of the first things people would do is kind of go back to their root basics, which will include their religion, and try and make sense of it. And there are certain supernatural entities mentioned in the future that might show up, which if the ET civilization resemble in some way, shape, or perhaps their behavior, then that could lead to some problems potentially.
Do you have any recommended resources for like Islamic eschatology? Or I'd be down to hear more about that too. Like, is it pretty similar to Revelations and like with some twist, or I'd be interested to hear more.
It's a bit different. It's a bit different. I think a reasonable place. Now, the problem with this is that there's not a lot of authentic sources, right? So, in Islamic theology, there's like a very systematic way in terms of what texts and sayings are reviewed. So, for example, the Prophet would have said many things in the past, but only a very small section of those are treated as authentic, quotation marks. And that's because there's a reliable chain that's been documented in terms of who memorized it, who wrote it down, how do we know this is truth. And there's a lot of his sayings that don't have that authentic label. So in those hadiths that don't have an authentic label, there's a lot more descriptions of things that might show up in terms of future events, but not all of those are entirely reliable. So if you look at websites or textbooks even, there's a lot of discrepancies about timelines, like what happens first, or what could happen, so there's a lot of confusion about that even amongst Muslim scholars necessarily. So a good reasonable place to have a look at is probably the Wikipedia page for it, to be honest, using Islamic eschatology on Wikipedia and kind of take it from there, find some resources and do some more research. But some of the supernatural kind of things that are mentioned are these people called Juj and Majuj, or Gog and Magog, as you might know them from other sources. And we believe that they're basically a type of human that has existed on the planet for a very, very long time, which who will come out at some point and will cause general strife and damage to lives and property. I don't know kind of more about that because I don't really know. Then there is this idea of the Dajjal, which I guess is closest to what you would describe as the Antichrist. So that's also described in the Quran at some point. And then of course the return of Isa or Jesus. That's also kind of prophesized as well. So some similarities with kind of Islam and Christian eschatology, but there are some differences too. And so, if ET show up and they have a remarkable resemblance to the description of Juj and Majuj or Gog and Magog, that could be problematic, for example. Or, if so, those would be some of the things that kind of keep me up at night in terms of like, okay, what could happen here? But
Same.
and all that being said, Islam does have room for the existence of aliens on other planets, and it also has room for interdimensional life. So it kind of all depends on how it's presented, and that's why when people mention like disclosure, in the back of my mind, I keep going back to I can't remember who is it, Eric Weinstein, one of these guys who gave a list of topics to be researched after he had a conversation with Lou, and one of the things he mentioned was religious eschatology, and I know what he's referring to. I think he's referring to certain things within Islamic eschatology and perhaps Christian eschatology, where people could see a new discovery of an ET civilization and try and link it back to some form of eschatology in their religions.
But
yeah, I think honestly the religion, like all the different religions' response and reaction to this is gonna be so interesting, and like I get nervous about it too. It's wild to think about.
Yeah, for sure. No, I think that also keeps me up a little bit as well. I don't know. I don't know what that's going to mean, and I don't know if there's much we can do about it, to be honest, either. Like, obviously, none of us are in positions of where we can decide an entire group's thinking, right? So, but Islam believes in interdimensional life. It mentions that in the Quran. Most Muslims that you will meet in your day-to-day life believe that we live and coexist with an invisible civilization right next to us. We also, there's also room in the Quran for alien life to exist. But if something
yes,
shows up that looks remarkably like what we are, what's been prophesized to show up, then that could be a bit of a worry.
Thanks, Hugo.
great. Thanks for sharing. Hey, Guy, go ahead.
Hey yo, yeah, just kind of touching um on the religion side of things with religious factions and the um and the landing of extraterrestrials or the coming of intelligent life off different worlds or different dimensions. Most religions they truly believe that these do exist and these are coexisting with us currently. And I first heard something about Richard Dolan, and he ran out something that was kind of what would happen after disclosure, and it's really good. He says about a lot of people thinking that these are demonic presences and so forth. But after kind of like my first experiences with like shadow figures and so forth, I come across a Christian website which had hundreds of testimonials, literally all about the same thing, and they were all believing that these were actually real interdimensional beings or extraterrestrials. It was quite fascinating, and the identical similarities between all of the cases were just too much to not to ignore, to be honest. But I would like I would sorry, Rob, go on.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say it. No, absolutely. The very.
Hey, sorry, brother. We don't interrupt people here. If you don't mind, you can go ahead and raise your hand, brother. If you're new, that's okay. Just gotta put your hand up. If you hit that little heart button, there's an option with like a big hand on the right side to go ahead and raise your hand. So we just don't want to step on each other here. Sorry about that, guy.
No, it's
Sorry,
okay.
you just interrupted me there.
I think you need to turn your mic off.
Yeah, you're interrupting me. So
Yeah, we're not gonna just. Well, I'm not gonna tolerate that, just flat out. So you try again another time when get some better manners. Sorry about that, guy.
No, it's okay. I'm going to keep it short because I've spoke quite a bit tonight. But I think Sana said she's currently in. Did you say currently in LA? I think in California. But if you are 25th of February, they do have a great event on, which is they have like a festival every year. I think it's a festival for the Battle of LA, the Great Los Angeles Air Raid, which was kind of the first conspiracy about actual UFOs coming to meet us. So that's very interesting. But like I say, I do have quite a few questions for you that I will DM you. But I do have quite an interest about the religious artifacts that were battled for during the Crusades in Jerusalem, because a lot of the artifacts did get taken, the Holy Spirit and so forth. And I would like to might pick your brain about it, to be honest. But thank you very much for speaking. It's really nice to have you here and so forth. And yeah, thank you very much again. I'll keep it short and sweet. So
Yo,
people
Guy,
can
can you
speak.
post that site with the testimonials if you remember it, and also
Yeah,
the LA thing? That I live in LA, so that'd be cool.
oh, the Battle of LA. That is. I'll speak about it quickly if you want. I'll keep it really short.
Yes, please.
So, in 1941, Pearl Harbor obviously happened, which was the worst air, or the worst like battle on American soil, and they were put on high alert and started coming into the war. February the 23rd, they had a submarine pop up off the west coast, and it started shelling. It started firing shells at an oil rig, and they were put on yellow alert. And the yellow alert went off. They were told that they might need to do blackouts, and they might have to get ready for an actual air raid from Japan. And in the morning of the 25th of February at 1:44, the alert was sounded. They put the guns on green alert, I think it was, the anti-aircraft guns, and there was one unidentified unidentified object that was spotted on radar by numerous wardens. A blackout was ordered across the city, and the alert was cancelled at about 2:30, and then it was raised again to a blue alert. There was a full total blackout put on the city, and for about an hour, 30 spotlights were centering on an object that was in the air. They were obviously all singling on this one thing, and this object took, I think it was 30 minutes to travel about 5 or 6 miles, and they fired roughly about 1,600 anti-aircraft rounds at this 12.8 pound shells. And the rules for spotlights in the air are that if you do find a target, that you do have to turn the spotlight out so you can actually shoot it. They don't all hone in on one target. Now there is quite a lot of broadcasts about this, and there was two differing stories. The Navy said that there was nothing in the air, that it was a false alarm. The Army come back and said it was 15 low range fighters or commercial like air raids just in the air. But if you're firing 1,600 rounds in the air, like I say, anti-aircraft rounds, you're gonna actually hit something.
Okay, let me step in there. That is nonsense, okay? I worked specially on Pearl Harbor as a historian, and that is nonsense.
Right, okay. Right,
No,
my
just ignore
uncle's,
that guy. He's a troll. Just ignore him.
yeah. My uncle's actually a pilot that was there, so I do
Whoa, he was
actually.
there? Whoa, that's cool.
Yeah, he was went to Canada in 1941, and he stayed in Canada until 1945 because of this. He stayed on as a trainer, and he went on to basically in 1957 he trained the schedule for the first UK thermonuclear bombs, and he dropped the third one himself, and he also conducted the night flights of the Mosquito 1946, where there was in England, where there was the first UK UFO kind of spotting, really. But yeah, he was I have details of it, personal details that he's actually got in journals, so I do know. But the documentation of the Battle of LA, it is substantial, and it is there, so it can't really be ignored. Like I say, I'll find it and post it to the top, because there's a full actual news broadcast that you can actually watch about it. So it can come from there, because it'll probably sound better than me saying it out loud. So, but
And
that
it's in
was
like
what
the
kind of,
Nimitz region, if you think about it, right? Like SoCal, LA.
you say that again, sorry.
Yeah, it's the same area.
As the Nimitz of like Southern California, Los Angeles.
That's exactly it. Well, it was supposedly, right. The point I was getting to was it was supposedly when it went over the ocean on the west coast. Yeah, it is pretty much the same place as is it Catalina Island, I think it's called.
Yeah.
When it went out over the actual coast, they didn't order any fighters up into the air, but when it went over the coast, that's when the fighters went out, and they realized that no ammunition could get it down, and when the planes went toward the first squadron, the altimeters went crazy. They lost all power in the actual planes, and the second squadron was supposed to have gone on the wave radio. I can't remember what they're called. The army, the military radios, the wind up and so forth, and they actually just did a ping, because they didn't have any radar or anything, and that supposedly brought these two UFOs down, and that was when that not long after the America formed the FBI and the OSS, and it got a bit secret, and they joined the war, and and things went on from there. But I've got some really good details about that I'll post on the top for you all. Because I say it's all off the top of my head, so it's not, it is all accurate, but it's not all like coherent and so forth for you. But I'll find some good stuff where it is actually fully covered for you. But yeah, it's like I say, 25th of February. It's to me, it's more there's more about that than there is of Roswell, and it's just I just don't know why it's not looked on as much as Roswell, to be honest. And this, what they said is that it was a weather balloon, but if you're ready for a air raid, you don't then go and release a meteorological. Sorry, I can't say the word. A weather balloon. You can't release a weather balloon like to scare the people. It's just ridiculous. And if they did release a weather balloon, where's the data from the weather balloon? It's nothing ties together on it. But
I think some theories
really,
are too that it's like a Japanese weapon, right, or something like those fire, like launched from a submarine or something. I've heard as a theory.
That's what they thought. Yeah, it was planes launched from a submarine. But as I say, if you're firing 1,600 anti-aircraft rounds into the air and you actually honed in on the target, you're going to bring something down. And if you're firing over a civilized area, you have to take that. You have to tell your superior, and that superior rolls that order up to the top, and that order comes back down. You're not going to, especially in World War II, you're not going to waste 1,600 rounds of ammunition on nothing. It's kind of ridiculous. And even if you do have even if it is classed on jitters and stuff, you don't fire for that long on nothing. It's it really does make no sense. But it is really something to sink your teeth into. And as I say, I've got quite a bit of details about it, and like I say, personal stuff from my uncle as well, which I'll sort out and send to you personally, Logan, if you fancy.
Yeah, let me just say real quick. I think you said you said why is it like not looked at like a Roswell? I mean, I don't know. It's a pretty massive case, right? But Roswell has like I think like more physical evidence maybe as far as like like a flying saucer crash and bodies and whatnot and stuff like that. So I think there's more of that kind of thing going on, whereas the air raid was just more stuff in the air. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Anyway,
of course, but as I say, with Roswell, like I say, even if it is a weather balloon, where's the actual data from the weather balloon? Where's the meteorological data? Where's the people who released it? And with like I say, with Roswell, the crash was actually May the 31st, I think, and it was found later, and the guys said it was more like a kite and so forth. I completely believe in Roswell, and all that ties in with the expeditions that went to the Antarctic. It's Admiral Byrd came back in 1941 from his 2 year excursion to Antarctica, and then the UFOs come, and then same with Roswell. High jump gets cut short, and then not long after, there's UFOs over.
yeah, and they haven't stopped since. So let's get to Sonic Gravity real quick, and then we'll
Yeah,
get to
no worries, man.
John,
Thank you.
and then Paul. Yep, no worries. Go ahead, Sonic.
Hey, Logan, what's up? How you doing, man?
Another day in paradise.
Yeah, man. You have these spaces, and I just feel like we might be, channeling the same vibrations, because the last three episodes that I did were the Real Prime Directive, and then I did one called Story Time, and then I just did Story Time, uh, Theories of Everything, and Exoplanet Earth. And it was like, you're talking about ancient civilizations, and like, I've just come to this realization that like we are an exoplanet. Like if all it takes is time for humans to become interstellar, right? If all it takes is time, and we had a meteor reset our timeline 65 million years ago, then we're the youngest exoplanet, Earth-like exoplanet, in the galaxy, so to speak, right? I mean, like, it took this long from that meteor to get to where we're at now. So that means any other Earth-like exoplanet is older than we are. which means if there's a interstellar human species that goes and colonizes, like we must be the colony, right? That just the logic is inescapable. We have to be the colony. And so, and it was weird because then I'm thinking, oh, well, there's a missing link, right? There's no direct evolution between apes and humans. So, well, that kind of suggests maybe we got planted here. And then I was like, well, shit, then there's all these dinosaurs. And I'm like, well, okay, if you're an interstellar human terraforming race and you're like, dude, we can't put our colonies down there because the dinosaurs will just eat us. So they hit Earth with a meteor, wipe out the dinosaurs. And like, oh, well, now they got 10-foot bears and 200-pound saber-toothed tigers. And I thought, well, so if I wanted to cause an ice age and wipe out all those big, predators that need to eat lots of stuff, I could just tow a billboard in between the sun and the earth for a month and it would drop Earth into an ice age. That's what it would take. And then when you put the earth back in the sun, well, it starts to melt, right? And so then you have this situation where you've artificially created these huge ice shelves and then they start to melt. And then a few thousand years later, like one of those ice shelves could crack and it could have an ocean worth of melt inside of it. And so it cracks and dumps out water across the continents. And that's how you wipe out Atlantis. That's how you dig the Grand Canyon. And then I thought, damn, that means that we fell in on these. And then I was looking at the pyramids and everything, all kind of came together at one time. And I thought, well, okay, so that means that, these structures that are the same across like Mexico and Cambodia, and there's pyramids, all over the place, and they're all designed the same almost. I'll post a couple pictures that just blew me away. And then I was like, well, there's no way that they built these huge pyramids. I was like, it must have been aliens. If I'm right, then it had to be aliens. And I said, well, okay, so if it is aliens, there's no way they, the only way they could build those pyramids like that is like concrete. And so I was like, I'm going to go find some research. I'll bet you somebody has sorted out that the pyramids are actually concrete. And guess what? They are. There's like, I don't know if it's suppressed, but in my latest episode, I found this National Science Foundation. It's like legit. National Science Foundation researcher took an electron microscope and discovered that the pyramids are made of fucking concrete, advanced nanosilicate concrete. Like, and this is National Science Foundation based research. Like, this is not, it's fucking me making it up. And so, and I'll like post some pictures in the chat of some of that stuff. And then it's like, so, and then then I saw that, I don't know if you've seen the Bright Insight YouTube channel. This dude, Jimmy, did this crazy, he was just on Rogan too. This crazy, awesome, that's my dogs. This crazy, awesome video on how Atlantis was in northern Africa at what they call the Rishat structure, which is the eye of the Sahara. And he says water had to blow all the way across it and destroyed it. And he like proved with like, the salt content and stuff that it was, that was actually water there, that it matched all the descriptions of Atlantis and that it's in the place it should be. And that it was destroyed by a massive amount of water. And then I was already on this trip like, oh man, I'll bet you the Ice Age was terraforming. And anyway, so this all just like boom came like right together. And it was in the last episode I did called the Theories of Everything and Exoplanet Earth. But it's just great. And then you do this Secrets of Ancients and Lost Civilizations and UFOs. And it just like that, your little space is exactly like has been described my journey like the last month or two. But yeah, I think UFOs, I think we destroyed the dinosaurs. I think we are an exoplanet colony. And I don't know, and I know this sounds bizarre, but if you check out the fact that the pyramids and I'm telling you, every one of these structures, like, do you know how long the Great Wall of China is? It's like 11,000 miles. or it's like 13,100 miles or something like that. I mean, it's huge. And the population, if you wind the population back down from 8 billion, and you say we are only like 5% per year population growth, like you don't have enough people alive in China to build the Great Wall. I think we fell in on it. I think, and I'll bet you, and here's the proof. Here's where the theory is more than just conjecture. I'll bet you take a sample of the structure of the pyramids. That concrete will be the exact same concrete in the foundations of the Rishat structure in Atlantis. You will find the same nanosilicate concrete adhesive based sort of material, probably at Easter Island in those monolithic statues. I think you'll find that same it's that same concrete responsible for all of the amazingly machine fitted masonry work in all civilizations. Wherever there's probably 10,000-12,000 year old civilizations, they all have this ridiculously perfect masonry construction, and I'm pretty sure that we fell in on that. Our colonists fell in on that. And the last thing I'll just say is that now, if you go back to Star Trek, right, it kind of makes sense. The the prime directive, where until a civilization becomes warp capable or whatever, they don't get invited to join the Federation. And I know this sounds totally fucking bizarre, but if you think about it, there's secrecy, right? We think there's secrecy, and if we were a planet colony, now the prime directive of like Star Trek, where they don't reveal themselves to a pre-warp civilization, makes perfect sense. And I think the reason that it makes even more sense than that is because if it just takes time for monkeys to become interstellar, then dinosaurs, who are the natural apex predators, and the Troodon is like the human of the ape is the Troodon of the dinosaur. And the Troodon had opposable thumbs and a big brain, and it was a velociraptor about human size. And if apes can become interstellar, there's no reason to think that dinosaurs wouldn't become interstellar. And now, when you think about original sin and sort of the Christian belief that our our existence was born in original sin. Oh, and by the way, the floods now make perfect sense. The gods, any stories about the gods make perfect sense. And but when we're born in original sin, if they had to wipe out the dinosaurs, right, who, by the way, must be interstellar elsewhere in the universe too, or elsewhere in the galaxy, then now it kind of looks like a treaty. It looks like a treaty between the monkeys and the lizards about, hey, we're not going to fuck with these planets. We're going to let whoever comes out on top, right? So in some ways now the prime directive seems like it could be a treaty, an interstellar treaty. I know this sounds fucking bananas, but could be like an interstellar treaty between the lizards and the apes about not putting your thumb on the scale, so you don't get in a war. You know what I mean? So it's like could be a very real thing that that the prime direct. That's why the whole thing, the first of the series that started, was the prime directive, the real prime directive, because if monkeys and lizards have a treaty that, hey, we're not going to war because we're just going to let the chips fall where they may and hands off until one race sort of emerges from the primordial soup, then it makes it pretty nefarious to be hitting planets with meteors, especially if it's real terraforming and not interfering, so to speak. Because if you look at how the dinosaurs just got annihilated and then mammals just exploded, and then you're thinking like Noah's Ark and shit. So like there's a bunch of things in the Bible and religious texts and mythology and stuff that really start making a lot of sense if one were to conjecture that we started out as a colony. And so anyway, so just the fact that you're doing this Unearthing Secrets of Ancients, Lost Civilizations, and UFOs, man, this is perfect. So thanks for letting me come to your space and throw out some sonic gravity.
Cool. I think it's John X. Thanks, Sonic.
Shit, dude, you just totally derailed my entire Battle of LA fucking thing because I've been working on this theory for 25 years, and it's like a unified field theory that explains every fucking thing you just exactly said, and you're close. Like, it's so bizarre, like where we're at now, because I've been working on this, problem for a very, very, very long time, and you're a little backwards. I didn't want to go into my theory. It's really complicated, takes a long time. I've been talking a little bit about it recently because I've been working on some videos behind the scenes, doing my own way, and that I'm pretty close to talking about and releasing. But I'm just going to throw this out there just as quick as I can. All of what you just said is included in this. So for me, we're not a colony from somewhere else. We're the original colony. And all this talk about time travel and apocalypses and all this, for me, it's like it doesn't make sense that anything would be here traveling back and forth constantly through time. So in my theory, it's that after we have, unfortunately, it's not good for us. The Earth does go through a bad patch, and we put all of our energy into, this ark, and the ark is a spaceship. The real ark is a spaceship from the future that crash lands back before the asteroid. So now we are surviving on the planet millions of years ago, but we're a futuristic, highly technically advanced human race that then is forced to stay because of the paradox and watch over the planet, become the watchers, the keepers, the Nephilims, whatever you want to call it, the guardians, but as humans, we can't just sit here and not interact. So we're constantly interacting, and the dinosaurs aren't destroyed and they start coming back. So we have to make a choice that we have to take them out. And because they're not supposed to be here, because now their whole culture is based on this future event that is so far in the future, it's they can't even really conceive it. They just have to work on their own culture, which is guarding and watching the planet. And so we have different periods where we branch off. So like, now we have highly advanced humans way in the past that leave our planet and start colonizing the universe and creating offshoot races and spin-offs and all sorts of things that evolve over millions of years. But the earth has to be protected. The prime directive is that none of those things will exist if anyone tampers with our timeline. Our timeline must go forward to the point in the future which I call the future genesis, and that is the point where the ark goes back, and the ark contains all the knowledge of humanity, all of our history, all of our DNA, our seeds, our embryos, every fucking thing. So that goes back with us. So we have all of the knowledge. We know where the planet is supposed to go. But the first major decision is, well, what do we do with these dinosaurs? Well, now this culture has grown up for a long time. They love these dinosaurs. So we transplant them. We move them to another planet where then they evolve, and they, the Troodon, exactly like you said, this is, to me, the Troodon is the ancient ancestor of what we call the reptilians now. And the reptilians hate us because we removed them from their planet millions and millions of years ago, basically into like a slave race. But then they overturned their thing, and now they are interfering because they want to affect what goes back. That's how they want to change it. So they have their own motives. All these other, whether it's Nordics or Greys, I mean, all of it's inside of this theory of mine, but it explains all the ancient, civilizations, all of our religions, because we like our time is the end times for them. Like they are almost to the finish line, getting back around this giant time loop where then the veil can be lifted. But until then, we're their ancestors, but we're also their puppets. Does that make sense?
I mean, that's really cool. And I think at least in I have a lot of other work. I also did created a anti-gravity generator, and I have a bunch of like work on that that's like part of my podcast and everything. And so if you want, like, just DM me and I'll give you how anti-gravity works. I was just on Kurt Jaimungal's Theories of Everything, his live stream podcast, like won like an honorable mention for my Theory of Everything. And I actually, on his stream, I had Dr. Brian Keating on next to me. I had Richard Dolan was next to me too, like on this stream. It was really cool. And he seemed like a really nice guy. And I was only on there for a little bit, but I told how to build anti-gravity. I told how to create an anti-gravity generator. And so if you check that out, you might think that's interesting, but I can help you with your work on how anti-gravity would work and how you can actually go back in time. It's like Einstein-Rosen bridge, and the physics behind that is legit. And so what you're talking about is really, really interesting, and I think plausible, except for the one part. The only thing I would take exception with would be messing up your timeline, because so I think that, based on that theory of everything that I talked about, when we see these UFOs zipping around massless, we're seeing them through wormholes, and negative energy density, gravity wrapped around something that's massless is Einstein. And I didn't make this up. This is Einstein. Is Einstein's recipe for through time to one place, essentially right here, where gravity is fundamental, not space. And so it's like you're seeing a point in the future and right now at the same time through that little wormhole. So that's why the Ukrainian scientists said they saw phantoms. Well, that's because in the future, when those ships are zipping around, they're in the dark. It's nighttime on the other side. That's why they look like phantoms. Or you'll see at night, you'll see these big bright like lights like zipping around. Some people call it ball lightning. Well, that's just a wormhole that goes into the future, but it's daylight on the other side, the wormhole coming through. And that's why I don't know if you know Gary Voorhees is the UAPX president. He was creating a vehicle that, is kind of equipped with a bunch of, Ghostbuster type stuff, to record data and stuff from UAP. So I gave him $500 to put a spectrometer on his like apparatus, so that when they find a UAP and target it, they can analyze the light coming through there. Because if it's daylight, then I'm right. And so, but anyway, so I think the only thing that I would say is that I think time, because we see, if I'm right, and if we do see UFOs through time, we see them in the future. So like the battle over LA, in my theory, would be a bunch of spaceships, a bunch of like quantum craft that are flying around massless. Whatever they're doing something in the future, but we're seeing them here in the present. And so so they're actually doing something and engaging in the future. They're doing something, but we're just seeing them zip around. So we think the action is here, but we're just shooting at them. And so that would be my sort of take on the whole battle for LA business. But and who knows, maybe they brought one down. I'm not sure they could, but they might be able to, because positive energy will close a wormhole. So if you shot a bunch of stuff, positive energy, which is like mass, into that wormhole, and you closed it, you might leave them stranded here, which could happen, but I don't think it would happen unless there was an EMP involved. That's why I think the first, before Roswell in 45, that's why we got the actual craft, the physical craft from the future, because the EMP goes off, which knocks out the field, and the positive blast of the energy closes the wormhole. So that's why we, dropped that one. That's why we had that one. I think that one was before Roswell. But anyway, but yeah, dude. So I think all time exists because we see them through wormholes. I think all time exists all at once, everything all together all at once. So I don't think you can change the past, But it's a really fucking cool story, though, and thanks for sharing it with me.
Yeah, no, you guys are doing great. I love it. Let's keep it rolling. True Chuck Norris and then Red Panda.
Yeah, I like your project, Logan. Let me know how it ends with your anti-gravity generator. In this kind of information I want to say, share with you, on YouTube, you have hidden technology. This guy shows how to make a homemade generator from a little electromotor, and how you make a saltwater motor for your Harley or something like this. That's very crazy and very good stuff to rebuild it in by your own hands at home. It's pretty easy. Second is about the pyramids. The guy who talked before. We have over the world. We have so much pyramids everywhere in almost every country. And what I read it are two theories what you can combine if you want. But the first is that the pyramids are huge energy motors, energy projectors with if they are completed with the golden cap with the top on it, what is everywhere stolen or I don't know where. Because under the pyramids have to be a metal, a big metal plate to resonate these frequencies. The second theory is about the frequencies. In Bosnia, they measured the infrasound, ultrasound, and on top the Schumann resonance. That's pretty cool. And they measured that on every other pyramid across the world, the bigger one, the sun pyramids, where they get. The second theory is what I taught about this German texts, what I translate. They stand in that the pyramids built to equalize the tectonic plates that they're crushing together and making vibrations, earthquakes, and all this. And that's the reason why they built to equalize this vibration, this this conflict with the tectonic plates, and to normalize to not be so harmful for the whole world. And about the buildings, what we have like Taj Mahal or Angkor Wat and over the world is a very good documentary. I know you really know that. That's Graham Hancock with Fingerprints of the Gods. It's pretty nice. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask you before we get over to Red Panda, True Chuck Norris, the plate that's underneath Africa right now with the way our the whole is shifting, if that plate, I'm not sure if you know this, but if that plate does shift, which there's been some disturbance recently, I had read that it would rip the Azores apart. Do you know anything that's going on with that, or is that something that you're knowledgeable about?
No, I doesn't hear anything about it. It's new for me.
Okay.
I will research. Thank you.
No, thank you. I'll look into it as well further. Red Panda, what's up? Love your stuff.
Hey everyone, having a great time here. So for
yeah.
the topic of ancient civilizations and UFOs, I thought it'd be cool to just talk about two scientists who have like connections to both of those topics, right? So one of them I've already talked about a lot here, Carl Sagan. He basically was like the TV like debunker, right? Skeptic, you know what I mean? And he has a lot of ties actually to UFOs. So and he was foundational in forming SETI, which has kind of been like a front in a way. Like I say they do good work and they should be respected, but also it kind of like pacified the scientific community into thinking that there's nothing to earthly UFO reports, right? Because we have some of our quote unquote best scientists like with these giant radars actively looking for it at all times. So he's related to that. And then also he organized two conferences at the AAAS, which is the oldest scientific organization in America, which basically decides what's pseudoscience or not in America. And the two he organized, one was on UFOs at the end of the Condon Report, and basically at that conference is when it was decided that like UFOs aren't a scientific thing in American science. And then he organized a second conference like in 1974, a few years later, and this was to go over the work of Velikovsky, who was this like Soviet scientist who was like the OG Graham Hancock in a way, where he was the one saying like there's been cycles of humanity, ancient civilizations are more than we're saying or whatever. And Carl Sagan led he led the second conference he led at the AAAS was on that. So I just find it interesting that like out of this influential scientist's whole life, he led two like seminal conferences on American science, and one was on UFOs and one was on this like Graham Hancock train of thinking. And it even ties into today because like Carl Sagan has a direct tie to like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Bill Nye and just like that like the TV scientist who's a skeptic, you know what I mean? So it ties into today. And then one who I haven't talked about yet here is this guy named Luis Walter Alvarez, and he's super interesting. And like listen to his, I'll read off some of his resume stuff. He's like super glowy scientist. He was a physicist. He helped MIT's Rad Lab, which is where Vannevar Bush was, who is like allegedly an MJ-12. Whether MJ-12 is real or not, like Vannevar Bush was definitely, I feel like, involved with UFO stuff. And that's also where John Trump was, Trump's uncle, who researched Tesla stuff after he died. And then, so back to Luis Alvarez. He did MIT. He did the Manhattan Project, which like that just I feel like there's a lot of UFO stuff around that too. If you look into like Robert Hastings and stuff like that. And then Luis Walter Alvarez was on the Robertson panel, which was the panel convened by the CIA after the DC flyover. And that's basically when they decided to go like full on with the cover up and like disinfo and like we need to make Americans like think this is a joke and stuff like that. So he's connected there. And then this is where it ties into our topic for today. Not only was he part of the Robertson panel, he also, in I think 1968, X-rayed the Egyptian pyramids in the unknown chambers. So it's just kind of like weird, where it's kind of like Sagan. You have this really influential scientist who has his foot in the UFO thing, and then he also has his foot in this kind of like ancient geology thing. Oh, and then ready for this? He did the Robertson panel. He X-rayed the secret parts of the pyramids, and he was on the Warren Commission that researched the JFK assassination and said that it was only Lee Harvey Oswald. And he was part of the Jason Defense Advisory Group, which some people say is like super sketch, and he was part of the Bohemian Club. So super all around glowing person. But yeah, so Carl Sagan and Luis Walter Alvarez, if you guys want to look those guys up, they're two influential scientists who have their feet in both of these ponds of UFOs and ancient civilization stuff. That's my rant.
Hey, Panda, it's crazy that you said JFK because I want like in December, no, in like October. I'll post it in the thing in the comment if you want to see it. But I also did an episode called "Death Before Disclosure," where I laid out like the case, and it's just weird how I got there, but it just fell into this whole rabbit hole about JFK, the real reason behind his assassination. And I started going through it. I think he was assassinated because he was trying to get the CIA to essentially declassify all our UFO stuff and share it with NASA and the Russians. And I think that was back in the day when, and you know, we say, oh, CIA this, CIA that. It wasn't the CIA back then. It was the FBI. It was J. Edgar Hoover, who was total anti-red, and you know, no way he would sit for that. And even if it meant like letting a sitting president get assassinated. So
yeah, I think it was UFO related. What does everyone in the chat emoji react if you think it was UFO related, the JFK?
Yeah, I'll post it if anybody wants to see, because
are you saying Hoover just killed?
It's crazy. Yeah. No, just didn't. I don't know who did it, but it definitely was a look the other way kind of thing. I mean, the sitting president got whacked, and Hoover did nothing. You know what I mean?
From some stuff I was researching recently regarding that Serpo, the whole Serpo Zeta Reticuli thing. I was doing a timeline while I was researching that, and supposedly, you know, the Eben or whatever. I don't come for me, okay? I'm just going over my timeline here, okay? Just in case you have a doty feeling. But when that Eben landed, and then they started the conversations, the treaties or whatever. The NSA was formed once they planned for that exchange in 1965, and the year before it happened, JFK was assassinated and a new president was put in his place, of course. But I feel like JFK might have been more on the side of disclosure. If there was really going to be an exchange, or if there was any talks with an ET, that he may have wanted to be more open with the public. I mean, he was a little bit more of a, guy's guy kind of thing. He was more conversational with his public and involved. So I see that as could be a
He
strong
was
possibility.
he was also really close with James Forrestal, who I don't know if you guys know, but he was the first Secretary of Defense, and he's also an alleged member of quote unquote MJ-12. There's a lot of pictures of JFK and Forrestal in like Europe immediately after World War II, and Forrestal is also the guy you might have heard. He was the one who, like, they say went mad, but he basically committed suicide super dramatically out of the Bethesda hospital. Some, like, people say like he was killed, he went mad after like being told about the UFO stuff. In the Roswell movie from the 90s, they posit, and I think this is what Don Schmidt posits, is that like, yeah, he basically like went mad after seeing the alien in Roswell or something like that, and like, yeah.
I'll let these guys go, but just a quick point about JFK and UFOs. There was that recent documents declassified by the Biden administration in December, and they declassified part of the CIA director's scheduling or diary. And what's interesting is that I know these documents have no good provenance, but the Majestic 12 documents that most of us believe are probably some mix of bogus or truth. But one of the letters actually correlates because JFK asks for a quick follow-up meeting with the CIA director to talk about something like the psychological operations of Majestic 12. And when you look at the CIA director's diary, on that same day, he cancels his afternoon appointment and schedules another appointment with JFK that afternoon. So it's just interesting that
Can you post that?
Yeah, it's like a Reddit thread. I'll post it in the
Because
messaging.
I saw,
Kind
I
of
didn't know
goes
if that
through
was real or not. That's cool. So it actually says like MJ-12 on a CIA document. That's cool.
Yeah. It says, it doesn't necessarily say it's a Majestic 12 documents of UFOs, but it says something like psychological operations of Majestic something. So I'll post that for you.
Hey,
Hey, Tiff.
Sin, what's up? I see your hand up. I'm not sure who, if it's Sin or Guy first, but
No, it's okay. Someone can go before me.
okay, go ahead, Sin.
Good morning, folks. Well, at least it's morning for me. I haven't been in the space very long, but this is a topic that you can say I'm eyeballs deep into for a few years here now. I wanted to just voice an air of a word of caution. My account was just recently suspended, and I didn't break any fucking terms of face. Well, I probably did, whatever their terms are that has to do with free speech. Let's put it that way. So, free speech isn't actually on Twitter, and this is upsetting to me because I praised Elon heavily, and I think there should be praise to anyone who is practicing actual free speech amongst this controlled media that we're now living in, because every single major news outlet has a script. It is written and handed to them. They are told what they are allowed to show you and what you're not allowed to see. Things are scrubbed. I'm sure this is not news for a lot of people, but I just want to, just for maybe the one or two people who might not really believe that or think that that's an exaggeration. It is not an exaggeration. I held a room talking about the mysterious, like one of the biggest, like, conspiracy hoax types. And I realize this isn't a conspiracy room, so I'm not gonna like get into it. But like, it was a room that I hosted. I had a couple people that came in. It was extremely interesting, and one of these people, this one person, had a burner account. I don't know who this person actually was, but the amount of information that he had was scary. And he was one. He warned me. He like literally like laid it out on the table, like, and like pretty much play for play for what he said would happen happened. And so yeah, it's not a big deal. It's not like, like all this is a Twitter account, right, on some social platform, right? This is just some place where we're spreading dis and misinformation, right? So none of this is real, right? So I guess by saying that, maybe that will make me less of a target, or other people. I don't think anything that I've shared is any more or less like a potent or a trigger for anybody, who cares. I don't think it's any more or less. It's just, in general, I wanted to share how frustrating it is, that we live in a place where we're lied to about freedom of speech. And it really is an illusion. Because as soon as you start knocking on the door of something they really don't want people talking about, you find out really quick what happens, right? And I've been dealing with this for over 2 years now, because a lot of this originated for me with the vaccine bullshit. And now that people are actually looking at real numbers, the real science, what's really happening, now people are like, oh, wow, there's this correlating number of people dying that had this, it's like, it's amazing how much mind control is going on amongst, this country, and people don't even realize it. It's very, very subtle. Like, even I can feel it at times. At times I'll catch myself being like, oh my God, like I'll find myself within this trance of like, I don't know. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you for letting me, come up here and speak. I appreciate your guys' space and the.
We appreciate you sharing, and I'm sorry you're going through that right now. And I think this is, you're in a room that can understand, conspiracy and censorship and all that stuff, and that's nothing that we stand for. We're gonna go ahead and move on though, to Guy, and then we've got Casey, Red Panda, and Sonic.
Mine was just going to be a follow-up for Sin, but if we're moving on, that's fine.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to ask if the person that you spoke with, if you feel that like that was the person who took an action against you, or if you think it was a natural consequence of talking the way that you were.
It was more like somebody who knew what was next. Like it was overwhelmingly like accurate. Like when his prediction, it didn't seem like.
Okay, so it was a prediction and not a threat,
right?
Because
well,
okay, cool.
I mean, I don't know. I guess that maybe is possible.
Did that person or agents of that person take action against you, I guess is what I'm asking, because we've noticed a lot of that.
He wanted really specific information, and I told him that.
Okay, so did you?
I told him
sorry.
A recording of me talking with a member of the Majestic 12, which I do, a supposed member of the Majestic 12. I don't know if you guys know this person. I've interviewed him several times. He's very eccentric. He's old. He started working with them supposedly when he was around 12. I don't know if his story completely checks out. I met him through a couple other people who
Thank you.
Info.
We can move on to others. I didn't want to. I'm sorry. I don't want to take anybody else's time.
No, I agree with the media thing, and honestly, the biggest black pill I feel like of recent times was like the Hunter Biden laptop, and not even getting into the contents of it, but just like the fact that it was like straight up real, and like every major media outlet said like this is not real and we're not posting about it. It's just like the amount of money and like coordination and stuff like that takes. It's just like, damn, bro, like, and the amount of people who I know who like laughed it off like as like QAnon nonsense when you could really just like look it up like right there. It's wild. But I'm curious to hear what that one dude's predictions were. Sin, sorry.
He was wanting to know specifically something about any contract between us and one specific race of aliens.
That sounds like Ganja today. He's always talking about contracts and the coming contract war.
Yeah, he was trying to emphasize that if we are to win this battle of what's happening with the courts and COVID, that this directly relates with a contract between someone and a certain race of aliens. So, yeah.
Isn't the Antarctic Treaty expiring currently? And Russia's the one who's not coming to agreements. So it's being like pushed forward or pushed back or whatever, the renewal of the Antarctic Treaty. But that, I don't know, that's something I don't have enough research on. I guess I shouldn't have said it. But if you are interested in learning about that, I would search that. What's up, Sonic? Or Red Panda, did you have something else besides the just adding to Sin?
No, that was it. Thank you. I'm probably gonna go to listening now
no.
too. I've been having a great time, y'all.
Yeah, no, you guys are awesome. I love it. Go ahead, Sonic. Oh, I'm so sorry again. Guy, did you have something to add?
It's okay. Sonic can go before me. I've spoken loads tonight.
Okay. Thank you. You don't feel like you don't need to speak though. So, what's up, Sonic? I love your stuff.
Hey, thanks,
I think I
Tiff.
said that last time too. That's so rude. I'm like a robot.
No, and I really appreciate it. But I just wanted to throw a little energy at Sin, because that's what I call the madman's curse, dude. You fucking know what the fuck is going on, but it's like, they're like, oh, you don't, or you're crazy, or this, and you're like, no, motherfucker, I'm telling you, this is fucking what's happening. And then, it comes out, and I was a victim of the Hunter Biden laptop. I thought I was bullshit. I was like, oh, fuck, you kidding me? Really? But man, got me, you got me. But yeah, so I just wanted to kind of like empathize with just let you know that, man, you're not alone. And that I think, though, that the more people who, are fearless and kind of step out, they can't catch all of us. You know what I mean? And
Keep
so
riding.
if we,
Keep
you know,
rattling.
if we, I'm sorry, what?
So you got to keep rattling the cages, right?
Well, I'm just saying, you just got to keep doing you, because they can't run us all down. You know what I mean? And, and so, and it's easy for, somebody who's not getting fucked with to say that, but, I mean, I'm saying some crazy stuff that I think is pretty close. But the other thing that just occurred to me the other day, and, and I actually podcasted too about what I call the crime of the century, and, how, the vaccine and stuff is really gene therapy, and it's crazy that that's what we were doing. But then I saw this particular. I'm going into the living room here where these dogs are fighting. Hey, why don't you settle down, crazy? Sorry. So, but this. What I was thinking was, there's this guy, Jimmy Condetti, or something. Anyway, he has the Bright Insight podcast, and he did an episode that I leaned heavily on to do the episode I just did on this aliens and terraforming and all this other kind of stuff. But and in that episode there was this guy. Somebody mentioned him. He is he's been on Rogan a bunch of times about the pyramids and all that stuff. I can't remember his name, but I lifted his audio too for that. And he talked about how a Spanish explorer, conquistador or something, hit South America before anybody else did, and brought smallpox and like wiped out all of South America. And so he talked about these huge civilizations and all that kind of stuff.
Randall Carlson.
Yeah, that's the guy. That's the scientist or journalist or whatever. And he talked about how somebody visited South America, said there were cities of millions of people, and then when explorers followed him and eventually went there, it was all gone. They were all dead. There was nothing there. It was all overgrown. And they're like, oh, he's full of shit. But no, he wasn't. He was right on target. There were huge civilizations, but when he went through there, he brought smallpox, infected him, and wiped them all out. And the jungle just overgrew all of South America. But now they're finding these remnants of these huge civilizations because all of the deforestation of the Amazon. And they're like, man, there's like all these huge civilizations hold massive, huge areas of, buildings and homes and relics and all that stuff. And so I know this fucking sounds bizarre, but it's part of this whole the real prime directive thing where I think, and I know this sounds totally crazy, but I just can't get away from the idea that for an advanced civilization like that, like what might be our sort of progenitor, species. Of course, it's my non-consensus theory that we're an exoplanet colony, but in order for them to come visit us without maybe giving us fucking space aids or some shit, they might need to inoculate us with the smallpox vaccination, so to speak, that the ancient South Americans wish they got before that first fucking explorer visited them. I don't know. I don't know. But I just, I took the first one, and I think there's some problems with the second one. Or and I have young kids, and I want to see the safety data before I scramble my little girl's ovaries with the shit, because we've already had COVID a few times and lived, So, anyway, yeah. So I don't know. I really wish that if there was if this was really a thing where it's like, hey, you need to take this, because when, fucking, from wherever comes to visit us and shit, you don't want to get infected with all his cooties. I don't know. I know that's really sounds nutty and bizarre, but sometimes I wish these motherfuckers would tell the truth. You know what I mean? Just tell us the fucking truth, so we know. I just wish they would. Thanks, man.
Give you one thing you might want to Google. Google the reaction of mercury and aluminum foil, the chemical reaction.
What's up, Casey? And then True Chuck Norris.
Cassandra syndrome is the state of having the premonition and being ignored or persecuted. It's called Cassandra syndrome. That's all.
What's up, Chuck Norris?
Yeah, I want to say first to Sin, we are sitting all in the same boat. We have all our experiences with this system and with these agents and these rats, what they do to us. I have my own experience. I want to say to you, we are all in the same cave, and let us paint some cave pictures on the walls for the guys who comes after us, that they know they are not alone. Stay on course, bro, and you are not alone. I'm with you, and we are all with you. Second, I want to say John Trump, the uncle of Trumpy. He was the director or the director of ODD, was former the CIA, and he took all plans and maps and stuff of Tesla. And I don't know if you guys know that Tesla was usually a medicine doctor who wrote a medicine book and his apparatus about healthy things, and that's crazy what he built in this timeline. And I read a lot of this. And in Germany, this apparatus was in the 15 and 20s last century. There was 100 factories what built them and sell them across Germany, and they get forbidden, and nobody has a clue that Tesla do this. That's so important to know. And all on this work of Tesla, Dr. Reif and Reich and who is all after coming, they all read this what Tesla wrote and built his apparatus about health and medicine. And what do I want to say? I don't know. Thank you for this space. I have to go, and I wish you all the best. God bless you all. I love you. Bye bye.
Thank you. Love it when you show up. I appreciate everything you say. Hey, Sin, what's up?
Hey, there was one more thing I wanted to mention. The gentleman that was speaking before the last person.
That's True Chuck Norris.
Okay, yeah, he was talking about something I think that might be related, because I just wanted to mention that the room I was actually hosting that I got all this attention on was actually a room about how there's I don't know if you guys have ever seen photos of a lot of buildings in, I believe it's Russia, that are kind of somewhat buried with dirt. Like the first floor of a lot of these buildings in many towns, there's dirt.
Like mud flood?
Yeah, the mud flood thing. This whole thing where there's nothing really written in history books about it. Yet we have these red brick buildings that are kind of buried. The first floor of them are buried up to the tops of their windows in dirt. And there's been a lot of stuff that's been excavated. There's a name of it. It starts with a T. And it's in the category of, I guess, conspiracy.
Tartary,
No, I'm trying to remember what it was.
like the Tartarian Empire or whatever.
Tartarian, yes, the whole Tartarian thing. There you go. I was trying to get that. I just noticed that is a touchy subject, and I'm not sure why, but it's definitely the most fascinating to me. Because it feels like I can feel the fuckery of our reality around us, and it feels like there's like I'm starting to look at people that are are associated with like simulation theory and a lot of those flat earthers. It's like I think all of that is just people who are picking up signals of something else happening within our reality, and we can't figure out what it is. And we're seeing the seams, of this blanket over the top of us, and it's like we don't really know. Like we're all like just having like a clue here and a clue here, trying to base theories off this one little piece of whatever, and it's very frustrating. It's very
Getting cornered into like existential crisis and nihilism.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of interesting stuff out there, especially if you are on the conspiracy track, UFO track, all that stuff. There's so many questions and not a lot of answers, just a lot of speculation and thoughts, and that's kind of unfair because there's a lot of credence to a lot of what we believe or quote unquote imagine, but we aren't getting anything to there. We feel that there's information being withheld, but we're told there's not, and that's like gaslighting. It's not cool. It's hard for us to trust anything when we can't trust some things. So
isn't it interesting when there's like a topic but no one wants to talk about it? It's like something that's definitely something that should be talked about, something that's like you see something that there, it seems like it's a big deal, and you're like, hey, but you can't find anyone that has any information on it. There's like these buildings aren't even that old, like why isn't there anything in the history books? It's just very suspect.
absolutely. What's up, Casey? Did you have something to add? You were saying?
I don't think so. Nope. Oh,
Okay.
who is that? Tewksbury?
Tewksbury.
Pronounced Tewksbury.
Twerk?
Tewksbury. Like kook, but took with a T.
I see
Hey,
Sana's
how are
hands
you?
up. Welcome, Tewksbury. Super fantastic, like always. Love that you're here. And Sana, it's nice to meet you. I've heard you speaking. I just haven't met you yet.
Nice to meet you too. Thank you. So, can I speak, or is it someone else speaking?
No, by all means, absolutely continue.
Thank you. I was gonna answer to Sen. He left.
Sin, he's here.
Sin, hi Sin. Sin, you were wondering why, you don't know, we don't know about certain things that's happened in history, and that is, I can tell you, that is because, like in Russia or in our part of the world, the Middle East, a lot of history is forbidden to be learned, to be taught. Actually, it's kind of like they oppress you to an extent where the oppressors and the occupation erases your history. Like history would not be allowed to be taught to children or in schools. Books are burned. They're not allowed in the curriculum. So with time, the history is erased, and you never know what happened at that certain moment in time. And it's very sad because, like we wonder and we will never know why or how or the answers. And this is why it's very, very important, like for people like all of you, and spaces and information goes out. And thankfully, again, for technology, it's no longer just in books, it's social media. It's, words are getting by, history is written by word of mouth, by people meeting and learning about each other and learning history. But it's sad that a lot of histories have been erased, and cultures and civilizations have been erased only because a certain people wanted to take over and wanted to be more powerful than the indigenous people who were there in the first place. So we wouldn't know. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you for pointing that out, because I have been noticing that it's almost like because we're now in the digital era, we're witnessing this in real time, right? Like even things that have happened in the past couple of years, there's things that have changed on certain websites, and if certain information has been removed, and now that things aren't on a physical piece of paper, it's probably even easier to control the narrative, and people don't remember what some small event that happened last year in the beginning of the year that was in some town, like it's after time, all this stuff can slide under the table, and then it all kind of becomes questionable at some point. It's like what is fact and what is fiction is soon going to be the problem. Like what are we going to have that's going to be a solid, I don't know. I think you know what I'm trying to say.
Crowdsourcing. That's what we have. We have
Yes.
crowdsourcing, and we have being able to speak to each other.
And we should not, our voices should always be heard. You can never compromise on that. I am someone who grew up oppressed. I could not talk. If I opened my mouth, I could be put in jail. Or, I grew up with this fear of having to express my feelings, my inner feelings, like for the littlest things. And when I got that freedom, it felt like you gave me the world. So please don't ever give up on your right for for your freedom of speech. I know you think in the States it's not as it should be, but I mean, if compared to other places like in the Middle East or in oppressed nations, we are really, really lucky and privileged to be able to say as much as we can. So please never stop. Just keep using this privilege and the freedom, and never ever stop. And this is the way to preserve the nations, to preserve life, to preserve, to help everybody and save the world. Honestly.
Yeah, the
Yep.
only way that we're going to be able to preserve our history is with our oral traditions. 100%, because history is being rewritten every single day. And I hate bringing it up because I don't want to circle back to it, and I'm going to immediately drop it. But regarding a certain laptop, how many of you think it's just about inappropriate male gender pictures? Yeah.
You'll have to fill me in on that one a little bit later. Can you guys see me? Okay, there we go. And Sana, thank you so much. Well, I don't know what she's talking about. Okay, don't thumbs down me. I have no idea what she's talking about, but I know he's naked.
Oh,
And
well, yeah. So, yes, there are some in there that are like that, but at the first release, when the information was first released, when it really could have made a difference in the opinions of people, the emails that it contained, the correspondences,
oh
the
yeah,
yeah,
absolutely.
yeah. So, even after we've got 100% confirmation that the bullshit was real, they're still saying, "Oh, it's just dick pics." Sorry for my vulgarity, but I mean, I'm sorry for the new people who've never heard me be really vulgar, because I do.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean, if this
no, no.
politics stuff is what gets you vulgar, then maybe you're barking up the wrong tree, though. Do you know what I mean?
Are you calling me a bitch? I'm kidding. No.
What's up, Panda?
I don't need politics to get me vulgar. I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
I was just gonna say on the laptop thing, there was one interesting thing that I never see people talk about, and I'm not saying it's real or whatever, or like this is the fact, but there was a audio on it of Hunter Biden. Sounds like he's like channeling a demon. He's like, I am Deimos, which is like this Greek god. So then I'm like, interesting. And then I think about like slide 9, where it's like, oh, they could influence world leaders. And then Tom DeLonge says like his CIA contacts told him the Greek gods are here or some shit. So I was like, oh, that's just like an interesting little tidbit from
audio
the
or video?
Yeah, I'll see if I could find it.
There, Marco Polo, I believe, has released all of the files, organized all the files, organized all the audio. There's audio of a phone call planning a soft coup. There's all kinds of audio. It's intense.
Oh,
It definitely would have changed hearts and minds, I assure you.
Also, if you want to go back to what I was saying about like his whole like that mofo's like channeling a demon or something like that. Like we do know he's like a big time meth user, and the researcher Barbara Barlothic, who was a mentor to Carla Turner, who died under mysterious circumstances, as did Barbara Barlothic. Which I mean, like we're talking about like censorship and stuff, right? It's like the ultimate censorship is when someone dies. So whenever someone dies like in a weird way young in the UFO field, it kind of like I don't know, I just put that in a folder of like noted. But the Barbara Barlothic said that like meth users or whatever, that like meth opens people up to that. So I was like, maybe like because that mofo does so much meth and he's out here channeling demons. I don't know. It's weird.
Wait,
Sounds
what?
plausible to me.
I just got back. Who's using meth to summon demons?
Hunter Biden, apparently.
Look up Barbara Barlothic. She was Carla Turner's and Carla Turner was a big abduction researcher in the 90s who like got cancer really fast, and she said she was going to die, and then like she got cancer and like died real quick. And then Barbara Barlothic also died really sus. She died she went into like she went quiet after Carla Turner died. She got all freaked out, and then when she started giving interviews again in like 2003, she got in a car accident. But it was a weird case where the other car had to have been going like 100 miles an hour or something like that, but they didn't find anyone who was driving the other car. So like, and her husband died from it. So it was just weird.
Yes, I've heard of these wonderful, strange incidents, and we should all probably pay attention to the fact that we did absorb and practice all things that were like where the Nazi party was at when we took over and won, and then adopted all their scientists and took them over and put them in Manhattan projects and all that. Like we took over all their projects, right? And so amphetamines was something that was being like used in a very extreme way by Hitler himself and a lot of soldiers. So I don't know if that even led to it being here in the States. It's possible.
We took half their projects. The other half moved east. Yes, the other half moved east.
And the other half I sold on the black market.
And as far as just the one last thing on that briefcase thing, and then this is what blows my mind. There was something on the news, an actual agent who was whistleblowing, who actually talked about what he had viewed on that laptop. This was so long ago. And I remember thinking, oh, that shit's going to fucking, that's going to hit the fan. And it's weird because it was public. Like, I'm sure thousands of people heard this person on, like, it was like on like some sort of mainstream or semi-mainstream media, and the guy was talking about the contents on there, what he had saw, how disgusted he was.
Fox.
It's crazy because like what happened to that? Like where is he? He was actually
It's
like
probably still there. I mean, everybody, of course, use your own discernment. We know that Hunter Biden laptop is real. Like everybody knows that, even the people who didn't want to believe that it's true. And you could probably find the contents of it, make your own choices, decisions, whatever regarding it. It's politics, so that's why I'm being vague and adding the disclaimer. I never want to promote either direction, but we do know that in fact it is real. So go ahead and go take a look at the content, and see what everybody's talking about. I don't even know. I'm gonna go check it out. And yeah. And what Sana was saying is I agree. Like history is being coveted. Knowledge has always been coveted, and they dissect it and reassemble it for control purposes. That's the same thing that they do with religion. We know that there's a lot of doctrine left out of, Christianity, which is popular, and I'm sure it goes in other countries and other religions as well. We are cattle, unfortunately. Like, we have to follow what the people who are coveting these things say, and us asking questions. This is where it's going to be. This is where we're going to get answers. This is where we're going to have our thoughts listened to without being made to feel crazy. And the more conversations, you know, if you got a bunch of things running around trying to get in line, eventually they'll get in line. We just need to, you know, continue these sorts of things. I appreciate you guys so much. I love this chat.
I love you too.
I'm sorry, Squad. Squad does not like it when I do political spin outs. So we can go forward.
Yes,
You're fine.
allegiances to any political party is just lame, completely lame.
Absolutely. We're not here for that.
Yeah,
well, I feel pretty strongly that everybody knows I don't have any allegiance to either party, right?
yes,
Definitely.
same here.
Something used to divide us. It feels like it's a tool to make us pit us against each other. You know,
That's the whole point. That's what they've always done since the
My
beginning of
allegiance
time.
is only to the Fearless Monkey League, and that's it. So
Yeah, so my cult is called the Fearless Monkey League, FML. If you're new, it's my cult. So all are welcome.
That's
cool.
not
Our
everybody.
cult,
Most people.
Well, I don't know, Shane. 10%.
Yeah, I'm the
some
gatekeeper.
people. Some are welcome.
I am Tewksbury Dune. I will be.
I'm the keymaster.
I'm the pastor. So
I am able to wear ballet flats, not flip flops, but I have not reached Michael Jordan level.
there are no shoes allowed in the sanctuary, dear.
I will
Please
have
wipe
my
your-
chucks, or
I'm not coming.
I'm bringing my shoes, or I'm not.
That's.
I won't stand for that here. You get out of here.
Shenanigans.
someone asks you if you're a god, you say yes.
Yes.
If I take my shoes off, man, you're gonna tell me to put them back on. Just telling you. Get ready.
Tiptastic, am I God?
I'm gonna throw up now.
I think we said Jesus. I don't think God. God's a little.
The answer is yes. Sorry.
Sorry, I'm a nerd.
So moving on. Who was next?
Sorry, did I say something wrong? I apologize.
Did you get kicked? If you didn't get kicked, you're fine.
Yeah, so I was interested in your whole theory, Sonic Gravity. If they were tinkering with monkey DNA, right, to make us, why not years before that would they not fuck with dinosaur DNA to make reptilians, right? That seems to make sense to me. Is that not what your theory is, kind of?
Well, so like the theory, so it goes back. There's this episode I did called "The Real Prime Directive," and my friend's dad, he was like the cool kid. Like we watched radar movies at his house and stuff. Well, his dad was worked for the Navy. He's an electrical engineer, and he had top secret security clearance, and he was way into Star Trek and UFOs. And he looked over at me, and he was kind of one of these guys. He actually ended up committing suicide in 2014, and which was really just a shock to us all. So the episode is called "The Real Prime Directive," and it's also like a holiday kind of mental health episode, and it's just about you're not alone. And that's the kind of whole prime directive, Star Trek, seen other words. We're not alone in the universe, but we're also not alone here. And so we need to like look out for each other. So that's kind of like, there's layers to the shit. But yeah, so he asked me, and he's this, he's fucking intimidating dude. He was like, Brad, I said, yeah. He goes, are we going to do it? Are we going to go interstellar? Are we going to visit other planets and stuff? And I said, yes, sir. And he goes, well, how are we going to do it? How are we going to get there? And I say in the episode, I was like, I'm thinking like the lithium crystals, how are we going to get there? And then I came to me and I said, time. I said, it's just going to take some time. And in time, humans will become interstellar. And so when you think about humans, like if you just think of us as monkeys, right? And just for the sake of argument, then there's no reason to think that with the right amount of time, lizards couldn't do it too, because they got the Troodon, which is like the super smart velociraptor with opposable thumbs and all that shit, about human size. And so what I think that tees up is that if it wasn't for that, meteor that took out the dinosaurs 65 million years ago, then, dinosaurs, are maintain supremacy and end up going interstellar, period. If monkeys can do it, there's no reason to think that dinosaurs couldn't too. And so that's when I started to think, well, maybe the prime directive is really sort of a treaty between, because if something's possible in a universe this big, in a galaxy with 2 billion Earth-like exoplanets, anything that's possible is inevitable. So it's inevitable that in a planet where there's no meteor that hits, the Troodon becomes the interstellar top of the food chain and becomes an interstellar race, the same way that monkeys do. Like when in any environment like Earth, where a meteor hits, wipes out the dinosaurs, and then mammals take over, and then humans end up going interstellar. So you really have a legit inevitable scenario at some point where there are interstellar monkeys and interstellar dinosaurs that are the natural end state of evolution in any sort of like planet. If you agree that humans could become interstellar, there's no reason to think that on an Earth-like exoplanet that the lizards wouldn't eventually get there. I mean, unless you think that monkeys are special and that we're special and that we're first. Anybody who believes that will think that, oh, this is stupid. But at the end of the day, I think it's just logical and objective that if humans ever become, monkeys have flown spaceships, monkeys are sending probes and satellites and shit, and all you need is like opposable thumbs and a big enough brain, and I think Troodon, I think lizards get there too. I think that on any world where it's plausible, it's inevitable. In any universe where that's plausible, it becomes inevitable. And so then you start thinking, well, maybe there's a treaty, and the prime directive is really, hey, we're not going to put our thumbs on the scale. I mean, it could actually be a treaty between interstellar. I mean, if you believe that humans can become interstellar, and I think you have to accept the fact that lizards could too, then, then in any universe where there's interstellar lizards and interstellar apes that are looking for the same kind of exoplanets that will support their species, now when you find one, if the prime directive could actually be a treaty that says, hey, you don't do anything, don't put your thumbs on the scale until that species becomes, essentially makes it to the top and is interstellar too, and then, you know what I mean, otherwise you go to war, right? And so anyway, that's just the whole idea. And so then if that's true, right, then now how do you prove it, right? Because who gives a shit if you can't test it? What's a conspiracy that you can't prove, that you don't have evidence for? It's just a stupid conspiracy theory and nobody should listen. So the proof that is reality, that we are an exoplanet, is looking for the fingerprints, essentially. And I just realized the title of this dude, this Egyptologist sort of disruptor guy, I quote him in my latest episode, about story time, theories of everything, and exoplanet Earth. But his book is actually called Fingerprints of the Gods. And just now, that makes fucking perfect sense, because I haven't read it, but I heard him talk about it in the audio that I lifted. But the fingerprints of the gods would be the evidence left behind that we are an interstellar human colony. And so if the pyramids are concrete. Like I just posted pictures in the chat of this episode where they show the nanosilicate and the jumbled molecular structure of the aggregate, where it shows that, hey, look, the pyramids, the blocks of the pyramids are made of concrete. That's a fact. And so what would prove it is if you looked at the Rishat structure, at the foundation of the Rishat structure, if that is the same concrete that the pyramids are made of. Okay, well now you have a plausible scenario that early human civilization, about 12,000 years ago, the most successful attempt at colonization, after the ice age, after they put the earth in the shadow for a month and created an ice age that wiped out the 10-foot bears and fucking saber-toothed tigers that would eat us, that if those concrete structures are the same, or if the concrete that built the exact same looking pyramids that you find in Cambodia, that you find in Mexico, are the same. Yeah, now it looks a lot like, and the Great Wall of China, now it looks a lot like, we fell in on some terraforming efforts, and that I think would be what fingerprints of the gods are. The fingerprints of the gods.
Could you clarify concrete? Do you mean like literally the mixture?
Literally.
Stone and
literally, yeah. I mean, I think I put the link in there. There's National Science Foundation. There's a 2008 research. Like a dude was funded by the National Science Foundation, like America. It's on a website. I don't know if somebody just left it up or forgot it or what, but somebody took an electron microscope to the bricks of the pyramids, and they're not like sedimentary rock, like carved out of stone, because sedimentary rock is laid down layer by layer by layer by layer. It's all uniform. It's all kind of flat and going one way. But if you look at the structure of the concretes of the blocks of the pyramid under electron microscope, it's all jumbled up, like it was all just mixed up in a cement mixer and poured in. And there's little nanosilicate adhesive, concrete crystalline structure in there. And I put pictures of it in there under the electron microscope. And it's some dude from Drexel University. There's another guy from France who did it before that. I mean, so this is I think geopolymer.org they actually reverse engineered. It's like better concrete technology than we build our buildings with Portland cement concrete. And they didn't fucking have that. And we should have known that from the very beginning, that they weren't cutting those monoliths of stone out of quarries too, because all they had was fucking copper. You can't cut stone like that with copper. It's not hard enough. And so at the end of the day, there's just, if you really look hard and critically think, there are little fingerprints of the gods, I think. And I don't know if I'm plagiarizing that dude's title. That's a fucking awesome title. But I haven't read his book. I probably should, just out of homage and to make sure I'm not like taking his shit. But essentially, fingerprints of the gods, to me, is what is the evidence that we're an exoplanet colony? What are the things that couldn't exist here, but for like, an exoplanet progenitor species? And so that's what the last 3 episodes I did, which was the Real Prime Directive, Storytime, and then Storytime, Theories of Everything, and Exoplanet Earth. But it's pretty much the Earth's the exoplanet, and then like, so the ice age, like all of a sudden poof happened. Well, I think it'd be easy to make an ice age. I looked it up. All the Earth would have to do, there's some legit research that says, like, say if the sun turned into a black hole, right? So it had the same gravity or whatever, but it just put out no light. It would take a month before our planet was in an ice age. A month in the dark puts our planet in ice age. So all you'd have to do, if you wanted to terraform the Earth and you didn't want a chance hitting it with another meteor, all you'd have to do is just fly a billboard that says, like, honk if you like ice, between the sun and the Earth, and put the Earth in a shadow, and all of a sudden you got an ice age in a month. And then the catastrophic melts of that wiped out Atlantis and all that stuff and dug the Grand Canyon, then that makes a whole bunch of sense, because once you ice over the planet and then all of a sudden put it back in the sun, it starts to melt. And so you get these huge oceans of melt sitting like puddles in the middle of these glacial shelves. And then one of these glacial shelves cracks, and now all that water just dumps, that's been melting for, 1,000, 2,000 years, just dumps across the country. And that's how you carve out the
Grand Canyon. That's how you wipe out Atlantis. I mean, that's how you get like water blasting from the north across northern Africa.
I was going to say
And
that makes sense with that because there's all that water erosion near the Sphinx, right?
yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's and the crazy part is even though that sounds fucking bananas, when I look at everything that I'm seeing, right, that's the only thing that I think makes all the puzzle pieces fit. All the same architecture across all these different continents. And I'm telling you, the smoking gun is going to be as soon as, and if I didn't have 4 kids and bills to pay and a day job and shit, I'm tell you what I'd do right now. I would have tickets, plane tickets to all these different places. I would have a fucking ball peen hammer and a bunch of coffee cans, one with the pyramids written over it, one with like, fucking Chichen Itza written all over it, like one with, Great Wall on it, one with, Stonehenge on it. And I would go bust me off a piece of all those, all those monuments and relics. And I would, go buy an electron microscope. Man, I'm tell you what,
Does it seem
if it's concrete, if it's all concrete, because that's, it has to all be concrete for me to be right. And if it's all crazy advanced concrete, then I win and I'm right. And we're an exoplanet colony. And it's like, okay, what? I mean, that's because all of that would have to be, and that is totally not consensus. Nobody fucking believes it's all concrete. Everybody has a million reasons why it's not. But all you got to do is look at it with an electron microscope. And whoever does, their fucking name is in the history books. Because I guarantee you it's all fucking concrete. I guarantee you they could not build that shit, when they were fucking cavemen. You just don't get that. Maybe carve some shit in a wall, but there's no way you're building a fucking Stonehenge and shit as caveman. That just doesn't fucking happen.
But what if we're like way more powerful than like we think we are, right? Like I've got Randall Carlson over here saying that like they're just about to release some new technology having to do with like I don't know, something like sound frequencies having to do with like the piezoelectric effect. I don't know. Is Shane here? Yeah, UFO Shane. You remember what I'm talking about? But I mean, yeah. What if we're just like way better than we think we are, right? Like that's what power has always wanted to do to the common man, right? To kind of just deny us our power, not let us know how strong we really are. Because otherwise, we'd rise up, right? They don't want us to, they don't want to give us any of that power. We were just dumb ancient man before.
True. 100%, man. You're totally right. You're totally right. And look, mine is just like, mine is just one theory among many, and doesn't have. I mean, look, it's all until somebody, right? It's like quantum physics. Until some observer makes a measurement and we find out, the quantum superposition of states and who's right and whatever. But all I am saying is that at least this theory is rational and it's disprovable. You can prove me wrong if we break off a chunk of, all these different prehistoric like monuments, and that we say cavemen built, and if it's all nanosilicate, highly advanced concrete, then I win. I win the internet. But if it doesn't, then I'm wrong, and I'm just just the last theory on the.
Then you got to join the Fearless Monkey League.
Yeah, well, I'm already hoping. I've already got my application into the Fearless Monkey League. I'm hoping I get
accepted.
Okay, thanks. Thanks,
you guys
man.
remember the hammer they found? Like literally encased in stone, which obviously was mud at one point, and it was very interesting because I forgot the title they had given it, but it was literally found in the States too by literally like a couple like on a nature walk. They find this thing encased in stone. Everyone's like, and it's a hammer. It's like just looks like it's an old school hammer with a wooden handle, but it's partly encased in stone. Now for that to happen, I think when they carbon dated it, I mean it would have like 400 something, like 400 million or 100,000 or I don't even.
No, not that long, bro.
Whatever it is, I don't claim.
But yeah, you're on the right track about like it. They did have stuff to make that type of material, which is incredible. They weren't just cavemen working with chisel and stone all day. The Egyptians were very advanced.
If you assume that the Egyptians did it, but the thing is that there was no. I mean, you don't see in hieroglyphics, you don't see, pictures of the big concrete, anything. And still, I don't see how they can possibly maneuver and manipulate, 70-ton pieces of stone. I mean, that's just telling on ourselves, I think. I mean, and people, reasonable minds could disagree, but I think there was a French dude who was like with the geopolymer.org. Anyway, in like, I want to say in the 90s, found one of these blocks, and you can tell which ones are these blocks that are connected to the pyramids that are like this, because they part of the chemistry of the concrete hydration and curing is that it kicks all the salt out of the mixture as it cures, and so it shoves the salt out. So these beams, they open these tombs, and these and there's like a half inch or inch and a half of salt everywhere, which is just crazy. And they found that this concrete, the signature, that you could test this. You could go to any of these places, because the signature element of this concrete process is that it tastes like salt. It tastes like sea salt. And but anyway, yeah. So this French dude found a piece of the pyramid stone, had a fucking hair embedded in it. And it's like, okay, so either this hair is like somehow lived and is older than this stone, right? Which, if it's a quarried stone that's hundreds of thousands of years or whatever, like, then okay. But otherwise, it's it's concrete. And I mean, then their electron microscope survey of the bricks
Bro,
proves.
electron microscopes are fucking expensive as shit, and they're hard to use. Like, man,
Well,
yeah,
there's Drexel University.
yeah.
Check
And
in the
I agree with
description.
Sexy Stone. He's right. I agree with him. He's super in.
I linked the
Yeah.
research in the thing, so you can see it for yourself. Don't take my word for it, but it's legit
I
concrete.
believe you.
Yeah, it's just
Taylor, stop interrupting, please.
Taylor, can like other people speak, like some females?
Hey, I'll just shut up then. I see Alien Girl down there.
Yeah, me too. I'd love to get to Alien Girl if she wants to come hang out. What's up, Sin? Actually, hold on. Before we get to Sin real quick, I think those tools you were talking about, I was just talking about this last night, actually. Like, you said they were in America, though? I don't know of any tools that were found in America besides, like, the Clovis culture tools, like, that, they're from, like, 13,000 years ago or something like that, right? But then they found some, like, other ones in, like, Africa that are, like, millions of years old. So that's kind of bizarre, right? I don't know what to say about that. That kind of takes us back to, like, dinosaur times. What's up, Sin?
I just didn't want to be rude. I wanted to throw in some stuff on that.
I appreciate that, brother. That's very considerate of you.
Thank you. And like I was, because each room, everybody has their own style of how they like to run their space, and so I try to make sure I can figure it out in a timely fashion, and not be that guy that's like. But anyway, I was just gonna say, like, it's very that whole concrete concept. I haven't heard of that before, but I'm not saying that doesn't mean that that's not, there's something to that. It's really interesting, like when you look at Nglepe Tepe, like that area and like that wall that's there, it does suggest that, obviously there's a lot of people that are like, oh, we have, advanced pulley systems and ramps and things like that. And it's like, well, and someone else had mentioned something that I think is more of the factors. I think there's just ancient technology that we've lost. I feel like the Great Pyramid was a tool to harness magnetism or frequency of some kind, some sort of waves, because everything breaks down to frequency at the end of the day. And it's like, it's just really interesting. We have overcut marks on some of the hardest, stone that is on this earth. And an overcut, if you guys know what that is, that's usually like if you're woodworking and you're cutting something with a saw blade, you'll like accidentally nick something, you'll like kind of go past it and like ding, and like it'll make a cut mark, and like to do that in that type of material, it would be some incredibly powerful stuff. And then like the wall that's there and the stones that are like 1.5 it's incredibly like difficult to do. I would say impossible without certain types of technology that I don't even know what it is. We don't have it. And there's like really interesting like markings on the stone where they have that one obelisk that they didn't finish cutting out, that massive one. And it's like you look at the size of these stones and just like there has to be something there that we've lost, a technology, something that I feel like, like Tesla was probably on to, and some other people in history, that has to do with an amazing power source that this earth has naturally. There's something under our feet that is immense, and we've just lost this technology, unfortunately. But that's what I wanted to say. Thanks.
I forgot to say, Red Panda Koala, are you still here? Yeah, he wanted me to play this clip a while ago, but I forgot about it. I'm sorry, guy. Let me just play it real quick. Oh, damn, I closed it by accident. Hold on, maybe let's pull it up real quick.
Real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Though, we are the technology. That's what I've learned.
What does that mean?
Our brains, the sound waves we can create.
Yeah.
I am Deimos. You think that you know me, but you do not.
By the way, this is that thing that he was Red Panda Koala was talking about earlier about Hunter Biden. This is his voice, Hunter Biden's voice, talking about him being Deimos, God, I guess, right? He's probably high on meth and channeling some demon, I guess is the theory. Which kind of makes sense if, right, we pulled like a lot of Nazis from Germany that are high on meth over here. That kind of explains a lot of kind of demonic things going on around America, right? So anyway.
You think that you see me, but you cannot. You think that you hear me, but you will not. You think that you love me, but you do not. I am Deimos, and I will never die. I am Deimos. I am the ever-present. I am all that is combined in the things you fear most, and I hold them for you. And that is my love. My love contains the multitudes. My love is my purpose, because I am Deimos. You think you understand my threats, but you do not. You think that I am silent and sullied and uncertain, but I am not. I am Deimos. You think you know me. I am Deimos. I know everyone. I am Deimos, and I am a cloud that hangs in the ether. It is so beautiful. It seems to contain the multitudes of all the love that is, because it understands all the hate that was. I am Deimos. I do for you what you cannot. I am Deimos, and I am tired.
Honestly, I don't feel like playing the rest of it because it's just like sad and pathetic, and the dude's probably in the bathtub. So, yeah, there you go, Red Panda Koala. I don't know if anyone else was creeped out by that weirdo, but yeah.
I posted a link in the nest involving like drug use and stuff like that as well. If anyone wants to check it out. Yeah, Taylor, you up?
He should rephrase that. He posted a link on something somebody was speaking of earlier, associating stimulants and the phenomena. So he
Yeah,
he
there we
didn't
go.
post a link about drug use specifically. So I'm sorry for that. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. I'm high on pizza right now.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask Sonic. He was talking about earlier with the Egyptians and stuff. I was gonna ask him if he believes in the giants, and if you've heard the Nephilim and the pyramids, like the Nephilim building them.
Well, so there's been DNA, right, and like mummies and bones and everything that have been dug up in a bunch of different places, right? And there's like, there's like 20-foot skeletons in one place. If you're to believe the pictures and everything, which, I don't have any reason to don't, you know what I mean? Like, but what I see is an extremely hostile environment for a human colony, right? Before, certainly when the dinosaurs were there. I mean, if we put down a colony with Troodon running around, like, we're just food, that's a fucking horror movie, you know what I mean? And so, and the megafauna, you got like 10-foot bears. I mean, 10-foot bear, I mean, we're just snacks. So that's why I think things like the ice age became it, if that's the way things were, if that's why we had an ice age, if we terraformed the planet to sort of kind of throw ourselves a block, and so that we could thrive and eventually become sort of the apex life forms on the planet. I think when every time you see these, like, oh, these 8-foot skeletons, or then there's like 300,000-year-old person they dug up out of the ice, I see those as, oh shit, our colony got ate. All right, back to the fucking drawing board, you know what I mean? Like, so, because you see these sort of remnants, this residue, but you don't see like massive graveyards and huge civilizations necessarily, but you get onesies and twosies, like, these sort of little digs. And to me, that's just, okay, back to the drawing board. Okay, what do we do now? Okay, they didn't make it this time. And I just see like a bunch of sort of interstellar humans kind of scratching their head going, all right, how are we going to make this colony stick? Okay, let's do an ice age. And so like, hey, go block the sun for a month, go fly your spaceship out there in between the earth and the sun, put the earth in a shadow for a month, we'll see what happens. So they do that, they come back, oh, this looks good, they build Atlantis, all that. Well, then all this melt happens and Atlantis gets wiped out. Okay, let's put
The
another.
flood.
What's that?
The flood. Is that what you're
Yeah,
referring to?
yeah, the flood. Yeah, absolutely, the flood that wiped out Atlantis. And then you have a bunch, and there's also a bunch of evidence of flooding, probably the exact same flood, wiped out part of the coast of Israel too. And so now you have legit underpinnings that if you were planting a colony, that you would say, oh yeah, well, we saved Noah, and we said, hey, take a ark full of this biodiversity and start over. And so you start seeing where the mythology, right? And when I say mythology, I'm a Christian, like Christ is my savior. So I definitely believe in God, but you see where the sort of the history and the mythology and all that kind of stuff fits. Like, now like Noah's, the flood and everything, like that makes perfect fucking sense to me. You know what I mean? I see where it came from. I mean, that where it's real in the book, and it was in reality, it's completely demonstrated by at least the archaeological configuration of things that they're digging. I mean, I just think it kind of goes, That's just my opinion. I hope that answered your question.
I was just saying, like, the Nephilim built the pyramids, and I was wondering if you heard that theory about, like, well, I guess that just kind of goes along with the Book of Enoch and the Watchers story, which I think makes perfect sense, and I think answers all these questions. But yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, go ahead, Sin. You're up. All right. Sin, well, last call?
And so, what does that guy believe? He believes in like ghosts or aliens, or Chris guy.
He does he'll debunk popular videos on TikTok, like the Bet Spheres and remember the one you said was fake with the motorcycle and flies by?
Yep.
In the jet. Like he debunks that one, and Tiff can probably go into it more than I can.
No, I just.
Wait, so he's just like a debunker?
He covers
No.
things. He doesn't debunk only. Like this morning, I was talking to him about the first guy. Remember, we were talking to Terry Mantell, and he was telling us about his grandfather. He's the first person who was injured by a UFO. I reached out to him saying, "Oh, yeah, there was just Twitter space about that," and he's like, "Oh my gosh, I'd love to link up with that guy's grandson." And I told him that I heard he was going to do a space with Shane, and that I'd look forward to it and to look for it. But he covers like more of like the military UFO reports and stuff like that. I only got a few videos far in, but yeah, he's more like the tech kind of black tech or whatever, the ships and stuff.
Yeah, you said it better than I did. Yeah, he covers the whole UFO topic, but from a more rational standpoint than a lot of us probably do sometimes.
If you had to kind of like equate him with like somebody else in ufology that does on YouTube, who would you say best represents them? Is he like a Mick West, or is he like a
Oh, he's not like Mick West. He'd be like Mick West if Mick West wasn't such an asshole.
Is he like a Stephen Greenstreet, or is he like a
No,
I don't know.
he's like a mix. Like I don't know. He's kind of Richard Dolan-y, to be honest with you.
Okay, cool.
I just
That's all
love
good.
Richard Dolan so much. It's hard for me to compare anybody to him because to me he's the GOAT. But yeah, he's a lot like Richard
That's true.
Dolan.
Nick Redfern's pretty dope too.
All right, I saw your hand up again, Sin. What's up?
Hey, what's up?
Oh, sorry, I had stepped away to get some water. Shit. Oh yeah, it was the gentleman that was speaking again about the pyramid stuff. I was trying to remember the name of where did I see it? There was someone that did a demonstration. Someone was trying to utilize crystals to harness either frequency or magnetism. I think it was somebody that was literally trying, and like let me get back to you guys on that because I don't want to talk about it without having something to reference here because it was really, really interesting. A guy basically had done like a micro experiment trying to see if he could make like a miniature little like channel of using basically because he was talking about how crystals and water are like the same thing and how we're mostly comprised of water. So therefore, like humans are like this, like we're basically like the fuse that's like for the machine. Like his like theory was all about like the pyramids, or at least just in particular the Great Pyramid. Like
Are you
basically,
talking about the John Hopkins study on it?
it could possibly be that.
Okay.
It was really interesting. Like I don't want to just be like, oh yeah, they did it, but like I don't have anything to show it. But it was somebody talking about how they had like basically like made an experiment utilizing themselves, and I don't know like the details of it. That was the confusing part. Like I just read a person talking about how like they were blown across the room, and like it was this person that was like barely tapping into this incredible energy source, and it's like this thing that's like all around us and we don't even know about it. It's pretty incredible when I read it. But
Yeah, dude. It sucks, right? When you study this so much and you read so much different stuff and something's really cool and you just can't remember the details of it because it's always so you've read so much. I totally feel you, dog. Yeah. Go ahead, Taylor.
Oh, I was just gonna say, ice is a crystal, because it has like a repeating structure. But I don't think water's a crystal, but it does respond to vibrations, like frequency, and like you can see different like patterns in different with different frequency generators around water.
Yeah, I saw in What the Bleep Do We Know, they were covering the ice responding to energy vibrations, with like positive or negative energy sharing. It's very interesting stuff. Water is a living thing, in my opinion, and we're like 70% water. So, what's up, Taylor?
Yeah, I'm thinking about buying this frequency generator. It's like a professional one. And if I can get this damn mutant to work, like if I can get um this basically I've been working, I'm kind of bummed out because yesterday I tried to order a strain that I thought had the fluorescent microtubules, but it was just like the plasmid. But I can go ahead and just do the transformation, but it just takes longer. Anyway, if I can get this strain to work, then I could like get this frequency generator and see real time what would happen to the microtubule structure in different frequencies. And if I haven't told you before, the research model I'm working with is like a good research model for microtubules and neurons. And as we know, that's kind of what's responding to these different frequencies. So this would be kind of an independent experiment. I wouldn't even bother telling my advisor. But if you just put a frequency generator right there while I'm imaging, it's gonna do no harm, no foul. Anyway, I was just trying to think about like because I've heard these different things about these different hertz and how they can alter the neurons via microtubules, and I was going to see if in real time, if I use a frequency generator, if I can see any live effects with different frequencies. And there's one of them on Amazon for like $100 or $200 for like a professional one, and I'm really considering doing it.
Now, is that the like that flat panel sort of thing that you play? It's almost like a speaker, but it's not. Is that what the frequency?
I don't know the mechanics of them, but it's like a professional frequency generator. I don't know how it
Yeah, if you
works
throw
though.
like rice on them or something, they like adjust to the like they turn into the shape of like the frequency. But and that's really cool stuff. You'll have to show us the results and or post pictures or whatever. Um,
Might be referring to those plates where they'll run certain frequencies through it and they'll throw sand on
yeah,
it and it'll show a pattern that the
those
pattern's
patterns are the
made.
same ones that you see in the water, the ice. So it's like and that's just that experiment was done just with positive affirmations and negative affirmations. So if it's just like just sending affirmations, having like the full frequency, it's very probably dramatic. You know what? I think it would be less because I feel like when I'm overstimulated, I feel numb. So maybe the smaller, just the affirmations is more appropriate for things like water. Hey Sam, what's up? Welcome to the
What
space.
up? Cymatics. That's the word for the sand on the plate when they
Thank
vibrate
you.
it. The shapes are cymatics. It's it's a cool thing. I mean, it's one of the most interesting phenomena that you can, I think, study, especially at a younger age, because it's so visible. And it just says that sound can create form. And there's this stuff called non-Newtonian fluid, which is a fancy word for cornstarch and water. And if you put that on a speaker and then you play some frequencies through the speaker, it will create not shapes like, mandalas or anything, but it'll create little kind of fingers that, due to the vibration, will keep some of the shape of this non-Newtonian fluid. Like this is the kind of fluid that if you squeeze, it feels like a rock. If you hit it really hard, it feels very firm. But if you let it in your hand, it'll drip right out of your hand. So it turns into a liquid from a solid very quickly. And velocity is what really determines it. So having sound waves pumped through it actually create a structure for it to build upon, and these weird, like almost lifelike appendages come out of the fluid, and it's just really creepy. But it looks a lot similar to the one thing in my own research that I found that behaves very similar to it is the skin of cells. So we all seen a cell in a microscope, and they look very regular.
Cells make a
They look very regular in a microscope, but when they do this laser spectroscopy and they were able to really record cells outside of that little tiny depth of field. Like when you're zoomed in that far, your depth of field is literally microscopic, meaning that the layer that's in focus of the cell is the only thing that's in focus, and the part below it and the part above it isn't in focus. It looks like a two-dimensional object. But when you use laser spectroscopy, they are able to like literally see the entire cell, and the skin, the outer layer of these cells behaves. It looks like fire in much the same way as the non-Newtonian fluid under sound. So I wondered, and I still wonder, if there's a type of sound or frequency that's being pumped from the nucleus of the cell to create the moving skin. It looks very much like a squid or cephalopod skin when it transforms and changes form and changes texture and length and all that stuff. Watch if you can. I'll see if I can find a video of it. This technology is like at least 10 years old, so it's not like it's a brand new thing. But looking at cells behave this way, and every little appendage off their skin is shooting out and coming back in and reaching out for things and coming back in, all within like microseconds. These things are doing it, and so yeah, I think cymatics is super important, and I wonder, still do, if sound plays a role in the movement and locomotion of cells.
It's the plasma membrane.
Hell yes, that sounds hella cool. Plasma membrane. Thanks, David.
It's not even made of plasma though.
Vibration.
But yeah, plasma membrane.
It's vibrations.
Hell yeah.
But that's super cool. Who was it, Purple or Sin?
I think it was. Well, Sin just spoke, so we're gonna let Purple go, then Sin.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I'm hoping everyone can hear me okay. May I just ask quickly before I begin? I see the record button on this. Is there any reason why it's recorded, or is it just for the purposes of bad language or whatever?
I record every single space I do.
We love bad language.
Is it just for your own? Is it just for your own use?
So here, let me. For those that don't know, every single space that's ever done is recorded by Twitter, and the host can always pull that recording if they want to by going to your settings and choosing to select download archive. Twitter will email you like within a day with the contents of everything you've ever posted to Twitter, including every Twitter space you've ever done, whether it was recorded or not. So you can always get the recordings. They are always recorded. If it says recording at the top, that just means that you can share it a lot easier with your friends on Twitter. That's basically what that means.
Okay, thank you very much. I was just wondering, had anyone ever heard of the historian who's not really part of the main historians called Graham Hancock? And I had watched a documentary on him recently where he was talking about the Ark of the Covenant, where the Ten Commandments were stored in. And he was saying that he thought, in his own view, that these were stored in Ethiopia, and that the guards who patrol these Ark of the Covenant are inside a temple. Every 3 years, the guards have to be replaced because they go blind. And I was wondering what the people's view in this room were on that scenario, given as regards the lost civilizations and UFOs, etc. Does anyone in the room think that the Ark of the Covenant is some sort of alien technology giving off radioactivity that is making the guards go blind? He went to the site where apparently the Ark of the Covenant is stored. Obviously, he wasn't allowed inside, but he did say that within 15 years of him visiting, that on a period of every 3 years, the guards were changed because each of the guards, after a 3-year period, had went blind. And then he asked the guards, why did you go blind? And they said that there was a fire coming off the Ark of the Covenant that was radiating out through. Obviously, they weren't in the building with it, but it was giving out, who knows, they called it fire, but maybe it was radioactive or whatever. What are people's views on this? And do they think it is from a, I don't know, ancient alien or something? Or what would your views be in this? Thank you very much.
Yeah, man. Thank you. 1 second, Sin. I love the Ark of the Covenant. So, Graham Hancock did go to Ethiopia. My take on that is that Ethiopia may well, it's in the Church of St. Mary, I think it is. They may well have a Ark of the Covenant, because if you follow anybody, there seems to be more than one. Like the Knights Templar today say there's 6 of them that they have in their possession. And if you follow the stories with Bathsheba, or not Bathsheba, I cannot remember her name. The queen from Ethiopia that met Solomon at the time and had a son, and that's the whole story there. Then their separate version of their Bible, of their Christian faith, and they may very well have one. And there are stories of them, like, causing basically radiation damage to people. So I think it's fascinating. The way the Ark, as far as it being like alien technology, it actually to me seems to be like a way to harness electricity in like a much simpler way for the purpose that it was used at the time. So like we think of electricity now running through all the lines and how massive it was, but you wouldn't have a need to have that much electricity back then, right? So you make this box, you possibly put it in a pyramid, it transmits power or whatever it does based on a water flow system that amplifies what the Ark would do. Because if you didn't put an Aaron's rod down, if you put manna in the box and you took the Aaron's rod off, it would just shoot electricity all over the fucking place, is what Timothy Hogan says. Purple. So, and he says that the technology, Timothy Hogan says that the technology of the Ark may well have been given to humanity from a society outside of our current realm of knowledge. So take that how you will. Aliens, ultra terrestrials, or whatever. But that's a great fucking question, man. Thank you so much. Those are my thoughts on it.
Yeah, that's Shane's favorite question, I think. Is there any question you like more than that one?
No.
Yeah,
Absolutely not.
Wait, what
I'm
was
trying
the
to get a
question?
hold of him.
I
What
might
was that,
have the
Taylor?
question later, but
Yeah, mate. Go for it.
Go for it. All right. So, why is there only one, or what is that? Is there only one guy that says there's 6 Ark of the Covenants or whatever?
You know what? We need to find out who said it, but I was reading recently that there was 10.
Yeah, there's 6 in possession of the Knights Templar. There may very well be more.
I think somebody said the United States has at least one.
Yeah.
I was just going to point out that that's also who wrote Fingerprints of the Gods, because someone was trying to think of that name earlier. It was Graham Hancock.
Yeah, Graham Hancock. He's a legend, man. Oh, shit, Screen. Let's go. Screen also loves the Ark of the Covenant.
He also loves Aaron's rod.
I bet
Indeed.
he does.
What's up, Screen?
What up? I heard there was 12.
What?
Damn, we're adding them up.
Yeah. Maybe it's like getting recreated.
I heard there's
Pretty
20.
soon we'll be able to buy
You
them
gotta get that good at
You're lying, Megan.
any IKEA.
So like another thing about the Ark of the Covenant, Purple, that I find fascinating is that they're literally the shape of the box in the King's Chamber is identical to the Ark of the Covenant as designed as given by the specifications in the Bible, like identical, right? And then Moses was in Egypt and they left, and maybe the Jews took it. I don't know. It's crazy. Go ahead, Screen.
Yeah, actually, I want to talk about that part that you just brought up. It does seem like the arcs would fit in what is that part called in the King's Chamber or whatever?
It's the sarcophagus in the King's Chamber.
They still call it a sarcophagus?
Unfortunately, yeah.
Damn.
Or they call it the box.
Yeah, there you go, the box. That's what I was trying to think of. So it looks like it fits in there, right? And then in the Bible, you have the stories where I forget whose son it was, but he like came to visit him, and then when he left, he took the ark, but he had replaced it with another one.
Yeah, Solomon's son from the Queen of Ethiopia.
Solomon's son, right? So that tells you that, like, you don't think they would have saw a group of people leaving with the ark, you know what I mean? So it just tells you that they were probably set in there to be charged up, and that there were multiple of them, right? Because how would you not know that was going down?
So do you think that the pyramid would have possibly been used to charge the Ark? I heard that its capstone was like organite and gold or something. So maybe that was used What's up, Sin? I see your hands up.
Yeah, just like a thought on that. I think it might be possible that this might be the same materials or device that is also was used with Project Looking Glass. If anybody's familiar with that whole project, I mean, yes, a lot of people are like, "Oh, is this real or not?" I believe it's real, just because I don't know that the same group that has access to, or supposedly had access to that was also like able to pinpoint things happening and deaths happening the day and hour of. There's just certain things that kind of like stand out to me as kind of like clear cut like evidence that there's fuckery. Like people are able to like at certain points in time we're able to look at a timeline and see what was happening in, you know, and I feel like this is, you can call it a Stargate, you can call it what you will. Like I'm starting to believe that there might be some significance to that connection. Let me like collect my thoughts here actually.
Dang it. I had a thought too, and I lost it. This must be a wormhole here. Oh, is that Project Looking Glass? Is that the one where they're like using like a chronovisor device, or is that where they're sending the children back in time to record history?
The second one.
Okay.
I mean, from what I know of it, it was just something that was passed around with the elites. They were able to craft and do what they will with like certain like, you know, like fucking with history, you know, and then they started getting an end game that they couldn't alter. That was very like upsetting, you know, and like I think that was the end of that project once they were unable to veer away from this like inevitable like potential future. It became,
Which is what?
that's the thing that they would like. I think that's why they destroyed it. They didn't want people to know about this. They didn't want it to be spread around. They didn't want it to become. I think it's what it like literally freaked out the elites why the agenda has been pushed and why they're.
Yeah, Project Looking Glass gets crazy because it involves like alien races, alien technology that was found, and all kinds of shit. I love it. Screen up. Come
Yeah, I
on.
heard aliens were there whenever they were like, I know with Montauk Project, and I think kind of in that same thing with the Philadelphia experiment, they were fucking with time apparently, and you know, they were using the kids to do these like these, basically they were conjuring up demons and letting the kids do this weird demonic shit so they can like do this different stuff, look in the past, look in the future, and that's what Project Montauk is based off of, and that movie Stranger Things, or the fucking series, whatever. And there were extraterrestrials there allegedly as well.
No shit. That makes. I mean, you guys have heard. All right, I didn't want to bring up. Never mind. I was going to mention the.
Well, let's let Screen and Purple Man go ahead and get their hands down, and we'll come back to you, Sin, if you
Yeah.
can remember.
Can we do a quick poll to see like who believes the Montauk happened, like for real, like as stated, or like do people think it was really just a bunch of old men trying to watch kids jack off? As a show of hands. Oh, all three of you. Okay.
I think they were doing some demonic fucking weird shit.
Good chicken.
It might be a mix of both.
I'm unfamiliar with it.
I would
All right, go ahead.
imagine there would be a lot of torture, human torture and stuff when they're trying to do stuff like that. Okay, go ahead and Screen. Sorry.
No, I was just going to make another observation real quick. Didn't Moses leave with a bunch of people in an ark as well? Like, did they not have people guarding that thing, or what was going on? So it's like, to me, it seems like even back then they were already losing the knowledge of what that stuff did.
Yeah, and you know what's really cool about that Screen is that people like the Jews at the time, they weren't slaves like in the Bible, right? They were a group of people just like in any other country that lived there, but they were a large mass of that particular group of people, right? And they thought that the story in the Bible was all made up, but then they found an obelisk that had the whole story of them actually leaving Egypt. So it came out to be true. So, and I think very well that they took the Ark of the Covenant. I mean, there's damage to the side of the box and everything. So yeah,
So
I
did
love
he have
that.
the ark with him when he separated the Red Sea?
Hey, hold on. What makes it the story true? Because they found an older version of the story.
Well, it's just corroborated, so it has
Yeah.
another an element of truthness to it, and it can be corroborated. So there's 2 points of the same story, which is good, but not still conclusive, but pretty good.
There was no correlation at all until they found the obelisk, though.
And if he had the ark with him, I mean, we know he had the staff, right? And energy can repel. Like you take static electricity, and you can bend water with it. Static electricity. So imagine if you had a high power source, you could part a sea. Maybe if you had an ark too.
I'd like to add that they did find a bunch of like Egyptian pyramids and shit at the bottom of the ocean there. Pretty crazy.
Oh, somebody said that wasn't true recently.
I'll have to look into that. I hadn't heard that yet. Okay, let's go with Sin, then Casey, then Andrew, then Taylor.
I just wanted to say real quick that to keep in mind that I think sometimes when we're reading in history and we're talking about slaves, that we might want to think about the fact that this could possibly be talking about the human race being slaves. This is based off something that was talked about by Anthony from the Majestic 12. Quite literally, he was talking about. Well, he had a lot of things to say that were interesting, but
you know the MJ12.
This is allegedly like I met him through like 2 other references that said that he checked out with some sort of government. They had some sort of reference to him actually have been on some sort of roster with a government 3-letter government agency.
Tell him I said what's up.
Okay.
You know,
Hey, Neanderthal and Casey in the purple.
Wait, I was like somewhere
Oh,
up there
I'm sorry.
for sure.
So Neanderthal, Casey, Taylor, purple.
I'm next. Actually,
I would
purple's
just have
next,
to say
then
real
me,
quick that Taylor
then
was
Panther,
talking, and there's
then
Neanderthal
Taylor.
and them down there too. I don't know if y'all can see them. Sorry, Casey.
I do, but I just remember the order. Purple man's next.
Well, thank you very much. I actually got cut off and then I went outside the room and then had to go back in again. So my apologies for that, but thank you very much for noting that I was next. Yes, well, that was interesting to hear this story. Graham Hancock had mentioned about the Ark of the Covenant. I got a little bit confused in hearing a lot of different answers all very quickly. Sorry, that's maybe my brain more than anything, but I'm just interested. I've not really been in this room before, but I'm interested in. So, the Ark of the Covenant, are we saying in this room here then that the commandments as to how we were to live our lives was given by an alien race? Would that be true? Or was given by, if we're praying to a God, that God belongs to an alien race? Is that what we're saying here, or what are we actually saying? I'm just interested to hear another point of perspective. So I'm interested in it, so that's why I'm asking. Sorry, I maybe haven't put that across so great, but
No.
hopefully some of you will get what I mean.
That was good. Are you familiar with like the ancient alien theory or the Anunnaki or even the
Yeah,
Book of Enoch? If you don't want to go so far into it, like the Sumerians.
I'm interested in it, and I've watched some documentaries about it. I'm interested. You mentioned the Book of Enoch, and the Book of Enoch, as far as I am aware, was discovered in Ethiopia, and Ethiopia is the country that supposedly has the Ark of the Covenant. So perhaps someone could tell me a little clarification about the Book of Enoch, because I'd be interested to hear it.
Taylor, your
I
day's
have
come.
watched it. Yes, I'd like to hear briefly, very briefly. Of course, I can have a look at it online. But the Book of Enoch, funny, a colleague from work mentioned it to me today, and I'd be interested to hear it. Is it a book that wasn't obviously included in the Bible? It's giving another perspective. Is it talking about the Anunnaki and talking about perhaps where humans came from? I would love to hear about it, but very briefly. Thank you.
Okay, for the brief version, Enoch is the book that covers when the Watchers, which is, I believe, like 7 angels that were tasked with tending to humanity, and then there's some issue with the Watchers deciding that they wanted to copulate with the women, the human race, and They, due to the population, they created the Nephilim, which would be the not fallen angels. They're like giants, basically, six-fingered giants. It's and then they are, I don't know. Go ahead, Taylor, if you know what I'm at the other part of it. I can't remember the
Keep
part.
going. You're doing a good job.
Okay, so you've got the Nephilim, and they are savages. They are cannibals. They are just destroying everything. And so the angels are punished, or the watchers are punished, and ordered back to heaven. And there's like they've got to clean up this mess with the Nephilim, and so they start executing them. And Enoch ends up getting taken back to heaven with God as a human without dying, and returns to Earth as Metatron, and continues his mission. So that's basically the Book of Enoch, I think. I'm sure there's more that's missing from what I just said, but that's brief.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Beautiful, Tiff.
Oh, you guys, stop. I'd like to thank God and Logan and the Academy.
And UFO Shane, thank you, Tiffany.
Can I say Logan's a loon, but love the guy. Hello, Logan.
Hello, mate.
All right. Let's see. Who was next? Was it Sin then Taylor? Yeah, Sin then Taylor.
I'm just going to mention that maybe people might be interested in checking out. I think it's called something about the secret. I don't know, Secret Life or something like that. If you look up Jordan Maxwell and symbols, he has lots of little videos out there. But this one, it's like the Secret Life of Symbols, I think is the title. It's actually a really long video because it's multiple episodes of like, I think it was like a special, maybe History Channel or something. Seems like they're kind of programming. But anyway, he kind of goes through some mistranslations and some basically things that aren't understood about symbols and their origins and like their use in history and the fact that we've taken symbols and reused them throughout history. It's a very interesting video. He, of course, has his own like perspective and everything. And I'm not saying that everything he's talking about, everybody's going to like 100% agree on based on their faith. But it's definitely a video that you can't deny that like he brings up some stuff that like at least to the humans in that period of time, this is what they were believing was the meaning of these symbols and stuff. And it brings a lot of clarity to a lot of that. Anyway, I just wanted to share that. I'll find the link and post it in the back channel.
Okay, Taylor and then Casey, or Casey, did you get skipped?
Go ahead, Taylor.
Yeah, so when people talk about mistranslations and stuff, I would like to hear an example of something that was mistranslated, because everybody says, well, it was translated wrong, like, but I don't ever hear examples of like, give me an example of something that was translated wrong, and what's the actual translation, and then how do you know your translation's right? Like, so that's just something that I would like added on, if anybody does bring up mistranslations. But
Translation of what?
before I skip my turn. I'm sorry.
No.
You can give an example, and
Okay,
then I'll
thank
go
you.
next.
Yeah, what translation are you referring to?
I guess ask Sin because he was the one that brought that up. Sin,
For
what
example,
translation were you referring to?
he has a few things in there. It's a very long video. It's like 4 hours long because it's like an hour long special.
Was
Like
there one example?
together, like Elohim, and then El. You know how like that was translated from Hebrew because we have a monotheistic, agenda. We kept things that were like the Book of Enoch wasn't used because it supported things that didn't support the concept of a monotheistic society. It was polytheistic. So anything that was going to challenge that narrative, I think it was in the best interest of mankind at that time. And that's why it's upsetting for me because a lot of things were, in depending on whose agenda or like what king is being served, like I feel like things have been propagandized, if that's a word. I don't know. But like I didn't even want to get into like a Bible thing, but like the basically El and El Helium, I can't pronounce it correctly, but it's even the word God and gods, the more than one. That was something that, and he does supply like actual like he shows things in multiple Bibles from from different time periods as well, and then he shows some other stuff. So he actually supplies things that back up what he's claiming and stuff. I'm not saying everything that he talks about in there. I'm not claiming that it's all like 100% correct, and it is what it is. It's somebody's.
So are you saying that the angel translation should be God? Like, are you saying that it's
No,
mistranslated?
like,
Well, that's what I was asking for an example for. Like, for an example of something that was mistranslated.
Like
El
Hey,
would be
just
like
my
God, and
brother.
Elohim would be the angels, right?
No, I mean gods, like that in Hebrew.
Okay, Elohim would be the gods.
Right.
Like,
Yeah, and
from
gods
gods
was
to God.
the translation. Like, gods was like maybe something that we call angels, where they are much higher than humans. They're definitely not the most high God. And if you're referring to Enoch, in the book of Enoch, it clearly shows that there's a superior, supreme being over all these lowercase g gods or angels or these higher beings. But it was my turn, so that was a question I was just throwing in there in the beginning.
Hey,
But I
Taylor,
did
I
want
was
to
just
give you
gonna
a
say
chance
my
to
brother
answer.
is a preacher, and he is so
Okay.
into what you're talking about. If you look at the people who follow me, there's a guy named Peter Voorhees. That's my brother. He's a pastor, and that's what he's getting his like PhD in divinity or something all about. And so if you want to know about like the way the Bible is translated and all that kind of stuff, just DM my brother. He would probably love to send you like, I don't know, whatever you're into about
Yeah.
Bible translations and stuff.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I like looking at, more original copies like the Dead Sea Scrolls or the Septuagint. So yeah, I'm definitely very familiar with that already. But absolutely. If there ever is an example of a mistranslation, I love hearing them. Like, please tell me, because I do believe that there are some things that don't translate completely from Hebrew to English. So that's a whole nother conversation. But it's just like more meaning and more love in the Hebrew version. It's much more impactful than like the English version, right? So the Hebrew version of different words like was much more significant than like an English version. And there's also other things as well. Like this is like a an hour long conversation. Absolutely. But yeah, so it was my turn, so I'm gonna go ahead and say what I had written down. So monotheism, you were saying that polytheism, whatever, like monotheism was the agenda. But back in the day, polytheism was actually the agenda. So to say that, like, to promote monotheism and like the Greeks and stuff was crazy. So the monotheistic view was kind of a new emerging like concept. So we were not always monotheistic. People were not always monotheistic. So to say that the narrative was monotheistic is just not true, because everything was like polytheistic, like the multiple gods, the Greek gods, and all these different different cultures and mythologies. Also, whenever you were describing the Book of Enoch, that was correct that the Watchers came down, but don't forget that not only did the Watchers, mate with humans to make the Nephilim, which ended up being demons. They're disembodied spirits that roam the earth, harming people, taunting people, making people miserable. They're just unhappy spirits roaming the earth, and they're deceptive. But anyway, don't forget that the Watchers, not only did they come and make hybrids, but they came down here and taught us technology and metallurgy and alchemy and all these different things. So that was another huge thing in the Book of Enoch. Not only did they make the Nephilim, but they made a bunch of technology that they said that, human, that was used to make a bunch of evil, like that was used to harm humans. So a lot of humans back in the day were being harmed. And that's why the flood happened, because not only were the Nephilim, but some of their technology was harming people. And God said that he heard the cries of people from heaven, because there was a bunch of corruption and like misery on the earth. And so he had to wipe it out. But God said he didn't like to do that. He didn't want to do that, but it was just so wicked, and a bunch of people were being tortured and stuff. Like, for example, humans were being enslaved by these Nephilim. These Nephilim were like kings, right? So we were all being just enslaved by them, and they were also cannibals based on the Book of Enoch. So they were just it was vile to think about what could have been going on back then.
I
And you know what? The Native American, huh?
no, I was actually
I'm
going to say
actually, let me
exactly
finish
what
real
you're going to
quick.
say. The Native
Yeah, just take a
Americans.
note. Is that okay? Yeah, the Native Americans. That's absolutely true. And so they also do corroborate the Book of Enoch. So they have their own stories, their giant stories, and there's particularly in the Navajo and different cultures, they have the same account as the Book of Enoch. So if people don't like the Book of Enoch, that's really interesting, because different cultures throughout history actually believe the same exact things. It's not just one random writing found in Egypt. It's actually this legend went worldwide with the giants and these beings coming down. That's something that's corroborated through multiple history encounters and writings and artifacts. And we were talking about history earlier, and like I know somebody mentioned, oh well, just because we found another account of it on an obelisk, does that mean it's true? Well, I mean, it kind of does. And also, artifacts show that events did occur. So, not only did ancient writings, but artifacts. And we found a bunch of artifacts from scripture, like from the Ark of the Covenant, many things. And the Bible even talks about the obelisk in Egypt and how they should have been torn down, this and that. It's just different perspectives, but the same events did happen. Now, which side you're on might be subjective, but what happened is fact. And if you don't believe ancient texts, then what do you believe? Because that's all we have for history. All we have for history is what somebody wrote down happened. So if you don't believe the writings that happened of what was going on, then how can you believe any historical events? And if it's also backed up by artifacts, then how can you even deny it at that point? And the last thing I was going to mention was the Ark of the Covenant and the technology. People talk about the technology with the Ark of the Covenant, and it's really interesting how these spiritual things overline with technology so much. So I was actually watching this interview the other day of there was a guy who he was basically coming out and talking about the aliens, and he said he worked like for the CIA or some crazy group, and he was saying how the aliens were trying to tell us about technology, and the scientists were trying to have a materialistic understanding of what was going on, and the aliens like couldn't really understand what that meant. Everything was really spiritual to them. They can't necessarily tell us how their things work, is because they work in a different way than we think. So we're purely materialistic, and we only have access to certain dimensions and realms as human beings. But they had trouble translating separating the materialistic and the spiritual, because a lot of the times they go hand in hand. And that's what this guy said that the alien said, if that's what you want to call him. But it is
Alternatively,
interesting how the Ark of the
they
Covenant
may not
and
have.
stuff like that is very overlapping, like with technology. So we know that in paranormal occurrences and in alien occurrences,
Tiff, you
that
can mute.
all of the above. What the fuck? Can I just finish?
She was actually the co-host that actually was speaking.
Oops, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hit the mute button. I was thinking about it. No. I was just saying, that alternatively, maybe they didn't want to share the information, but we have a lot of hands. Sonic Gravity, would you like to go? And then Casey, and I feel like we lost somebody. Fringe, you had a lot of reactions, so I'd like to get your take on it. But Taylor's gone, so I'll still listen.
Well, yeah, that was really interesting. I was really enjoying what Taylor was saying. But I think one thing there was somebody who said that the original discussion about the narrative was that when they were writing the Bible, they left Enoch out because they wanted to have a monotheistic Bible, not a polytheistic. So I think what Taylor said was accurate, right? That the whole thing, that the world at that point was polytheistic, but the purpose, the narrative that they wanted in the Bible was monotheistic, and so that's why they didn't include it. So because I think it sounded like the communication was crossed. I really enjoyed what Taylor said. It's really interesting, but I just wanted to say that the reason that Enoch was left out of the Bible, the previous speaker said, was because it didn't fit the monotheistic narrative that, the conclave or whatever in 400 AD wanted the Bible to say. That was it. Thanks for letting me speak.
Thank you. Awesome. What's up, Casey?
Hi. I was just going to say hello.
Oh, well, hello. Thank you. That's valid and
Just
important
welcoming
too.
myself into the space and greeting everybody. Hello.
Hi, Casey. How are you today?
Hello.
People that do that.
I'm glad everybody got all of their turns out of the way. Yeah.
Who said I hate people that do this?
It gets wild. Hey, Fringe, did you have any thoughts on what we were just talking about? I saw you go reaction crazy, and I always like an alternative perspective.
Don't be shy.
Yeah, lay it on us. Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
next.
So yeah, the Book of Enoch was left out. There's also the Bible Apocrypha, which is several books that are left out. The Bible is tailored to the church's desires. It's not the full.
Tailored.
What was that?
Looks like Fringe is available.
Oh, nice. Do it.
Hey guys, we're gonna go back to
God.
hands. We're gonna go back to hands. So if you want to talk, I'm trying to get everybody up here as speaker. We're gonna go back to hands though. So just please raise your hand if you want to talk, and we have a lot of people in here. So
What's up, Fringe?
all right, Fringe is up.
All right. Yeah, I didn't intend to talk, but I find it amusing when I hear people talk about like more like the religious perspective based on what I've studied. And I have looked into the Book of Enoch, the Quran, all that, as well as, like I know about the Nephilim and the giants, the thing about the indigenous people and that, I don't agree with because where I live in Mi'kmaq, it's the Mi'kmaq people here, and the creation story of the Mi'kmaq people is Cluescap, who was a giant, but he wasn't eating people or anything like that. It's a totally different perspective altogether. The Navajo, from what I know and the codes that I've received, connect to the twin flame downloads within our DNA. That something that I've accessed is the Aurora platforms, which connect to the consciousness of the next universe. Which we can activate within our DNA and overstep the reversal grids on Earth. And when I hear, like, it's sad, but I mean, a lot of the things you guys were talking about, I am aware of. But I think that if you were to look into, if you haven't looked into the Guardian Alliance or the Freedom Teachings and Keylontic Science, which is the science of light and sound, it breaks down our 15th dimensional time matrix, as well as how it connects to the other time matrix. It connects to the Holy Grail, the Knights of the Round Table, King Arthur. I mean, everything. And it will, each section in these teachings has like 4 to 5 videos. Each video is like 3 hours long, something like that. And there's books and PDFs and graphs and drawings and everything that go along with it. Like there's over 350 gigs of just this one teachings that I've studied alone. I'm not done studying it. But it's just, we're at a point on Earth right now that like, it's important to, let everybody have their own opinion or their own perspective and let them express themselves. The thing is that we're going to have a lot of, lower things bubble up and things come out from people as they're healing. And it's difficult for me to be around, things that are more like in a lower consciousness wise. That's why I enjoy this space, because it's usually like from what I see, it's people that are really gathering together to expand their minds and their awareness. And that's how we grow together. And that's what I see as a good thing. It's the problem that I have seen twice so far since I've been in this room 2 times is, and it's nothing against you guys. It's when you bring in like religion compartmentalizes people's minds. It's the same thing that, Tavistock Institute and MK Ultra, all this kind of bullshit that they've been doing and manipulating society for so long. Because when you step back and actually are able to, like listen to another's perspective, without, and actually setting aside your current belief structures or systems or whatever you have in place, you're able to really we all grow together. Do you know what I mean? But I also know the boundaries are important, and some people are just, not nice. And there's just a lot coming together. And it's funny because, when I hear certain things, I can't help it. Like, yeah, I laugh, but I didn't plan on coming up. Like I was going to break down, like I have 6 notebooks now that I've scribbled down things, over the last 3 years of just things that I've studied, and I don't know how many books I've read, and I'm not on social media all the time. So I do the meditation, and I'm not getting everything from books. And one of the things that person mentioned just recently was, that, how are you going to learn, or how are you going to know unless you look at these written stuff, and it's like everything that's written is manipulated by somebody's perception. So you got to take it with a grain of salt, but you got to be open to trust your own self and your own guidance and discernment and things like that. There's a lot of codes activating within our DNA right now. The plasma codes are coming from the sun. I mean, like the sun is a portal to numerous other places in the multiverse, and if you can meditate on it, you'll experience it. And when people talk about Christ, I mean, Christ is a consciousness. It's within our DNA. So some of us indigos and things like that, indigos 1, 2, and 3, or whatever you want to call your, crystal children or whatever, we're here to anchor in the higher levels of consciousness. And those of us that activate those strands of DNA can access those dimensions. So when I heard talk about dimensions, as well as like the Christ and that kind of thing, like it's I get it, but like that's something that I was looking into like 20 years ago. You know what I mean? So, and right now it's not the time to coddle people. It's not the time to pussyfoot fucking around. I'm just going to say it like it is. Like, it's important to express who we are, speak our truth, and not coddle and be scared to offend somebody, or because right now we're really in the spiritual warfare, and it's important, these conversations and things like that. We just got to try to not be closed-minded, and compartmentalize and really listen and integrate, because there's so much more. But I do love what you guys do in this room. So I laugh a lot in these spaces. So if I laugh, it's not to offend you. It's just because it's almost like I'm watching, I don't know, like not everybody is at the same level, and I get that. It's difficult for me to hold back, because it's like we need to move forward with so much, and so many things just keep us like kind of dumbed down in a lower frequency. So anyways, thank you for the chance to speak. I didn't intend to speak, but yeah, I'll be quiet now. Thanks, guys.
No, thank you. I love it when you share. You can drop down or you can stay up. You can do whatever you like. I appreciate your time and your input. Let's go ahead and move over to Fred Rogers, and then we've got Sin and Taylor.
Yes, hello.
I was after him.
And thank you for sharing the fringe. I think from what I hear, I find it a bit disturbing. I do sense a lot of ego coming out when you speak, as though perhaps your knowledge is so far and above others, which it might be. It very well could be. But I know that especially MCO Freedom Teachings, they talk a lot about ego, and especially in many of the soul-based sessions and ego reasoning. So I don't think that we can possibly move forward if we're coming in here and feeling worse. I learned this stuff 20 years ago. Give it up. There's no ego. There's no place for that here. Everyone's at a different level.
That's not ego, though. That's a fact.
It might be a fact in your mind.
That's right. And I separated from my ego back in 2009. So I am well aware of what you're speaking of, but I'm going to drop down now. Thank you.
Thank you for dropping down. So we cannot, and I would disagree. I do feel that is ego. How is it not? I hear a lot of different opinions in here. I hear a lot of people that have different viewpoints. Many of those I do not agree with, and I do not feel aligned with. But at the same time, if I am here to lead, and I am here to help others to move ahead with what's happening in this world, and gain the knowledge and gain the tract for the grail and the true meaning of knowledge, I cannot condemn nor look down upon people that are not at a certain level of knowledge, because everyone's awakening happens within their own being. I can encourage, I can provide guidance, but I am no better than my fellow man or woman. Thank you.
Go ahead, Taylor.
Yeah, that's very good to say. We should all be very kind to each other, for sure. So before I got cut off earlier, or whatever happened, I was just going to fuck my throat. I was just saying the connection between technology and like the spiritual phenomena, the alien phenomena, all of it is very weird. So whenever people mention like technology, the Ark of the Covenant, I would love to like learn more about that, because I have no clue like what technology was there. And if there is, that's very interesting, because according to the history, that God dwelled within it or something like that. I don't remember the exact wording of it, but that's very interesting, the overlaps between the technological and the spiritual, and how these manifestations of different things can affect technology, and how they possibly were the same ones to teach us technology. So that's super interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, so the seat of God sat between the two angels on top of the ark, is what you're referring to, yeah? And the way I look at that, me personally, is that it conducted a massive amount of electricity. Perhaps they saw like arcs jumping from thing to thing, and they thought, hey, look at this crazy shit happen, and that's the seed of God, and if you touch it, you get fried into next week. So who knows? But yeah, Sin's next, then Tewksbury, and then Sonic. Right? Is that right, Tiffany? We're gonna assume I'm right.
I think Sonic might have wanted to reply to Taylor as she had left. So if Tewksbury is fine, we're gonna go Sin, then let Sonic Gravity try to respond to Taylor since he missed out, and then Tewksbury. But it's up to Tewksbury.
Just real quick, I wanted to actually apologize by bringing up certain subjects, because I do realize that it's a very potent and like most people have been raised with their family, or or wherever their household is, with some sort of belief system, and in just in that, if you think about that in itself, of course, it's going to make people very like emotional, or geared towards a certain mindset. And it's not anything wrong with that. It's just like we each have our own like kind of pre-programming, our cultural conditioning, and so it's like it does make it hard when we have stuff that challenges stuff that we do believe in. Obviously it doesn't challenge things if we didn't believe the stuff that we were raised with, or things like that. And it makes it so like like that's just the whole topic. And honestly, it's not something I actually enjoy being in, is like the back and forth battles that I've been in so many times in spaces, not spaces, but just rooms in Clubhouse, here, other apps.
Just conversations.
It's like why yeah, it's kind of why like they say people are always like we'll talk about everything except politics and religion. It's because it's like that thing where people are very emotional about it.
Well, it's like we need to, like, something I like about Logan's rooms and the people who host the rooms that are in Logan's rooms, is that we can talk about politics the best we can. I mean, there's going to be people who are outside of the not, it's not like a group, but outside of the crowd of people who are like to have conversations on a daily basis. But we'll have outsiders who come in that are more trying to defend their beliefs rather than just have a conversation about it. Like, we might not know everything about your religion or politics or whatever, and you might not know much about ours. But if we're able to have a conversation without trying to sell it to each other, without having to defend it, without yelling, like, we can educate each other. We don't have to believe in everything to have a conversation. That's why it gets so uncomfortable when people start bringing up QAnon and things like that, because it's such a niche, or not a niche, but such a like taboo subject these days. But I don't know about these things, and I don't mind hearing about it, but I'm not going to jump on your crazy train. Oh, I'm sorry, cute train. Sorry, I didn't mean to say crazy train. That sounds very
Like
rude.
crazy train.
No, I'm open to learning about things. So, and same with religion. So I think people need to like normalize conversation over having to fight about their beliefs. What's up, Sonic and Tewksbury?
But I didn't finish.
Oh,
But
I'm
that's
sorry.
okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Like just like you were saying, it becomes very well. Whatever we just said. In light of that, like what I was really trying to point out was that. Well, you know what? Let's just move on.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah. What's up, Sonic? What's up, Tukes?
fascinating, Sonic. We loved every word you said. Tewksbury, you're up.
All right. So I'm really happy that we can all have a conversation about this as adults in the space, but by no means does anyone need to be sorry for bringing up a subject. There are taboo subjects that are brought up in these spaces all the time, and I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I think that religion in itself is taboo on its own. And the only reason it really has had any reach was because millions of people had to die for the church to make their way through the land. And if that's the same truth that people still want to stand for, that's their cross to bear, right? So if they want to bear that cross, they can bear it. But in some ways, actually in many ways, I do believe that what the Fringe said was, I don't believe it was from ego by any means. I think that what they were doing was applying their knowledge that they have on these subjects like psychomatics and religion, and apply the amount of experience in years. So they said, I was studying that 20 years ago because those things were also a discussion that people were having around that time. And since then, we've grown, evolved in consciousness. And I think that collectively, people are realizing that religion isn't meant to bring people together. It's meant to put them into boxes and keep them there. Because what's one thing that you have over another person's future hope for where they're going to spend the rest of eternity? Well, you can have them fear for their mortal soul, for their immortal soul, right? So I'll land my plane there.
Yeah, I think my hand was up next, and then one witness. I actually got dropped down, but came right back.
You're good, Taylor.
Yeah, right. Thank you. Let's see. Oh yeah, I didn't bring up religion at all. So, like, I guess some people were talking about the Ark of the Covenant, and I was talking about like technology and the phenomena, and then I was talking about Enoch because somebody, that conversation was brought up. And then I was talking about the Native Americans, but I don't know what religion that I wasn't talking about religion for sure. I was just trying to share like some historical artifacts and stuff like that and ancient writings and just those conversations. But I particularly wasn't pushing any religion, and I wasn't raised on any religion. So as y'all know, as y'all may have heard me say before, science actually brought me to believe in God. And then like artifacts helped me come to what I know today and what I believe today. So no, I was never pushing a religion or raised with one.
Well, thank you for sharing. What's up, one witness?
Logan, what's up? Hey, Tiff. I finally made it, Logan. I'm in town. I've got better signal. It's good to see you guys. I wanted to just bring a little bit of clarity to some of the confusion as it pertains to the testimony of Enoch. Enoch is canonical. It is today preserved in the Ethiopic canon. It was removed by certain Jews, not all. We don't want to demonize everyone in large people groups. We all have our own issues. So it was removed because of its testimony as it pertains to Messiah, the son of David. And in Enoch, he is called a righteous plant in the earth. It describes his not only death, but subsequent resurrection on the third day. And they naturally were opposed to that testimony. And in addition, Enoch's testimony neither supports henotheism nor polytheism. In fact, it supports monotheism solely, and it dismantles the post-flood Sumerian mythos, which is pervasive in most societies today, by categorizing the various stages of the hosts of heaven, the angels, not the least of which were in the second heavens, called the Watchers, that descended to the 33rd parallel at Mount Hermon between Syria and Israel, which stretches around the globe and goes through Roswell. That's where the occult Masonic orders come from. That's where you get 33rd degree Masonry. It's again the 33rd parallel north. And these Watchers descended in the days of Jared before the flood, and they taught men how to perfect weaponry, and they taught us how to make alloys from the earth and the mining of metals, and they taught women how to paint the eyelids, and taught also women how to cast off the embryo in the womb so that it dies. And it says that the earth became filled with violence and men began to cry out. And the Father in heaven, who is described as being in the 10th heaven, which is also referred to in canonical sources as the highest heaven, heard the cry and told Enoch to issue an indictment against these Watchers, their lower tier angels, in the second heaven. That'll be important in just a second. This lower tier angels were told that they would not see eternal life, that they would die even as men die, and that they would be bound in a place called Sheol, which later the Catholic Church bent and twisted alongside of admixture with Greek and Roman mythos pertaining to the underworld. And they invented a hell, if you will, not entirely separate from the precepts within Dante's Inferno and things of that nature. But the testimony in Enoch, which I would encourage every single individual in here to drop some coin on, get a hard copy, get the Hermenia translation by Nicholsburg and Vanderkam is the best scholarship available today. It includes good footnotes which describe minor textual variants. And as it pertains to the volume of work as a whole, it is by far more consistent and reliable than any of the manuscripts of the Tanakh or even the apostolic writings in the New Testament. And when you read that, having a proper foundation, and then go back and read the Tanakh, the law and the prophets and the writings and the apostolic writings, what you will see is a clear agenda. You will see a clear agenda, and it is indeed as plain as day, which flips the script and creates a horizontal pantheon of a Father, Son, and Holy Spirit that are equal to one another. And the reason why Enoch's testimony is so important is because he places the Father in heaven, which is the voice of truth, or the also referred to as the Lord of Spirits, on the 10th heaven. Now, the second heaven housed what were the Watchers when they were confined after they sinned and rebelled on Mount Hermon, where Syria and Israel are about to clash, to be sure. And they're preparing the armies there even now. And beneath there, just northwest of there, is a place called Tartarus, or the port of Tartus, where the Russian naval fleet is located there, aiding Syria. And Tartus, or Tartarus, is the underworld, as you probably are familiar in the mythos regarding like the Clash of the Titans. So all of that, the word Titan means, or gigantes means giant, and the Nephilah is Aramaic for Nephilim. I'm sure you're probably familiar with that. And that was the byproduct of the daughters of men being taken as wives by the Watchers. I'll say that backwards, the other way. The Watchers, that were the lower tier of angels, descended to Mount Hermon. They saw that the daughters of men were fair, and they produced Nephilah, which in Aramaic is monster or mongrel, and in the Greek it's gigantes, which is self-explanatory. And they produced these giants, and these giants began to befoul the earth, and they began to devour men's resources, and then they began to devour mankind. And that story is pervasive in every post-flood culture. And the place of their binding in Sheol, or Tartarus, which is connected to Tartarus, in the heart of the earth, was a temporal indictment, according to the testimony of Enoch, eyewitness testimony, And it was said that he and his writings and his words would be preserved for a generation in the distant future, and that it would not come to pass, this judgment on these angels would not come to pass in Enoch's time. Well, let's get forward a little bit to 1947. A little boy
I'm so sorry. I'm not meeting you because I don't appreciate your share. But can you make it less can you summarize it a little bit more, because we have hands and other people want to get on the conversation, and not everybody wants to hear all of the religious aspects, but everybody has a right to a voice.
Yeah,
I
in
put my
fact,
hand down.
I'm actually more inclined to brevity even now. So when our eyes are gathered to the Golan Heights, and our cities begin to falter at the wars that follow, remember that that is a strategic inflection point, the 33rd parallel. And because I value my time as well, I'll go ahead and step down. There is a
Wait,
schedule.
can you talk about 1947? What happened?
Well, I'm kind of discerning that I was purposely truncated and not being inclined toward that mannerism. I value my time as well. So, Taylor, I will absolutely, and I'll be hosting spaces shortly too. So perhaps in there, but I'm not inclined to be muzzled, and
I'm
nor
not
do I
trying to
want to
muzzle
rush
you. I'm
because
sorry. It's just that it was very, very in depth what you were going into, and I don't think since we have an active rolling conversation, I don't think we're ready for that in this space.
I'd missed the last part that you said. An active what?
Like rolling conversation. Like you are entitled to say everything,
I
Zach, but not as many
sure.
words. I'm so sorry.
Got you. Yeah, indeed. In brevity, in the springtime of the year, you're going to see Syria and Israel go to war, and Damascus will become a ruinous heap. So when that happens and jaws drop, and we see all of the fallout from that locally, even in our cities that we love, just remember that these matters are on a schedule, and you have a Father in heaven that loves you very, very much, and that's that still small voice of truth that everyone who loves truth hears. And bless you guys, and shalom. Shalom, brother.
Taylor, do you mind if I quickly go before you?
I had a question for him, so just before, make sure you don't leave one witness. Thank you.
It's one sentence, one witness. I've given you a follow. I want to hear your space. I want to hear
I'm
your
sorry, I'm
talk.
not sure who was talking to me right then.
Can you hear me, one witness?
I'm not sure who me is. Yes, I do hear you. I can't see the
Oh,
little
okay. That's
thing
fine. I
moving.
gave you a follow just now, and I wanted to hear more of your talk. So I'll be following, and I recommend that everybody who wants to hear more follow as well. Thank
Can you
you.
please tell me who is speaking right this moment? I
It's
could not under
Casey.
Casey.
It's
Okay, thank you.
KCC.
Okay, bless you, sister. Thank you. Again, I know the words that I have to say are difficult to hear. More difficult still is for them to come to pass absent being aware. So bless you guys.
I had one question. You said like contrary to the post flood Sumerian something.
Yeah.
What was that?
Well, all of the post-flood narrative that would come from Syria again, which is about to go to war with Israel, and vice versa. They're preparing now, and so all of the post-flood mythos that comes from ancient Sumer is a result of information being disseminated by the fallen watchers who descended prior to the flood. And that is why Enoch's testimony is so important. That's why in the apostolic writings and in Enoch's own testimony, removed from the canon, not left out, it was in it. It is in it today in the Ethiopic canon, and it was taken out of later canonical sources. That's important chronology because it shows and exposes clear motive as to what was achieved by doing so. And so the post-flood Sumerian mythos is precisely that. It is post-flood. And that is one of the reasons why Jesus points to the flood and said, as in the days of Noah, so shall it be at the coming of the Son of Man. He refers to that time frame and the time before it for us to look to that testimony in order to get us beyond and through the flood that's coming. And all of the events are set to the Noahic flood timeline. And so in brevity, just closing, that's why it's important to understand Enoch's testimony. Otherwise, the only other alternative is to be swept away by the deception of those same watchers and the beings I didn't get to discuss, which are on the fifth heaven, which I will discuss absent obstruction of my own volition. And I
Can
do
you just tell
understand
me their name?
whose name.
The fifth heaven beings?
They're called the Grigori, hashtag Grigori. They're described as giants larger than any giants that have ever been on Earth. And their leader is called Ha-Satan or Shaitan, which is the adversary. And it states that he can change his form, but does not change his knowledge of good and evil. So again, he is able to alter his appearance, and that is in the fifth heaven. I'm hoping you guys are seeing perhaps why this was removed. Again, strong delusion, to be sure. And we need not be taken aback and surprised. To be sure, we've got difficult days ahead coming from both above and below, even as the floodwaters erupted from the earth below and also from above. So there is a schedule. We don't have to be afraid of it. We are children. We have a Father in heaven that loves us. Religion sucks. I've been, as you can imagine, hated and lambasted by Judaism, Christianity, Islam, and everywhere in between. I've spoken at universities and civic organizations. Nicest place I've been to share is the prison, because they've got people in there that are really hungry, that get to a point of brokenness and want to hear truth. And there aren't many synagogues or churches or civic organizations or mosques that would hear what I'm having to say, because of that book worship, because of holding a cudgel. And I don't care whether it's the Quran or Paul's writings only, or the Torah, or the first five only. Everybody likes their own brand, and not many people at all like to hear the good, faithful eyewitness testimony of Enoch. So I will speak unabashedly and unafraid, because the hour is short. And bless you guys, and I love you. I'm going to be firm, but I'm a sinner just like everybody in here. We've all got our own issues. We all do things we're broken vessels containing heavenly spiritual treasures. Okay, so bless you guys.
Hey, Witness, can I ask you a question?
I don't mean to be sounding harsh. I'm not.
No, you're good. I want to ask you a question.
Okay,
I've read the Quran, I've read the Bhagavad Gita, the Mahabharata, the Bible, Book of Enoch, and all that. I just want to know your take on the Bhagavad Gita or the Hindu teachings.
That again, that can be placed in the category of the host of heaven post flood, and that again, I can't stress the testimony enough. I'm not doing it service because
that was a good answer. I love that. I love that.
That's such a white guy answer, though.
Because I'm feeling a little bit. I'm feeling a little bit under pressure as by design, so I'm not able to flow like I should, because I feel like there's people that are waiting in line behind me, and I'm not going to operate in that climate. And I'm also respectful of the environment, but I'm not sure. Somebody made a white guy comment. I'm sorry, I was born this way, but the lady on the radio said that, and I tended to agree with her. So I came of my own volition. I love you guys, and I have no animosity or ill will toward anybody in this room. I just popped in here, hopefully be it. Anyway,
That's
I'm
awesome.
done. Bless you guys.
Bless you too. And I agree with that. Like, no animosity. We should all just love each other and hear each other and be willing to learn with open ears. I was gonna ask you though about earlier somebody mentioned Metatron with Enoch, and Enoch Metatron. Is that
Right.
true? Because I have. Can you tell me about that?
Yes, I can briefly. That's the Kabbalistic error. That's transhumanism theology, and it is of late origin. First Enoch and Second Enoch are great. Okay, don't let anybody that hadn't read Second Enoch bash it. But you got to have a sure foundation. So start in First Enoch, and then go to Second Enoch. Enoch lived 365 years, the perfect number of the solar calendar. He was revealed all of the motions of the luminaries, which also later the temple calendar was based on. So heavenly time, he was a heavenly scribe that was shown how the sun, moon, and stars and the planets work. And he was revealed their motions, which are cyclical, for the purpose of understanding the times, all of which points to these days ahead, or that we're in now, actually. And so that we would not be taken aback and surprised. In fact, it states that in the opening volumes of his own testimony. Imagine that being found in 1947, before there was a nation named Israel, before the nations are aligned for conflagration between Syria and Israel. It was preserved in the dirt, and we've got amazing extant hard copies, so that we're not left taken aback and not left surprised. And again, guys, I understand I'm the middle-aged bearded white guy. I'm the anathema of the world. Yeah, believe me, I get it. I'm here because I care. I love you guys. I'm giving you of my time and my resources that I've poured out my heart learning for 26 years. I've been lecturing about Syria and Israel and this very topic all over the North American continent. I don't have any ulterior motive. I'm not wealthy. None of that.
I'm sorry if I made you feel that way. I was
freely given, freely received, and freely given. I love you guys.
I was just trying to make
Do you
sure
believe
that
Metatron? Yes or no?
Metatron is transhumanist theology, and
So no.
you are human beings, and you're not going to ascend. We're not going to ascend. The Messiah said that he that entereth the door, but not by the entereth the sheepfold, not by the door, but seeks to climb up some other way, the same as a thief and a robber. And so we don't have to fear death, guys. We do not have to fear death.
we don't.
It's not an end. It's not an end for us. It's a continuance and a new beginning. Go ahead, Taylor, and then I'm gonna step down. I feel like I'm gonna. Anyway, go ahead.
I just didn't understand Metatron, and if he did come back as that or not. Like, I don't get it.
No.
According to the book of Enoch, God took him to heaven as a human, though. He didn't die. He took him.
Right.
But when Enoch returned is when he was Metatron. He's no longer Enoch. But that's just from that was from the book of Enoch, but I'm not.
That's from Enoch 3. She's whoever's saying that. I'm not sure who's speaking again, but that's correct. Yeah, that's the testimony from 3rd Enoch. The testimony of 1st Enoch and 2nd Enoch was that Enoch returned, lived 365 years, died on the same day that he was born, because he was also described as a righteous plant on the earth. In other words, this whole process of death and resurrection is substantiated in the testimony of Enoch before the flood, before there was a Noah, before there was a Jesus, a son of God and son of man. That son of man distinction is important, because that was at a time frame when after the Nephilim had produced the giants. And so that Son of Man title, which is shared not only by Enoch, but also by Ezekiel, is a juxtaposition against the opposite side of the polemic of the fallen watchers producing various races of giants when they saw the daughters of men were fair, and indeed they are, and they produced the monstrels, the mongrels, the Nephilah in Aramaic, the gigantes in Greek. And so that entire Son of Man narrative there's a reason that title is periodically and repeatedly used. It is to show you who he is and who he is not. And it is the Catholic mythos that came later that bent and twisted the identity of this Son of Man. He is a Son of Man according to his genes, that is the seed of David, and a Son of God according to the Spirit, as is every man in this room. We are sons of God by nature of being led by the Spirit, and we are sons of men by nature of the progeny that brought us forward. And that is the case for every man from Adam onward. And anyway, bless you, Taylor. And I need to run in. And I think Sins was going to ask or speak.
Bless everybody in here.
Yeah. Well, I just want to, bless everybody in here.
Yeah.
I can't win. I love you guys.
Can't wait. You did wonderful. You did great.
Yeah, man. Wonderful. Let's go with Sin. No, you did good. Witnessing is you did great, man. Go ahead, Sin.
Yeah. Just an observation. First of all, I did want to answer Taylor, because she had asked me earlier. So I did actually just do the work and put together that stuff. So I'll send that to you, or I'll post it on the back channel so everyone can look at it. It was just the stuff about the translation comment that I had before.
Sure.
But just like this conversation I find fascinating, and it's interesting, and it's all those things. But I do feel responsible. Like I kind of like, and I've been known to do this before. I've been told, so it's something I'm trying to be more aware of. I tend to derail rooms, and I really didn't mean to do that. And I'm not. If I was part of it, or mostly part of it, then I apologize, because it is something that we like. When you talk about this stuff, and we go back in history, we are going to be, dipping into stuff having to do with the Bible and faith and God and all that. So it does make it so that conversations can become difficult, or like a little more it'll be passionate, let's put it that way, for people. But I guess the one thing I wanted to say before I drop the mic is just like imperfection. We are imperfect. Everything, even the gods, creators, engineers who made us, even they had different different trials and tests, and like there's like there's a lot showing that that there's something to this concept of imperfection, that nobody is getting everything absolutely right, even the people who are supposedly the ones that can't get things wrong. I firmly believe that it's all like an evolution, even evolution itself, in a way. Take that how you want, but cool. Thanks for letting me speak.
Yeah, man. Awesome. Let's see. Joel's got his hand up. Let's go.
Hey, yeah, I'm gonna keep it real short. I'm thinking we're pretty close to not the end, but maybe the beginning of the end. Maybe we're close to the New World Order. This with this federal uh cryptancy that they're doing, everything, and not just that. So we don't. I can't say we have all this time to worry about these things, about aliens and about the title Secrets of the Ancients, Lost Civilizations, UFOs. We don't got a lot of time to worry about that. They might use that, in with whatever agenda they got. So the New World Order is about to start. We literally ain't got no time for that. Start worrying about God being a UFO, or an alien. I mean, just pay attention to a little bit with the Bible, or try to acknowledge, or you know what? Like, let's put all our feelings aside, all our beliefs, religious beliefs. There are religious beliefs in a way, I guess. But the New World Order is about to start, and we're over here talking about, UFOs and aliens. I mean, they're pushing. They got this agenda, and they're being very aggressive with it right now, even though we're not paying attention to what's going on in other countries, and to the World Economic Forum. They said they're the ones that they're gonna have the last word on everything. I don't know how they're gonna do that, but they're talking about United States as well. I mean, and that's last thing I'm gonna say is that's one of their things. They want us to focus on the UFO and alien thing, because they're gonna use it at the end. It's part of their thing. They're going to use a geological column, evolution, everything that doesn't exist, that you can't see with your own eyes and hands. The geological column doesn't exist nowhere. There's no proof of evolution over millions of years. I mean, just today we're finding ancient human footprints. I mean, we're finding giant skeletons too. That's been a topic sometimes. I've seen sometimes people talk about the giant skeletons that have been found. No, people don't like to acknowledge that or talk about that. Where does that fall in the whole age of the Earth thing? The Earth is 4 billion years old, supposedly. But yeah, I mean, I believe in the Bible, and I think that they're gonna make us believe in evolution. They're gonna make us believe the world is 4 billion years old, and they're gonna make us believe that there's other species, other intelligent species out there other than Earth. While I'm gonna tell you, different, the opposite. I mean, there's nothing. They're literally looking into other galaxies. They can't find a perfect planet like this. What if the stars and everything literally was made just for us to look at, to see, there were the times of the seasons to let us know what time we're in, just like the Bible says. And if someone said why, I mean, just because he could, the Almighty could. If but yeah, I'll end it right there. God bless everybody. Praise Yah, everyone that believes.
Hey, yeah, man. I appreciate your view on that, man. I see you have a lot of faith, and that's good. That's good, man. I have a lot of family that think just like you do. I don't personally share a lot of that belief, but that's okay. We can all learn from each other, and maybe that is the answer. I really don't know. As far as the giant bones that were found, I can tell you with utmost certainty of that there were definitely giant bones found. There are definitely giants in the Bible, as Goliath had many brothers, and in fact, it was an entire group separate. So yeah, and the Smithsonian took every bit of them and threw them in a furnace or buried them in the Smithsonian. In fact, the giant sarcophagi that the Smithsonian found, I believe it was in the North Americas, they did confirm that they had those, but they're just coincidentally in a warehouse somewhere filled with asbestos, so you can't go in there and look at them, and that is exactly their answer. So yeah, and if you get a lot of people will look into the giant stuff, and it all ends up at the Smithsonian every time, every freaking time. And the Smithsonian is literally a group funded by the United States government.
Last
100%.
thing I want to say, the only reason I mentioned the Giants is because I believe in it. It's another reason that what I'm saying, that they're blocking it out. Anything that will validify the Bible, if the Bible talks about giants growing up, that will make us think that that's like science fiction. But it's an actual fact. These skeletons are being found of giant human skeletons, and it goes against the evolution theory, and at the same time, it also goes against the age of the Earth theory. And not too long ago, I saw someone post on I think it was Daily Loud or Trap House Loud, some random Twitter account. They said a billion or millions of year old animal was found, the tribocytes, something like that. I don't know if you've seen it. There's these little shells that you see in fossils. There you go. They were found. They still live today. And that's not the only account that will destroy the evolution theory and the age of the Earth theory. But that's another one that just popped up a couple months ago. The thing is, there's so many ways to disprove it. Like I say, the geological column does not exist anywhere in the world. Nowhere in the world you're gonna cut through the layers of the stratosphere and see what they're trying to teach us. It's all. I mean, there's trees going straight up through all 3 or 4 columns. They're found all over the world. And you know what all the scientists and the experts say? They say there's no explanation for it. What do you mean? You're teaching us that all these different stratosphere layers, they're thousands of years apart. But when you find trees all over the world going straight up through them, dead trees. I mean, a tree's not gonna slowly die over thousands of years and stay standing. You're gonna tell us
Right.
there's no explanation
You
for
mean
it?
the strata, right?
Yeah, the
Not
different layers of the
stratosphere, right? The
crust.
strata.
Yeah,
The geological strata.
exactly.
Okay.
When I was arguing with an atheist about it, and not so much arguing. I mean, I think I'm pretty good at not arguing. I just told him that, and he told me, you know what, Joe, he did his little research, this and that, and he said, you know what, man, yeah, no one has an answer for that. And yeah, you know what the answer is though? You know what I told him? If you take a jar, right, with different oils, waters, different pebbles, different elements, You shake it up around, and everything's gonna settle in layers. You know what the explanation for the stratosphere is? There was a huge flood, something just crazy. Everything was shooken. Everything was just shaking. Very, very like, you know? And everything just
Yeah, that'd be the younger driest comet impact. Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
However you want to look at that, regardless. But yeah, Joel, I agree with you saying that. And like one witness was talking, and there's a reason why I asked him what his, and he's very well read in the Bible, and there's a reason why I asked him what his take on the Vedas was, which would be the Bhagavad Gita or the Hindu beliefs.
On the what?
And he said it was so the Vedas would be the Hindu version of the Christian Bible, but there's a lot of them. And I asked one witness what his opinion was on the Vedas, and he said that it was pre-flood humanity, which is a really good answer for that because it is, in my opinion.
You know the Hindus.
Yeah,
You
man,
know in the
totally
Hindu religion they have one God, and the name of this God is Brahm. You know about Brahm? You ever heard of about the Hindu god Brahm?
I've read. Yeah, I'm fully versed in the Vedas. I've read them several times.
So Brahm is the way they describe in the Hindu religion. The way they describe Brahm. I don't know too much about the Hindu religion. Just things from books I've read. When they reference to my religious books in my faith, so they mention Brahm because through etymology, a lot of words get they're very similar to Hebrew. The older languages, and Brahm is very. It literally is Hebrew.
Yeah, Brahm means the great cosmic spirit. Brahm is like more of like a place,
and
a force of power, like a sentient place and force of power. Hindu religion has multiple gods, but they all vary differently. But yeah, Joel.
So who's
thank you,
Brahm?
man.
Brahm, the way they describe
Can you sum
Brahm
it up?
is similar to the Christian God. It's the oldest.
Oh
It's one
yeah,
of the
right.
oldest. It's one of the oldest Hindu gods. Correct me if I'm wrong. If not
Brahm
the
Brahm is
oldest.
Brahm is an unchanging reality beyond this
The one
world.
and
Is
only
what Brahm is.
omnipresent that created everything. That's Brahm.
Is it like Genesis?
No, it's just
The creation story?
it's just funny how their God that's similar to Hebrew also like it's a one God that created.
Yeah, Joel.
Yeah.
So a lot of the Christian faiths can be seen to stem from Hindu religion, as it's a much older religion.
Besides Brahm, which other gods can?
There are a lot of similarities.
Besides Brahm, Krishna or Vishnu, all the many hundreds of gods the Hindu, that's the only one. Is there other gods? That's Brahm is the only Hindu god with what you just said that can compare to the Christian
Well,
god.
like in the Vedas, Brahm isn't really listed as a god. It's more like an unchanging force reality. It's really kind of non-descriptive, even.
And it's one
like,
of the oldest ones at the same time.
Yeah, it's like the
oldest one.
It's like the Force from Star Wars. Yeah. To be honest with you, that's kind of what Brahm is.
Yeah, but they don't describe it that way. They describe it as the creator. They describe it as the one and only.
That's Brahma.
That's Brahm.
That's Brahma.
Yeah.
That's Brahma. Yeah.
In the Hindu religion. Yeah. Exactly.
Brahm would be the highest. Like if you look at like how people would ascend from this reality to the next, and then from that reality to the next, Brahm, not Brahma, but Brahm would be the highest reality.
So there's a Brahm and a Brahma.
Yeah. That's what's sorry. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Let's go ahead and get to Andrew and then Sin. Thank you, Joel. That was a great input, and please feel free to talk again. Andrew, come on up.
Hey, thanks. My original question would have been to Sin, and if I could, I'd just like to ask that. But I wanted to say, since I was interested in this a long time ago and have done some of the reading, I won't claim I'm not an expert. I don't know more than what I've studied and my insights, but I understand that like, let's say you look at Taoism and they say the Tao that can be named is not the eternal Tao. In other words, there's something that's so transcendent that no human mind, and I wouldn't hesitate to say that even advanced minds like, I don't know, Christ or what we call God relative to our planet, which is often called the Logos. If you're into Hinduism, it'd be the Prajapati. In Zoroastrianism, it would be the Amshaspan. Every religion has one. Basically, it's the Lord of our planet, Eloha, plural Elohim, thou shalt have no other gods, plural, before me. The Elohim are plural, but we're still talking about something very close to us. And although I understand this is not exactly what some people believe, I think when you get to the cosmologies we're talking about, you still often are dealing with the case of the what I believe to be the Trinity or the three in one God. And I think you find that I think you'll find it everywhere. I think it's universal. So for instance, in Christianity, we call that the absolute, or a lot of times that is spoken of as the absolute God or the Holy of Holies or the one God. But we find that that shows up as the very familiar Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. If you're looking at Egypt, it's Osiris, Isis, and Horus, or Osiris, Isis, and Horus. And then let's say you go to Hinduism, it would be the Brahm, even though you have such a thing as Parabrahm, and then it would be Brahma, the creator. It would be Vishnu or Vishnu, the preserver, which expresses as Krishna in recent history. And there are many avatars of Vishnu. Krishna is just the latest one. And then the last one, I forget what the coming avatar is called. And then Shiva. We say Shiva the Destroyer, or the Hindus call him Shiva the Destroyer, and a lot of people cringe and go, "Oh no, I don't like that." But God the Father is basically God the Destroyer in terms of Christianity. We just don't call him that, or Christians don't call him that. And yet, in terms of our limitations, or in terms of our lack, I would say that God the Father corresponds to Shiva, even if I'm not able to fully defend that. And I could talk about the other trinities. My question, though, was just about the biblical verse, because I was going to ask this 10 minutes ago. So it's for Sin, it's for One Witness, although I know he left, for Genga, for Taylor, for anyone else who is Christian or is interested, and then for anyone who wants to chime in. I just wanted to know, what do you make of this verse? And I think it's the New Testament. Be ye therefore perfect, even as your Father in heaven is perfect. And I'll find you the reference if you want me to, but I'm a scripture picker. I do believe the New Testament account of Jesus. I really would be a fool not to. But my point is this: hey, if it says plainly, and I think it's Christ who is addressing, it might be in the Sermon on the Mount, in which case he was addressing an enormous crowd of people. I don't like those who say, well, that's not really what that means. Either that, or it's just been horribly mistranslated, or maybe I don't know what perfect means, and I won't claim I do, but I do believe in perfect beings. I believe they are multitudes of perfect beings. I even think here on the planet, there have been many perfect beings who were also, as was said before, sons of God, sons of the Most High God. And I agree with One Witness. I think we're all in this room sons, or if you will, daughters of the Most High God. And I think what that means is I don't care where you are in cosmos, which I do think is real and full of other beings. So I know I'm being long-winded. I'm sorry. My real question was just, what do you all make of that? And Sin, I know you probably weren't going to respond to that, so I'm going to shut up. But that's the question I'd like to see if people want to answer whenever you want to. What do you make of that injunction? Be ye therefore perfect, even as your Father in heaven is perfect. Thanks.
I can respond to that. Yeah, I was referring to I am the Lord your God who brought you out of the land of Egypt, something like that. It was like something about bondage, and you shall have no other gods before me. To me, that suggests some truth behind the idea that there's more than one God. Otherwise, why would we be addressing that you'd hold me above other gods? Also, like, just the idea that that the earth was created and there was nothing here, and then bam, Adam and Eve started, and like there begins our timeline. I don't think even the Bible itself is supporting that concept. It's like the game of telephone is what it feels like. Like, we've had certain things that come from the scriptures that throughout time and through oral tradition, people kind of put their own spin on things. Things slightly change, and whether it's intentional or just accidental, I feel like, like mankind has put their own stamp onto things as time has moved forward. It's just, I think in general, like, yeah, I didn't want to take a long time with that. So yeah, that's all.
Thanks for the response, because I'm just looking to see what people make of that and what it means to them if they're familiar with that verse and how they then reconcile that. I'm watching my cats jump on each other, but I believe that we are all called to and meant to be perfect. I just think that it means it ain't anything close for me personally, and I know that's a fact. And Sin, I know you had other things to say, so I didn't mean for you to take your turn to answer that.
Ganga.
I think that passage means basically that you're supposed to remodel, you're supposed to convert your life into what is considered a perfection in the eyes of God ahead of time, before you get to heaven or before you die. You're supposed to conquer each and every sin in whatever way we have to. We ask like God for grace and justification and all that kind of stuff to be able to change our lives around so that we're perfected. And eventually, when we get to heaven, it's not because of us, but because of God's efforts on us that we are made perfect. That's what it means. That's in my interpretation. That's what it means. I should also add the reason why that shouldn't be too obvious is because a lot of Christians tend to believe that they just accept God and live their lives like just like everybody else, and then eventually when they die they'll be perfected. There's two or more different mindsets of Christians, and I am of the interpretation that I just gave.
Isma. Logan,
Yeah.
are you there? UFO.
Thank you,
Shane, you
thank
there?
you, Tewksbury. I
Do you
am
need
me and
another
my
co-host right now?
yeah, I'm the only one, and me and my roommate are trying to take apart a PlayStation controller. So I got lost for a second. Go ahead, Isma.
Yeah, everybody. I just want to start with the premise that I'm not religious at all. Like, I never read any religious book in my life, so I don't know much about it. But I see a lot of people here that have some knowledge. I wanted to ask, like, do you think there's any connection between like religion and UFOs and aliens? Like, meaning, do you think, you know, they may have had something to do with religion in the past, like creating them, or I don't know.
Hey, can I respond to that real quick?
Yeah, go on.
I'm asking the hosts really, and if they can stop me if they want. I'm trying to put my hand up and it's not registering, but I wanted to say two things. One, I think a lot of the speakers in here will say what I'm going to say, and they'll say it more eloquently. They will say that they believe, and the Bible is just one book that proves it or supports this premise, that there have absolutely been for a long time, ancient into humanity's past, and maybe that's 200,000 years. I think it's been at least 2 million. I think it's been 20 million years, although we would have been a very different humanity. Other people may not believe that, but I think a lot of people in here think that there is a definite connection somewhere between the extraterrestrials and some of the religious scriptures or teachings that support that. Because you find in the East, like the Vedas, and it sounds like Shane, you'd be able to talk to or speak to that. The Vimanas, there's this idea in the in Hinduism that there have been wars. There have actually been wars in the heavens that have either involved the earth or they've taken place on the earth. And I think we'll find archaeological and geological evidence to show that. And you'll find that a lot of times that's what folks talk about in here. And we were talking about it earlier. The Bible talks about Nephilim and so forth. And there was actually something else I wanted to say, and that's why I wanted to, respond to you. We've had one of the United States, I don't know, maybe Logan or somebody could jump in and say, but Richard Doty has done at least 2 or maybe 3 spaces with us where he talks about the things that have been discovered by the U.S. government, or at least the intelligence agencies. And he did a quick session the other night, just kind of impromptu for a couple hours, and what he comes away saying is that, and Isma, I don't know, this is up to you to believe it or not, because like I said, this is someone in our intelligence agency who a lot of people don't believe him. Everybody questions. But long story short, what he basically says is that in at the Roswell crash, 1947, he says one of the occupants of that crash survived, and a lot of people believe that. I've always believed that. And he says, furthermore, they were able to establish dialogue with that being, and they did it telepathically because they don't speak English, of course. And what that being conveyed is that they believe several things that a lot of us believe. They believe in life after death. And we know that because we asked that being, what do you think about life after death? And that being said, what the hell are you talking about? What's death? They didn't understand death. And Richard Doty says, well, they brought in the corpse, the body of one of their crewmates who died in the crash. And they said, this is death. And the being still didn't understand it. He basically telepathed back to them, no, you don't understand death. That's just the body. That's just the corpse. That's not us. We're here for the body, and then we move on. So clearly, the extraterrestrials, those extraterrestrials do accept life after death. And we also ask them about God. And I don't know who did the dialogue. I don't know how they phrased it, because remember, this is all through telepathy. But basically what the being conveyed was, even if they don't believe in the exact same God that some of us do, they believe there is a higher power. They believe that the cosmos is, shall we say, the work of God or the creation of God, or that there is something worth searching for. So I would have given anything to be there and to have that dialogue with that extraterrestrial, or maybe some others. But it seems that like the
Andrew,
extraterrestrial. Yeah.
are you talking about Serpo?
No, I'm not. Serpo is another case that could be discussed. I'm talking about, I don't know that that's Skinny Bob,
Are
but
you
it's,
talking about Holloman?
no, I'm not. I'm talking about Eba, which I think has been called, or EB or Eba, and I'm talking about
Yeah,
the
Eva
survivor.
one. Yeah.
Yeah, the survivor of the Roswell crash. We had dialogue with that being who conveyed to us that they believe in God, and they certainly accept that there is a life after death. So that's one way to respond to this question about the UFO, ET, and religious connection. Is that in a way it almost transcends religion,
Yeah,
because
but
we probably.
the Eva kind of believed in reincarnation, which if you go into a lot of the lore involved with any, whether it be people that are experiencers or contactees like George Van Tassel or any of that stuff from the 70s, Adamski, it tends to be that they don't believe in death because they understand that when you die, you're just like sent back to the universe and then repopped, your consciousness is repopped somewhere else, right?
Yeah. I mean, to me, it's almost two different points, but it's still showing us how strong I don't even call that faith. I just call it their understanding, because they certainly believed in what we would call life after death. But thank you for clarifying. More to the point, they believe that we re-inhabit a body, because that's how they think that's just how things work. And notice that we call that religious belief, like, well, you believe in reincarnation and you believe in Jesus and all this other stuff. I don't even think that's how they regarded the questions. They're sort of like, why are you all hung up on this or something? But I'm going to do less service to this question. Isma, I was just coming at it from a couple of different perspectives. I think Genga has something to say, though.
Yeah, man. Come on up, gang.
Yeah, can I respond to you, Andrew?
Well, yeah, sure.
Yeah, you said there might be a connection, but what I was asking is, because there's this concept that, the aliens have been here before us, So what I was really asking, like, do you think they're the ones to create religions?
And my one word answer would be no.
And why is that? Like, why do you believe that?
And my very short answer would be because I think that the extraterrestrials have been involved in modifying our genetic code, and I think that there could be exceptions, but generally, however many times they did it, 20 times, 30 times, somewhere in that range, I think they have done it in accordance with a divine plan. In other words, I think God has a plan, and who are we may find out one day that they were not in cooperation with that plan. Maybe sometimes, maybe all the time. But who are we to say that the genetic code that's been modified has not, like maybe they modified it to bring us to the point that we are today, and we're better off than we would have been otherwise. But even if that is the case, I don't think we're done. Sometimes we just assume or we forget. Who's to say in 200 years, 2,000 years, or 2 million years what humanity will look like based on these modifications? So I don't think that the aliens created our religion or religions by pretending to be, great God Ra or Jesus or anything like that. I believe there was a historical Jesus. I believe in the past there were other great beings, and maybe even some of them were extraterrestrials. But I don't believe the idea that we have always been manipulated, to keep us dumb or to keep us subservient, and that it's the extraterrestrials who did that and created our religions. I mean, I'm sorry that was not short, but that's just what I
Yeah. All good, Andrew. All right. Go ahead, Genga. Thank you, Andrew.
I'll be short.
You don't have to be short, man. Go for it.
Okay, you have to be careful about assuming that the thing that Dodie describes is accurate. You have to be careful because if they die and they assume avatars and they're utilizing avatars, that's a different concept and a different implementation than just simply dying. So you should be very careful about taking it out of context, because it could, to a human being, it might sound completely different in context, just taking it at face value, than what, an extraterrestrial might use it. So just be very careful about misinterpreting.
Yeah, dude, I think that's a really good point to make. We don't understand exactly. We can come together and try to, and that's what we're doing right now, try to figure it out, right? But these beings obviously have science so advanced is no different than magic. So if they're assuming avatars, like Genghis said, to us that would be reincarnation. That doesn't mean we do that, because we don't have the technology that we perceive as magic, which would be reincarnation or avatars, right? So I totally agree with that, gang. That's a really good point you made, man. Super fucking on point. But then again, we don't know for sure, because you also have contactees who have had these long depth conversations, and it's explained as reincarnation, or it's explained as like Akashic records. It's all kinds of things. But as he said, you do need to be careful. And that is one thing I'd like to stress to everybody in this environment. Whether you've talked to beings from another world, or whether you've seen shadow people or ghosts or a UFO or been abducted, just be careful. Try to take it as you see it, and don't buy into any one thing 100%, because, if someone's telling you something 100%, they're full of shit, in my opinion. All right, Sen, you're up.
I'm sorry, if you just give me a couple minutes, sorry.
I'll give you exactly 2.36 minutes.
I just watched that thing that Screen put up.
I haven't got a chance to watch it yet. I've been busy. How was it good?
It's pretty interesting. Yeah. It seemed like it was fairly easy to follow.
I will have to check that out as soon as I'm able. So yeah, let's see. Isma beat Andrew by a split second. Coming up here, Isma, speak your truth, boy.
Yeah, I wanted to ask everyone, do you guys think, just like the government, like the church knows about UFOs and aliens, do you think they have a knowledge, like a deep knowledge of this topic?
Who exactly, Isma?
The church, like the Pope and just the churches in general.
Oh, the church. And this is my opinion. Somebody else can chime in. If you want to speak, please put a request in, come up here and speak your truth. But yeah, so I think it's pretty obvious the Vatican knows a lot more than pretty much anybody else. They've been around for at least 1,000 years. They have the archives. If there's any one head of a state that knows a bunch of the esoteric knowledge, it would probably be the Pope, just on how old it is. There's no, the United States is only, almost a couple hundred years old. It's pretty obvious to me that there's shit in those archives. Hell, if you just want to go back to when they had the what is it called? That shit. What happened in the early 1900s with the Fatima, when Fatima happened, right? And then they wrote these prophecies down, and the Pope just chose not to even read one of them when he was supposed to, right? Because they're keepers of the knowledge. And it's like what Tiff said, where they take this knowledge and they hold it because it has value, and you don't ever give up all your chips in poker, right? Not if you're playing smart. So you don't give up your hand. So I would agree that definitely the Vatican, and also because when it comes to Catholicism, it's like one united group, and it has been. I mean, the Protestants broke off with Martin Luther and all that, but even in Islam, you have separate factions, right? You don't really have different factions of the Christian church because they killed everybody that was going to do a different faction. The only ones that got out were really the Protestants and the Gnostics, the Rosicrucians. They didn't make it. Like, there's very few of them left, if any, and they kept all that knowledge in one central spot. So I believe the Vatican definitely knows what the fuck is going on.
Yeah.
Maybe not all of it, but deeper for sure.
But like, do you think they knew before the government itself?
Yeah, 100%.
Right.
They were the government at one time.
Right.
Like they literally, like, they were the government. The whole reason the United States existed was to get away from that because the monarchies were ran and eventually through fear of the church. You got to think that, like, these monarchs would come up and they would they would overthrow the other monarch, or a different bloodline would take over. But that's not how the Vatican worked. The Vatican was one group of people with the same shit, killing everybody that didn't believe what they believed in, hoarding knowledge, having people go out on crusades, having groups go out on missions, just like the Knights Templar did, and all that, and bring that shit back to the Vatican. And see what happened when the Knights Templar didn't give their shit back to the Vatican. They were claimed to be worshiping the devil, and they were wiped out on Friday the 13th. Which is why everybody thinks that they took a lot of that knowledge to the North Americas, and that's how you get into, like, the secret vaults and the Arks of the Covenant and all that.
Yeah, but I mean, it's kind of odd when I think about it because, like, I mean, isn't religion supposed to be like a good thing? You know?
Well, faith is a good thing. I don't really know if any group that has power. It's all about the individuals who run it, right? And you have to have faith that a higher power is giving them that ability. But we're all human, man. And if anything's shown us, we don't really manage shit well. So I don't know. That's a hard question to answer.
I agree with you, Shane.
But
I think faith is priceless. Faith is, no matter what your faith is, faith gets you through every single day and gives you hope when you can't find hope anywhere else. But religion is a construct, and it's a construct to keep people in line, but it also has a lot of knowledge and information. And I don't think that we should have to obey to get knowledge. I think that we should be able to, like, have discussions like these and share knowledge and information. But yeah, faith is priceless, 100%.
yeah, and just to let everybody know, Tiff is still a co-host. She had to drop out for a minute, but she's still a co-host. So just letting everybody know that. But yeah, I totally agree.
But I'll verbally. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, she can, because she can just tell me to do it. But like, when you have a group of people taking all the knowledge, that's all we have as humanity. That's if you want to hate the Vatican, love the Vatican, whatever, that's still what we have. Like, they must have such a vast collection of knowledge out there. They don't even know. I believe it's kind of like what happened in Egypt, where they were, except for Egypt started high and ended low, but the Vatican kind of started, rised up, and then leveled off, and maybe a degradation of knowledge to this day, right? Like, they definitely have knowledge that would help the human race, but I'm not so sure if they're aware of it at this point. I'd like to think they are, but even then they're holding it back, right? All right, you're up, Andrew.
Yeah, hey, I was just getting ready to research, so I'll get hit for this in a second anyway. And I know I was about to read on the Library of Alexandria, but I was just going to say there are probably cases where we have gathered, to respond to your question, Isma, we have gathered a lot of knowledge in the past, and it has resided, depending on the era of human history. It could have been in a repository here or there. Some people say that buried beneath the paws of the Sphinx, there was a chamber or is a chamber, and some people say it's been raided, it's already been emptied. Other people say no, they refuse to disturb it. But I think that, and supposedly in that chamber was the Hall of Records or some kind of records from the past. I would absolutely agree, and Shane, you answered that beautifully. I mean, the Vatican has long since preserved answers to a lot of questions, and it includes I'm sure that there has been information there about extraterrestrial involvement in humanity's past. And I think it's Danny Sheehan who talks about having, maybe he says it was some limited access to that. I would have to go back and look, but if you're not familiar with who that is, he's someone that's right at the forefront of what's happening today. He's legal counsel for some of the things happening in connection with the UFO disclosure, and he's in my opinion, he's a really good guy. He's
Yes,
done a
he
lot.
is a good researcher for sure.
He's done a lot of, and he's of course he's a lawyer. You know, this guy was. I'm in Greensboro, North Carolina, and we know who he is if we do our homework here because he was involved in the Nazi Klan shootout, trial 40 years ago or so, and he's done a lot of other good legal work. But to the, my point is just that he's someone who could probably tell you, having had some access, that the Vatican has these records, and they're not the only body. I know you asked about the church, but I would say that if you find those whether you call them secret keepers or just the high level people within the within Judaism and certainly Islam, I think you'll find that there are also records there. And we know for sure that like in Hinduism, that these records are very ancient. They talk about the Vimanas and so forth, but these are not just legends. I think we're going to find, like a lot of people say, well, we don't know if Plato was really talking about Atlantis. We think it was just a story. And that's not how the information comes to us. It comes to us that his own relative, Solon, had that information, and it's so precise that I think there's even a date, like 9564, when the last remnant of Atlantis sank.
Let me put it to you this way too, Andrew. If we get wiped out by a comet right now and all of civilization succumbs, you're gonna have stories about cell phones. They won't be called cell phones. You get stories about cars. They won't be called cars. They're gonna be gone, and people are gonna. And then if society rises up again and they find our old text, they're gonna look at it as a myth. Same thing. Like I totally think that what was written down was a fact. I think that Mohenjo-Daro shows that a nuclear weapon was launched and exploded over that city. I think it's all happened. If you want to talk about Oppenheimer, he quoted the fucking Vedas whenever he blew up the bomb.
Yes.
I have become death, destroyer of worlds.
Right.
When he was asked by a student, how does it feel to be the first person to fire a nuclear weapon on this planet? And he said, first human to fire a nuclear weapon. So it says a lot to me when people in academia, when in a time when it was more open, or you could still look at the fact that he was so high up there, it didn't matter. He could say what he really felt, but he was he was an avowed studier of the Vedas. And I think Hinduism doesn't get enough credit. I think when people bring up Christianity and Judaism and all that all the time, but if you really look into it, the more ancient stuff would come from the Vedas, and it's all written down in full detail, how they flew them, the technology they had, the medical knowledge they had was absolutely fascinating. A lot of the medical knowledge we have now, it can be found in the Vedas, like in-depth surgeries. And yeah, I totally agree, Andrew.
I just want to finish by saying, Shane, beautifully, you made the second half of my point. I think that a lot of the knowledge, or shall we call it wisdom, to me, you have a lot of levels of this. Information is just information. I think it's only knowledge when we can make sense out of it and use that information to some end or otherwise interpret it. However, I think there's a higher level that we would call wisdom. Wisdom is applied knowledge. It's when you can repeatedly use that knowledge, preferably consistently, to improve yourself or to confront life circumstances and move forward. And some people would say, well, I don't know, what about science? Science is that knowledge? Is that no? I think science goes full on into what I call wisdom, because we would have to take the collective learning from science and realize that usually our society is better for that. So I would say that broaches the level of wisdom. And just to go, to finish that point, I think that not only do we have, say, the Vatican, I think the Vatican can prove to you scientifically with enough proof, not necessarily using the cutting, edge, latest techniques. I still think that there is enough concrete, hardcore evidence in some of these places. I don't think that it's just the church that holds these secrets. I think you can go to India and find things preserved in some of the caves there and some of the places that go back thousands, tens of thousands, maybe millions of years. And what that's telling me is we can probably show you beyond a shadow of a doubt that reincarnation does actually apply to all human beings. I think we can probably prove that human civilization is many millions of years old. And one way to do it that would be fairly incontrovertible, although notice people doubt that to this day. If we could show you an artifact that's 5 million years old and is what we would today call extremely advanced technology. I mean, people talk about the Baghdad battery and people talk about the Ankathera mechanism. I probably pronounced that wrong, but these are not millions of years old. If we could show you that there are examples of what today we call sophisticated technology, maybe even electronic technology. Maybe we've got a UFO somewhere. I can't prove that, but I would love in the near future, before it's too late, to trot out an actual working UFO and then get enough, bona fides to say, hey, this thing is ancient and yet it's been here the whole time. Maybe we made it, maybe we didn't make it, and it was gifted to us the way that some of these other UFOs have come to us. But I think those would be interesting alongside with this, question. They would prove beyond a doubt, wouldn't they, that yes, the extraterrestrials have been involved this long. But I would love for people to also, this is a personal opinion, I would love for people to come to that understanding that the extraterrestrials did not create our religions or introduce these ideas of God, of holiness, and all of that. I think that's, I wouldn't say absurd, but I think it muddies the waters where we already have a lot of questions about our origins, about our purpose here, and about what that has to do with extraterrestrials. Have they helped us? Have they hindered us? Why? What's going on now, etc. And I'm kind of long-winded, but thanks.
No, thank you. I just want to let everybody know, we can finish the hands and stuff, but the co-host has lost the ability to interact with the space, and the host has stepped away. So the co-host is going to make another space, and if you'd like to continue this conversation, we're just going to move over to UFO Shane's space until Logan can get back and monitor this space. So Heather or Isma, I'm not sure who is first. And
I
yeah,
think
definitely check. I'll post, or I'll let you guys know when the space is available.
I think Ed is first one.
Um, hey everybody, I'm at the gym. I'm on a date, and I was walking a little bit faster on the treadmill, but I slowed it down. That way I wouldn't be out of breath trying to talk to you guys. And he's over there lifting weights right now, so well. But I glanced up at the TV, and Fox News literally just had some guy who has the Area 51 website who claims that he was raided by the FBI and that the FBI dragged his girlfriend out into the street. Now, I'm not used to using this little contraption on this treadmill where I can like plug my earbuds in and listen to Fox or whatever, so I couldn't hear what he was saying. But I was trying to get in here as soon as possible to tell you guys. But yeah, so anyway, maybe somebody has the ability to like go back and like find that interview. Tucker Carlson just did it a few minutes ago. And that's all I wanted to say. Okay, bye.
Could you repeat that? Just like the main
Yeah,
part of that?
can
Like
you repeat
somebody
that?
Okay. Sorry. There was a guy that was just on Tucker Carlson on Fox News. He has an Area 51 website, and he claims that he was raided by the FBI and that the FBI dragged his girlfriend out of the house and out into the street. That's what I could tell from the captions. I couldn't plug my earbuds in to be able to hear what they were actually saying. So if one of you can go back and check it out, it was just on
Yeah,
there a few minutes ago. They were just talking
I
about it.
remember when that happened. It was like a month or two ago, maybe. But yeah, thank you so much. I'll look to listen to him speak. The other space is open if you guys want to move over there. The only problem with being in a space with a not functional co-host and a missing host is that we won't be able to add speakers, and the hands will start going crazy. Like the people who are speaking will start losing their ability to speak. So, UFO Shane has a space open right now.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean this room? Okay, I was confused what you were trying to say.
I
Yeah,
wanted to
no,
ask
Logan
one.
stepped away for a moment, and there's no co-host, so the space will crash.
Just as a quick word about that, I know people are moving, but I think it's awesome that, even though that's a month or so old, the fact that we're giving it some attention, it's Tucker Carlson, but the fact that he's mentioning this will get a lot of people interested just to hear that story. If it's that same story, I'm glad that it's getting some press, because that means people will say, "Oh, wait, what's going on here?" And let me look into that. So you say Shane's not coming back? Oh no, she's gone. So I guess if people want to talk, we'll see you over there.
Is there still folks in this space, or I imagine everybody's gone to a different area? I was in the back channel doing stuff. I can tell someone's speaking, but I can't hear them, I think. Does anyone know where the new space is, or should I just look where they have all the other rooms posted, just in general? I'm sure I could find it.